In a small, peaceful village where the morning still felt quiet, a young boy stood with his chest puffed out proudly. A cape hung over his shoulders, and in his hands he held a simple stick like it was some sacred magic staff, declaring with complete seriousness that he was a true wizard. The girl beside him immediately threw herself into the pretend battle, her eyes shining with excitement as she joined the game without hesitation. With dramatic confidence, she challenged him head-on, claiming she was a terrifying monster who loved nothing more than gobbling up wizards. But the boy refused to be intimidated for even a heartbeat. He squared his stance, planted both feet firmly on the ground, lifted his stick as if real magic were flowing through it, and slowly pulled in a deep, serious breath. His little face tightened with intense concentration, like he truly believed power was gathering inside that wooden stick. Then, pouring every ounce of imaginary magic into the moment, he swung with full force and actually smacked the girl right on the head. For a second, the girl just froze there in stunned silence before she cried out in disbelief that he had really hit her. But the boy answered with the fearless confidence only a child could have, insisting that monsters were supposed to be defeated by wizards. Their little argument kept going back and forth until the girl finally snapped and demanded that she should get a turn being a wizard too. The boy rejected the idea immediately, clutching his stick even tighter as if the title of wizard belonged to him and him alone. A short distance away, an old man had been watching the whole scene unfold, his wrinkled face carrying an amused, knowing smile. The children called that old man Grandpa Rabus. He stepped closer with two other villagers walking beside him, chuckling at how full of energy the little ones already were so early in the morning. Young Turin tilted his head up toward him, his eyes bright with curiosity and expectation. Unable to hold back his excitement, Turan eagerly asked Rabus what someone needed to do in order to become a wizard. Before Rabus could even properly answer, his friend interrupted, firmly saying that becoming one was not something a person could achieve just because they wanted it badly enough. Rabus then explained that wizards stood at the very top of humanity, placed even higher than ordinary nobles and knights. They were people who ruled above others, carrying an extraordinary power that had been handed down through ancient bloodlines, inherited from ancestors whose names and strength belonged to ages long past. Then Rabus spoke with a bluntness that instantly crushed the children's bright dreams, telling them that precisely because of that, neither of them would ever become a wizard. One of the nearby villagers quickly reacted, scolding him for saying something so harsh to little children. But the smile on Rabus's face slowly disappeared, and his expression became heavy and serious. In a much graver tone, he confirmed the unsettling rumor that had begun spreading through the village. A monster had truly appeared, and the atmosphere around them tightened immediately. His voice dropped lower, carrying such a weight of seriousness that even the children seemed to go still, as if the playful morning had suddenly been swallowed by something darker. Rabus explained that a man named Rop had encountered the creature the night before. It was a dark beast, as huge as a house, shaped like a leopard and wrapped in a deep, shadowy darkness. When the little girl's face began to show fear, a woman quickly moved to comfort her, assuring her that there was no need to be scared because the village chief had already gone to the city to request help from a wizard. She believed that once a real wizard arrived, the monster would surely be defeated, and that confidence helped ease some of the tension hanging in the air. Even so, the mother still looked at her daughter sternly and warned her not to go anywhere near the forest for the time being. Rabus leaned more of his weight onto his staff, his old eyes narrowing with caution as he reminded everyone that they could not afford to let their guard down just yet. After all, without a wizard standing on their side, their chances against something like that were almost hopeless from the very beginning. For ordinary villagers, killing a monster was practically impossible, no matter how brave they tried to be. When someone asked whether everyone in the village had already been told, Rabus confirmed that they had. Then another villager brought up the shepherd who lived farther out on Israel Hill. That hill rose beyond the edge of the village, sitting at a distance where it could still be seen from where everyone had gathered, quiet and separated from the rest of the settlement. The view then shifted toward that distant hillside, where sheep wandered calmly across broad green fields, grazing under the wide open sky as though there were no danger anywhere in the world. In the middle of that peaceful pasture, a young man lay stretched out in the grass, sleeping lazily among his flock without a care. This was Turan, now grown older, and after some time passed, his eyes slowly began to open. A thin blade of grass rested between his lips, and his face carried the dull, bored expression of someone who had long since given up expecting anything interesting to happen. He stretched out his body with careless laziness, as if even waking up felt like a chore. Around him, the sheep bleated softly in the warm afternoon air, their voices blending into the quiet fields, while Turan let out a weary complaint about just how painfully bored he was. To Turan, his life had become nothing more than one endless loop. Every day brought the same open fields, the same sheep calmly chewing grass without a single worry, and the same lonely little farm repeating the same dull routine again and again. Nothing around him ever seemed to shift or change, no matter how many days passed. In fact, he even thought that if his life kept dragging on in this exact same way, he might eventually forget how to speak altogether, simply because there was almost no one nearby for him to talk to. Then, without the slightest warning, a voice suddenly cut straight through his thoughts. The voice called him a pathetic brat, sharp and grating enough to ruin the calm silence of the afternoon in an instant. It was Rabus. The old man had climbed all the way up the hill just to scold him, furious that Turan was lying around before sunset instead of doing any proper work. Turan, however, did not even bother turning his head toward him. Without so much as glancing in Rabus's direction, Turan lazily told him to move because he was blocking the sunlight. That casual disrespect struck the old man immediately, leaving him visibly offended. Rabus grumbled about Turan's complete lack of manners, then asked whether he was still holding a grudge over what had happened in the past. Turan repeated the words back with a flat tone, as if he barely even remembered what Rabus meant, and that only made the old man more irritated. Rabus snapped, reminding him of the time after Turan's mother had died. Back then, Rabus had tried to claim the sheep as something the entire village should share, acting as though the inheritance Turan's mother left behind could simply be treated as common property. Turan finally rose to his feet and made it coldly clear that he was not generous enough to hand over what his mother had left him. They were not close, he said, his voice sharp and distant, so if Rabus had something to say, he should say it quickly and leave. Rabus immediately flared up, calling him an insolent brat, but Turan's icy, defiant stare cut him off before he could push the argument any further. Feeling that pressure, Rabus quickly changed the subject and brought up the monster instead. Turan turned slightly in surprise, one hand gently stroking a nearby sheep, while Rabus explained that the creature was a leopard as large as a house. Rabus added that he had just finished making his rounds through the village, warning the other villagers about the danger and making sure everyone understood what they might be facing. Turan responded calmly, saying that it sounded serious, yet there was almost no panic or alarm in his voice at all. Rabus noticed that lack of fear right away. Unnerved by Turan's calm reaction, Rabus asked if he was not worried, especially since Israel Hill and his flock would probably be the closest targets if the monster appeared. He warned Turan to stay careful, then repeated that the village chief had already gone to bring back a wizard. Turan simply sat there with his back turned, offering Rabus almost no reaction and giving him very little to work with. Rabus insisted that the reason he had climbed all the way up the hill was because he was worried about him. But Turan immediately saw through him and exposed the truth with a dry, cutting remark, asking why he did not just admit that he was actually worried about the sheep instead. Rabus went silent at that, unable to answer right away, while Turan's expression slowly curved into a small, mocking smile. Turan then told the old man to leave if he was finished talking. And before Rabus could recover his pride, Turan added one final insult, saying his breath smelled so awful it was enough to rot his nose. Rabus stormed away in a rage, muttering curses under his breath as he went, while Turan watched him leave with a satisfied grin before turning back toward his flock. Still, even after Rabus was gone, the word monster lingered in his mind, a beast with strange powers, connected to magic, mystery, and things beyond ordinary life. Just as humans had wizards, beasts had monsters. One of the sheep nudged Turan lightly, almost as if it could sense what he was thinking, while he wondered why a wizard would bother traveling all the way to such a remote little village for the sake of one monster. Even so, that possibility meant one very important thing. He might finally have a chance to see a real wizard with his own eyes. As Turan walked along with his flock, he doubted that any wizard sent to a tiny village like this would be someone truly impressive or famous. Still, the thought stirred something inside him. A faint smile appeared on his face as curiosity took hold, and he wondered just how powerful a real wizard actually was. Then, all at once, his sharp sense of smell caught something drifting through the air, and the relaxed look on his face changed in an instant. The scent was metallic. A familiar, unmistakable smell reached him on the wind, heavy enough that he could not mistake it for anything else. There was no doubt about it. It was blood, and that smell was coming from the nearby forest. As the sun began to sink lower, its orange light washed across the trees, staining the woods in an eerie glow and making the forest look far more ominous than it had before. Without hesitating or wasting time, Turan decided to go and investigate the source of the scent himself. He stepped into the forest, following the smell as it grew stronger and heavier with every step he took. Then, without warning, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Turan had finally reached the place where that thick metallic smell was coming from. His gaze dropped slowly, and there, on the forest floor, the source of the blood scent waited in front of him in a gruesome, unmistakable scene. Even with something so horrific lying right before his eyes, Turan's expression barely shifted at all. Spread across the dirt and fallen leaves was the mangled body of Rabus, torn apart in a way no one could mistake for a normal death. A dark pool of blood had spread out beneath the old man's body, widening across the forest ground as it soaked deep into the dirt, the tangled roots, and the shadows around him. With a calm that felt almost cold, Turan murmured that Rabus had warned him to be careful, only to end up becoming the first one killed himself. So this was the source of that smell. He lowered himself beside the body, studying the wounds with narrowed eyes, and almost immediately understood that no ordinary wild animal could have caused damage like this. Injuries were too savage, too violent, and far too unnatural to belong to any normal beast of the forest. In Turan's mind, that left only one possible answer. This had to be the work of the monster. Then, from somewhere behind him, a sudden sound snapped through the trees, sharp and violent enough to pull Turan's attention away from the corpse in an instant. A gigantic claw slammed down into the earth with terrifying force, striking the ground so hard that the impact seemed to shake the forest beneath it. At the center of that monstrous claw, an eerie orb burned with a strange, unnatural glow. From the darkness between the trees, a towering creature began to emerge. Its body formed from jagged rock and swirling dark energy as a murderous growl rumbled from deep within it. Turan turned toward the creature slowly, his face steady and completely untouched by fear. Even with a beast standing before him that looked powerful enough to crush a man in a single blow, he neither stepped back nor flinched. He simply remained where he was, watching the monster in silence with a calm so unnatural that it almost felt more unsettling than panic. A memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Back when Turan had still been a child, he once asked how strong monsters actually were and whether ordinary adults could ever hope to defeat one. His father had answered him plainly, saying monsters were incredibly powerful. If a normal adult like him were ever forced to face one, his father said there probably would not even be enough left of him to gather his bones. Hearing those words as a child, Turan had felt a quiet fear creep through him as he realized that even his own father would not stand a chance. The worry had shown on young Turan's face right away, his eyes clouding with fear as the thought settled in. He had asked what would happen to their village if a monster like that ever appeared there. While serving him breakfast, his father calmly reassured him that the village chief would go and bring back a wizard, and that the wizard would subdue the monster. With his eyes shining in pure awe, young Turan asked if the wizard truly would not lose, and whether he would really punish the monster. His father smiled with absolute confidence and told him of course he would, because wizards were magnificent beings, born with magic, powerful enough to kill a monster with a single word. That old memory slowly faded away from his mind, disappearing like mist, as the past gave way to the present. The roaring monster in front of him dragged Turan fully back to the forest. Remembering what his father had once said about the power of wizards, a faint smile began to form on his lips. It seemed he was finally about to find out whether that old story was really true. Then, in a voice carrying cold authority, Turan spoke a single word to the monster. Die. For one brief moment, the monster went still, almost as if the command had confused it. But after that pause, nothing happened at all. The creature's body remained completely whole, without even the smallest sign of damage. Its growl only grew deeper, and the dark aura around it swelled outward, pressing heavily against the forest air like a suffocating weight. Turan's order for it to die had failed. Turan gave a quiet sigh, the sound calm and almost disappointed, rather than frightened. He casually adjusted his clothes, behaving as though he were not standing only a few steps away from a beast ready to tear him apart. So that did not work. His unnatural composure seemed to make the monster even angrier, its presence growing more violent by the second. The beast suddenly lunged forward, hurling its massive body toward Turan as if it planned to rip him apart in one brutal rush. But Turan stayed just as composed as before. He opened his mouth and gave another short, simple command. Stop. Even so, the monster kept charging straight toward him. It ignored the word completely, barreling forward without slowing down or hesitating for even an instant. A faint smile tugged at the edge of Turan's mouth. He had already considered that simply ordering the monster to die might not be enough, but now even telling it to stop had failed as well. Instead of panicking, Turan seemed to be calmly testing the limits of his own power, measuring what worked and what did not. The monster raised its enormous claws high above its head, dark, destructive energy gathering across its rocky body as it prepared to smash Turan straight into the ground. The beast roared with the full force of its killing intent, ready to bring down the finishing blow. The time for testing, waiting, and playing around was over, and at the very last second, Turan sprang backward with sudden, sharp agility, slipping out of the attack's path just before those huge claws could crash down onto him. For the first time, his expression sharpened, and his voice lowered into a more serious murmur. If that was how things were going to be, then he would have no choice but to change his strategy completely. Turan reached into his pocket and pulled out something almost laughably ordinary, a simple stone. With cold determination, he declared that a shepherd would handle this the way a shepherd knew best, then placed the stone into a sling he had taken from his clothing. The monster charged at him again, refusing to give him even a moment to relax or a single breath of safety. But this time, Turan's stance and gaze made it clear that he was ready. He tightened his grip around the sling and spoke his first true command. "Harden." At once, the stone gave off a sharp cracking sound as it compressed in an instant. In his hand, that small rock transformed into something unnaturally dense, far heavier and harder than any ordinary stone should have been. Turan's grip firmed around it as the rock began to hum with an eerie, gathering power. Golden light flared suddenly in Turan's eyes, and without breaking his focus, he gave the second order: accelerate. He began spinning the sling faster and faster, building up a frightening amount of speed with every rotation. The air around him seemed to twist from the force, and as he pivoted smoothly on one foot, Turan poured all of that gathered momentum and power into the throw, his sharp gaze locked directly onto the monster in front of him. Then he released the stone and shouted the third command. "Pierce!" The projectile shot forward like a brilliant streak of light. It tore through the forest air at terrifying speed, leaving behind a glowing trail of pure energy as it raced toward its target. The shot slammed into the monster with devastating force, striking with enough power to tear through its defense. A burst of blue energy exploded outward from the impact, ripping straight through the creature's rocky armor. The stone punched clean through its massive body without stopping. A huge chunk of the monster was torn away, leaving its enormous frame violently damaged and broken by the force of Turan's attack. Shattered pieces of rock and dark fluid scattered through the air in every direction. The strike had landed perfectly, and the beam of force kept racing forward beyond the monster. A clean, circular hole was left behind in the creature's chest, and only after blasting through did the remaining force fade into the distance with a small explosion. The monster stood frozen where it was, staring at Turan with an expression that almost looked like shock mixed with pain. Turan, however, only smiled with quiet confidence. He had barely begun, and his plan was not finished yet. With calm, practiced movements, he loaded another stone into the sling, and this one was even larger than the first. The monster was already gravely wounded and could barely keep its massive body upright. Turan released the second projectile, and this time the shot struck directly into the creature's skull. The impact was so violent that its head burst apart into pieces. It was over. Turan stood there in silence, watching as the monster's headless body lost all strength and collapsed heavily onto the forest floor. But even after defeating the monster, Turan's face showed no joy, no excitement, and no trace of triumph at all. Turan stared down at the result of his own hands, yet there was no joy, no pride, and not even the smallest spark of victory on his face. His thoughts were unnervingly still as he took in the scene, because for the first time in his entire life, he had used his hidden power against a monster, and all he could do was silently acknowledge that it had finally happened. His gaze slowly dropped toward the remains sprawled across the ground in front of him. The monster's ruined body lay there in pieces, drenched in blood and heavy dark fluids that had seeped outward and stained the earth around it. For a few quiet seconds, Turan just stood in place, looking at the corpse as if the real problem had only started after the fight ended. He wondered what he was supposed to do with the thing now, and the simplest solution that came to mind was dragging it somewhere far away and dumping it into a ravine. Instead of celebrating the fact that he had survived, Turan let out a tired, irritated sigh and wiped the blood from his face. What bothered him most was not the monster, but the thought that those damned villagers had once again shoved a problem onto him that he never asked for. With silver hair and sharp, elegant features, Turan looked far too calm and refined for someone standing over the corpse of a monster. The secret he had buried deep inside himself for years was simple, dangerous, and impossible to erase. Turan was a mage, And to understand why that truth had to remain hidden, his mind drifted backward, returning to a memory from 8 years ago. Even after all that time, he could still remember the exact day he first realized he was different. It was the day he discovered he could do something no ordinary child should ever have been able to do. At that time, Turan had only been 10 years old, still innocent enough to feel nothing but excitement before fear, secrecy, and caution taught him to hide what he was. Inside their small home, young Turan laughed with pure, bright-eyed wonder as bluish energy curled and shimmered around him. Pieces of wood rose into the air as lightly as feathers, floating around the room while he eagerly turned toward his mother, desperate for her to see the miracle he had discovered and praise him for it. But the person standing in the doorway did not respond with a smile. His mother stood completely frozen. Her face drained of color as she stared at what was happening, while Turan, still too innocent to recognize the fear in her expression, continued beaming with proud excitement. He hurried toward her with the eager confidence of a child showing off a new trick, proudly telling her that floating logs were only the beginning. He could make fire, too, and even summon wind. Years later, Turan could still remember that exact instant with aching clarity, the final moment before everything changed. Then his mother suddenly shouted for him to stop. Panic spread across her face so sharply that it shattered his excitement in an instant. It was the first time she had ever raised her voice at him like that, and it would also be the last, leaving Turan standing there in stunned confusion. The little boy could only stumble over his words, unable to understand what he had done wrong, as his mother reached out and grabbed one of the objects still hanging in the air. When she called his name, her voice carried a seriousness he had never heard from her before. After taking a moment to force her trembling voice back under control, she told him to sit down. Then, with a low and heavy tone that made the room feel colder, she asked whether he wanted to keep living together with her for a very, very long time. Turan nodded immediately, without even needing to think about the answer. To him, it was obvious, and that was when his mother made him swear to a promise that would cling to him from that day forward. She told him he must never use that power again, and above everything else, he must never let anyone else see it. Her face twisted with deep pain and fear as she spoke, while young Turan could only stare up at her, unable to understand why something that felt so wonderful made her look so terrified. When he asked her why, his mother reminded him of an old story she had once told him, the story about a noble and a knight. Turan remembered enough of it to answer her, even though he still did not understand why it mattered. She explained that people who possessed power like his were all known as mages. But that name alone did not mean they were equal, nor did it mean the world treated them the same way. Nobles and knights, she told him, came from completely different origins. Nobles were believed to be the descendants of divine beings who had descended to save humanity, while knights were born from divine blood that had mixed with human blood. Seeing that Turan still remembered the story, she continued speaking in that same grave, careful tone. That difference, she said, was exactly why nobles and knights stood apart, even among mages. It was also why Turan could not simply use his power whenever he wanted, no matter how natural or easy it felt to him. Then she revealed the painful truth behind his own abilities. The power flowing through Turan's body had not appeared from nowhere. It had come from his father. His father had been a knight, and outside the safety of their small village, his mother warned him. There were cruel nobles who looked down on knights and treated them as if they were nothing more than slaves. That was why Turan had to remember one rule above all others. No one could ever be allowed to discover that he was a mage. His mother's worried eyes stayed locked on him as she made sure he understood just how dangerous that truth really was. In the end, she asked him one final time to make that promise to her. 8 long years had passed since that day, but Turan had never once forgotten the fear and sorrow carved into his mother's face. Back in the present, that old memory faded from Turan's mind, and the quiet room around him returned to focus. The grown Turan stood silently beside his window, his figure still and composed. All these years he had kept the promise he made to his mother, carrying it with him like a chain he had willingly chosen not to break. As he pulled the curtain aside and looked out through the window, his resolve settled firmly back into place. No matter what happened from here on, that promise would remain unbroken. He had no desire to reveal himself as a mage to anyone, not to the villagers, not to strangers, and not to the outside world. And he had absolutely no intention of leaving the mountain that had become his home. His eyes remained steady and firm, carrying the quiet determination of someone who would do whatever it took to protect the hidden life he had built for himself. But that fragile peace was destroyed in a single moment. A violent pounding suddenly hammered against his door, followed by a voice outside shouting his name and ordering him to come out. Clearly annoyed by the sudden racket, Turan opened the door with a sharp, hardened look in his eyes. Whoever had decided to disturb him like this, he was already prepared to deal with them. A group of villagers had gathered outside his house, crowding around the entrance. At the front stood a large, rough-looking man who glared at Turan without a trace of hesitation or respect, while Turan simply yawned right in his face and asked what this was all about. Standing there calmly in front of them, Turan listened as they threw their accusation at him. Then he repeated it back in the most blunt, unimpressed way possible, making the villagers' anger burn even hotter. "So, you're saying I killed Rabus?" he asked, his tone so flat it sounded like the accusation barely mattered to him. The leader's patience snapped at once, and he grabbed Turan roughly by the front of his clothes. The man called him shameless. His furious face twisted with rage as he accused Turan of hurting the old man and abandoning him afterward, leaving Rabus behind to be eaten by monsters. For a moment, Turan did not answer at all. He showed no obvious reaction to the heavy accusation, no shock, no fear, and no attempt to plead his case. He simply let the villagers' fury hang between them until he finally opened his mouth. But when Turan finally spoke, he did not bother defending himself. His voice remained cold as he told them he understood perfectly well why they were so desperate to put the blame on him. The villagers stiffened as he tore away the excuse they had been hiding behind. The oldest man in the village had died alone, Turan said, because the younger men had been too frightened to step forward and fight the monster themselves. By blaming him instead, they could pretend there had been nothing else they should have done. It gave them a convenient way to run from the guilt pressing down on them and act as if their own cowardice had nothing to do with Rabus's death. A faint, mocking smile appeared on Turan's face as his words struck home. Exposed and humiliated in front of the others, the leader roared Turan's name and threw a furious punch straight toward him. Turan avoided the attack as if it were nothing, leaning back only enough for the man's fist to slice through empty air. The movement was so smooth, so casual that it almost looked impossible for someone to dodge that easily. As he shifted out of the punch's path, Turan calmly considered just how useful his magic truly was. To him, it was quiet, convenient, and so effortless that he barely needed to think before using it. Instead of crushing the man head-on or showing off his strength, Turan chose the cleaner method. He simply turned the attacker's own momentum against him. With one precise movement, Turan flipped the man over and slammed him hard into the ground. Blood marked the man's face as he lay there stunned, while Turan understood all too clearly that if he wanted something badly enough, a small amount of mana was usually all he needed to make it happen. The other villagers rushed forward to help their fallen leader, but Turan quietly murmured a command under his breath, so soft that almost no one could have heard it. Fall instantly. One of the men suddenly lost his footing and slammed face first into the dirt. Turan did not need dramatic flames, obvious spells, or any flashy display that might reveal too much about what he really was. A tiny push of wind was more than enough. With movements so subtle they were almost invisible, he knocked another villager off balance, then used nothing more than a discreet touch against a man's weapon to hide his magic inside what looked like a simple accident. The villager's stick snapped back into his own face, leaving him dazed and swaying on his feet. Turan watched every reaction carefully, measuring each movement and using only the exact amount of force necessary. He had no intention of killing any of them. One by one, he took control of the entire fight, slipping between the villagers with calm precision, and making each man fall before they could even understand how it had happened. Turan moved through the group like a silent shadow, his strikes clean and controlled, his motions flowing without wasted effort. Every move was aimed only at neutralizing the villagers and stopping the chaos before it could spiral any further. No matter what they come at him with, rusted blades, wooden tools, or weapons meant for field work rather than battle, none of it manages to touch Turan. The villagers swing wildly and rush him again and again, but he shuts each of them down with frightening ease, and within only a handful of moments, the last villager crashes down hard into the dirt, collapsing beside the others already scattered across the ground. This was how Turan had survived for 8 long years while keeping his secret buried by making sure that anyone foolish enough to push too close learned to regret it immediately. Turan remained standing at the center of the fallen crowd, surrounded by men groaning in pain or lying too stunned to move. Then, as if the entire fight had been nothing more than a minor chore, he casually dusts off his hands once again without letting any of them truly understand what he is. He has managed to hide the truth that he is a mage. He looks down at the villagers with clear contempt and mutters that if they had so much energy to waste on attacking him, they should have used it to prepare Rabus's funeral instead. Only then do his eyes slide toward a group of women approaching from nearby, their steps slow, cautious, and filled with hesitation. Turan's eyes narrow as he asks whether they have come to challenge him as well. The women immediately flinch back, their nervous voices rushing to deny it. They insist they only came because they wanted to see him, not because they had any intention of fighting him. The expression on Turan's face makes it obvious that he does not believe them for even a second. Completely fed up with the absurd situation, he orders them to drag those idiots off the ground, then turns his back on them and walks toward his house without bothering to spare them another look. The moment Turan steps back inside, he can already picture the new problems this incident will bring. The village will no doubt twist everything into another excuse to cheat him the next time he comes down to trade, acting as though he was somehow the one who caused all of this. But Turan does not let that irritating thought cling to him for long. Instead, his expression settles into a calm, confident smile, as if he has already decided exactly how to handle it. If they try to pull something like that, he decides, then he will simply beat them down again until they agree to a fair deal. And just as he convinces himself that the lesson he gave them today should be more than enough to stop them from bothering him again, a loud knock suddenly rings through the room, striking against his door once more and cutting straight through the quiet. Turan slowly turns his head toward the sound, disbelief spreading across his face, as if he cannot believe what he is hearing. For a moment he wonders whether those people are truly stupid enough to crawl back to his doorstep this quickly. But after listening for another second, he realizes these knocks are different, steady, deliberate, and controlled. They are nothing like the frantic pounding of an angry mob trying to force its way inside. Still tense and cautious, Turan strides across the room to the entrance and pulls the door open sharply. He snaps at whoever is standing outside, already bracing himself for another confrontation. But the words nearly die in his throat, because the person at his door is not one of the villagers at all. Standing on the threshold is a powerful-looking traveler, a man whose scarred face and heavy presence make him feel far more imposing than any ordinary passerby. Gray hair frames his weathered features, a short beard covers his jaw, and though a sword hangs at his side, he begins with a polite apology. The man explains that he only came to ask for a favor, and it seems he arrived at a very inconvenient moment. For a brief second, Turan is left silent by the unexpected visitor, unsure whether this man is truly just some traveler passing through. Then he quickly regains his composure. Turan apologizes in return and explains that he had just finished dealing with some unwanted guests. Deep down, he remembers that his mother always taught him to be courteous, but since he never had any reason to treat the villagers with kindness, speaking politely to someone like this feels oddly unfamiliar. Even so, Turan's caution rises immediately. In a quiet, isolated place like this, an armed traveler with a sword does not simply appear at someone's doorstep without giving him every reason to be suspicious. He begins to tell the man that if he is looking for an inn, he should head down to the village instead. But before Turan can finish speaking, the traveler's stomach growls loudly enough to answer for him, and Turan can only let out a resigned sigh. Despite the doubts still turning over in his mind, Turan finally invites the man inside. Soon after, the two of them sit across from each other at the table, with a simple but generous meal laid out between them. As he places the food in front of his guest, Turan says there is not much he can offer here, his voice modest and restrained. But the traveler eats with such obvious hunger that the plain meal might as well be a feast. Between mouthfuls, he looks at Turan with a hint of surprise and comments that Turan seems like someone who has never really met people from beyond the village. Turan answers him seriously, without any sign of embarrassment, saying he was born and raised on this very hill. For as long as he can remember, he has lived here as a shepherd, watching over the same land and caring for the same animals. He adds that a small village like theirs almost never receives outsiders, so meeting a traveler is a rare thing. The man listens closely while drinking, taking in each detail without cutting him off. As Turan continues speaking, the traveler's eyes sharpen slightly, studying his words, his posture, and every small movement as though searching for something hidden beneath the surface. Turan takes a drink as well, keeping his face calm and his body steady, even as a heavier tension begins to gather between them. Then the traveler says, in a tone that sounds almost casual, that he finds Turan rather interesting. Turan puts on an innocent, unbothered expression and asks what he means by that, pretending not to notice the weight behind the man's remark. The traveler points out that for an ordinary shepherd, Turan's manners are far too refined. He suggests that Turan's parents must have raised and educated him well. Turan answers evenly, saying that everything he knows came from his mother. Then, with a quieter heaviness settling into his voice, he adds that she passed away from illness several years ago. The traveler responds with respectful warmth, saying that any woman who raised such a proud son must surely be resting peacefully in heaven. Turan simply says that he has lived according to the way his mother taught him. Then, Carefully shifting the conversation away from himself, he asks what brought the man all the way out to such a remote place. With a faint smile on his face, the traveler reveals that someone asked him to handle a puma-like monster rumored to be lurking around the tense Durance area. Then, as though testing how much Turan understands, Turan lets one dangerous conclusion surface and says that the man must be a mage. He assumes this traveler is the wizard, the village elder mentioned earlier, and the man confirms it calmly, without showing even the slightest hint of surprise. Now it is the traveler's turn to press a little further. A sly grin slowly pulls at his scarred face, and he asks if he may pose a question of his own. Turan allows it, and the man says in an even voice that he can sense the presence of a monster somewhere nearby. Yet, strangely, he cannot see that monster anywhere. The instant those words leave his mouth, a sharp flicker of alarm flashes through Turan's eyes. The traveler continues, saying the strangest part is not only that the monster is hidden from sight. What bothers him even more is that Turan clearly knows about it, and yet he shows no sign of trying to run away. He asks Turan directly whether he is not afraid, especially when Turan would most likely be the closest and easiest target for the monster. Then, with a mocking smile curving his mouth, he says Turan is far too fearless to be nothing more than a simple shepherd who has never once left his village. The air inside the cabin grows thick and heavy, with silence pressing down between them like a weight. The traveler fixes his stare directly on Turan and demands to know who he really is. In that tense moment, Turan hears his mother's words echoing up from the depths of his memory. Back when Turan was still a child, he had once asked his mother why he was never allowed to tell anyone that he was a mage. His mother told him it was because of wicked nobles. And when young Turan looked up at her and asked what she meant by that, she explained the cruel order that ruled their world. If nobles were like shepherds, then knights were like the dogs those shepherds raised. Even when those dogs were loved, cared for, and treated almost like family, they could still be sold, sacrificed, or thrown away the moment their master decided it was necessary. Tears gathered in his mother's eyes as she spoke those painful words, and she told him she did not want that kind of life for him. She asked whether he wanted to keep living by her side, and young Turan answered without hesitation, saying firmly that he did. That was when she gave him one final command. No one could ever be allowed to know he was a mage, especially not other mages, because they would take him away from her and turn him into a guard dog, one that could be used, ordered around, and discarded whenever others found it convenient. Back in the present, Turan's eyes grow cold as he remembers exactly why he chose to live cut off from the world. Across from him, the traveler slightly draws his sword from its sheath and offers one final warning. If someone truly wants to avoid being exposed as a mage, then there may come a time when blood has to be spilled inside a small cabin like this. The veteran warrior, Kiorn, tells his host that sometimes protecting a secret that dangerous means taking extreme measures, even if those measures include murder. And the moment Turan hears those words, the silver-haired young man slowly turns his eyes off to the side, and the look on his face grows heavier, as though Turan's question has brushed against something he usually keeps locked away. Turan does not let that reaction slip past him. He fixes Kiorn with a sharp, suspicious stare and asks why he would say something like that, while Kiorn quietly lifts one hand and covers his own face. For a brief moment, Kiorn looks almost as if he regrets letting such a dark remark leave his mouth. The silence hangs there, tense and uncomfortable. But then, all of a sudden, a laugh escapes him, and he tells Turan that with such a serious expression, he is completely killing the joke. Turan can only stare at him in blank confusion. The change in mood is so abrupt, and Kiorn's tone flips so quickly, that Turan has no idea what kind of reaction he is even supposed to give. In Turan's mind, those words had sounded far too grim to be funny. They had felt serious, ominous, even dangerous, so he can hardly process the idea that Kiorn meant them as a joke. After an awkward pause, Turan stiffly lowers the tension in his voice and apologizes, admitting that maybe he simply does not have much of a sense of humor. Kiorn, realizing just how badly his joke unsettled him, softens as well and apologizes for frightening him so suddenly. Trying to ease the strange atmosphere between them, Kiorn gives Turan a lighter, more reassuring smile and says this was probably his very first wizard joke. Then, as if remembering that they have not even introduced themselves properly yet, he reaches out one hand with a friendly, open expression. The two men take each other's hands, and the sharp tension that had been hanging between them begins to loosen. Through that simple handshake, the air slowly turns a little calmer and a little warmer. As they shake hands, Turan finally introduces himself in a proper way, saying that his name is Turan and that he is a shepherd. His voice has settled now, much calmer than before, and he keeps his grip on Kiorn's hand as the conversation continues. Then Turan adds, almost casually, that he has just turned 18, as if it is only a small detail. Later on, once the two of them sit down together for dinner, the conversation takes an even more unexpected turn. During the meal, Kiorn reveals that he is already 75 years old. Turan's eyes widen in visible shock, and he blurts out that Kiorn does not look that old at all. Kiorn simply explains that mages age much more slowly than ordinary people, and because of that, their lives tend to stretch far longer. Soon, Kiorn's attention shifts back toward Turan, and he asks how someone who claims to be a young shepherd ended up wandering around like this. Still holding firmly to the image of being 18, Turan begins spinning a strangely detailed story, claiming that he served House Arabion for 60 years and now only wants to travel wherever he pleases. Kiorn listens without interrupting, a small knowing smile tugging at the edge of his lips. Instead of calling the story out, he simply says that a wish like that sounds rather romantic in its own peculiar way. Turan responds with a faint, secretive smile of his own, letting the odd little lie remain in the air between them without trying to explain it any further. He continues the act smoothly, without stumbling over a single word, and somehow, even with that strange story sitting between them, both men settle into the warmth of the moment and quietly enjoy the rare comfort of speaking with someone who can understand even a small part of them. For both Turan and Kiorn, this kind of easy, natural conversation has not come around in a very long time. The words flow more smoothly than either of them expected, and before they even realize it, the hours quietly pass them by. Outside the window, the sun has already begun to sink toward the horizon, spreading the final glow of evening across the sky. Turan glances over in surprise, only then noticing just how much time has slipped away while they were talking. Kiorn notices the late hour as well, and once the realization settles in, he pushes himself up from his seat. It is clear from the way he moves that he is getting ready to leave. To pay for the meal, Kiorn places several Arabian silver coins on the table, explaining that their purity is extremely high and that they will more than cover the cost. Turan accepts the payment, then gives him a sincere wish for luck with the hunt. But Kiorn quickly cuts in, telling him not to say it as if this is some final farewell and they will never see each other again. With a playful smile returning to his face, Kiorn says he might come back before leaving, if only to freeload another meal or two. Then time moves on, and later the soft light of morning spreads across the land, quietly washing away the stillness of the night. As the sun rises, their first meeting finally comes to a close, and beneath the brightening sky, a new day begins with a calm, fresh light. Out in the wide open fields once again, Turan returns to the familiar rhythm of his usual work. The sheep graze peacefully across the grass around him, and a small, quiet smile rests on his face as he watches over them. In that calm, practiced voice the flock knows so well, Turan gives the sheep a simple order, telling them to gather together. At the sound of his voice, the sheep begin lifting their heads one after another. Then, almost as if they understand every word perfectly, they obey and slowly move in, clustering neatly around him. While tending to the flock, Turan's thoughts naturally drift back to what happened the day before. That encounter had been the first time in his life that he had ever met another mage face to face. More than that, he can hardly remember the last time he had spoken with someone so easily and comfortably. As his hand gently strokes one of the sheep standing beside him, the memory remains in his mind with a quiet warmth. He remembers the calm happiness in Kiorn's voice, and the way Kiorn would visit while wearing a smile and carrying some small gift in his hand. Among all the adults Turan had known, Kiorn seemed like a genuinely decent person. Until meeting him, Turan had always thought knights were little more than emotionless house dogs, obedient tools used whenever arrogant nobles felt like ordering them around. Then, in a single sudden instant, that peaceful chain of thought breaks apart. A bead of sweat slips down Turan's forehead as an uneasy question rises sharply in his mind. He has just realized he does not actually know how Kiorn's hunt went. Meanwhile, far away from the quiet fields and grazing sheep, Kiorn is already making his way through the forest. Kiorn walks along the shadowed path, thinking that there should not be any magical beast left on Asari Hill. But the deeper he moves into the forest, the more unsettling everything feels. He comes to a stop, carefully scans the area around him, and notices clear traces that a fierce battle has taken place there. What makes it strange is that even with all the damage spread around him, Kiorn cannot sense the faintest trace of a magical beast's aura. He steps closer to a tree marked by a massive impact scar and studies the deep wound in the bark. As Kiorn looks over the destruction, he wonders whether the beast has already been hunted down before he arrived. And if that is really the case, then another, Much more unsettling question follows immediately: who was the one who killed it? In silence, Kjorn asks himself if his client might have handed the same mission to another mage without telling him. After considering it for a moment, he lets out a slow, measured breath. In the end, Kjorn decides that perhaps this should be taken as a relief. If someone else has already handled the magical beast and made the area safe again, then that result is what truly matters. But just as that thought settles, the air around him suddenly shifts. Kjorn's instincts flare up with violent urgency, screaming at him that something is terribly wrong. Without wasting even a heartbeat, he twists his body around in one swift motion. His body moves before his mind can fully catch up, turning toward the presence he has sensed lurking beyond the trees. From the thick undergrowth, a gigantic monstrous claw slowly pushes out of the darkness. A glowing eye is embedded in its grotesque surface, staring directly at him, and then the creature begins dragging the rest of its horrifying body into view. The thing is a massive, unnatural lump of stitched-together rotting beast parts with jaws crowded by jagged fangs. Every piece of it looks warped, foul, and horribly wrong, as if it should never have been allowed to move. Kjorn freezes for a brief heartbeat as recognition strikes him. The abomination in front of him is a corpse puppet, created from the remains of a magical beast. A look of horror spreads across Kjorn's face as he stares at the creature, wondering what kind of person could possibly create something this vile. The corpse puppet gives him no time to think any further. With raw, brutal force, it swings one enormous claw straight toward him. Kjorn reacts at the very last possible moment, his trained instincts taking over before the attack can reach him. He throws himself aside just in time, and the monster's claw slams into the ground with a violent crash, ripping into the earth exactly where Kjorn had been standing a moment earlier. Even as he avoids the strike, Kjorn pieces the situation together in his mind. If the mana inside a dead magical beast is not properly dispersed, its remains can become a corpse puppet. Any mage who hunts creatures like that should know such a basic rule and would never carelessly overlook it. Without losing another second, Kjorn launches himself into the air and prepares to strike the monster head-on. By now, he is certain that the original magical beast was killed by a mage. What Kjorn cannot understand is why that mage would let the corpse become a puppet afterward. It could not simply be the mistake of a novice, because no inexperienced knight would have been able to defeat a magical beast of this level in the first place. That leaves only one answer. Whoever did this must have had a separate reason for creating such an abomination. But Kjorn has no time to stand there and unravel the motive. Whatever twisted purpose lies behind this thing, he decides it must be destroyed right here and now. His focus sharpens as he begins gathering his power. Crackling energy races along Kjorn's sword, lighting up the blade as he releases a powerful surge of magic straight into the monster. The attack hits cleanly, but to Kjorn's shock, the result is nothing like what he expected. The creature takes the blow without even flinching. Kjorn's magic has been completely nullified, and in that chilling instant, the truth of what he is facing begins to dawn on him. The beast's mana is on a completely different scale from Kjorn's own, pouring over him like crushing pressure and making every breath feel heavier than the last. And then, without even the slightest warning, the monster's enormous body begins to unravel, breaking apart into a thick cloud of black mist. Its shape melts into the surrounding darkness, slipping from Kjorn's sight until not even a trace of it remains. Kjorn clenches his teeth so hard his jaw tightens, and in that split second, the horrifying truth becomes clear to him. This creature is not merely powerful, it is capable of using magic as well. With nowhere left to retreat, Kjorn shouts into the empty forest, ordering the beast to show itself. But the answer comes from the worst place imaginable, as the monster rises from a pool of shadows right behind him and attacks with terrifying speed. The blow connects perfectly, slamming into Kjorn's body with brutal force and launching him helplessly through the air like he weighs nothing at all. Blood surges up into his mouth, and only then does the full weight of reality sink in. This is not the kind of opponent an ordinary knight can ever hope to defeat. At the very least, someone on the level of a lower-ranked noble would be needed to face a monster like this. And before he can even steady his thoughts, his body crashes violently into the ground, leaving him battered, aching, and marked with bruises as he forces himself back onto his feet through pure, stubborn will. His eyes snap toward the monster, only to see its damaged flesh knitting itself back together right in front of him. A cold, hopeless feeling spreads through his chest. To encounter something this powerful, a remote mountain region like this, was this truly the place where his life would come to an end? But little by little, that despair twists into a bitter smile of defiance. Kjorn has no intention of dying quietly. Gritting his teeth, he makes up his mind. If death is coming for him here, then he will take this beast down with him. He gathers every remaining drop of mana in his body and forces it into his hand, compressing it into one final reckless strike. His plan is simple, desperate, and almost suicidal. Wait for the monster to charge, then pour everything he has into it at the exact instant they collide. The beast rushes in, ready to finish him once and for all. With a strange shout, Kiorn drives all of his remaining strength into a single burning point of power. Mana blazes around his hand as he plants his feet and braces himself for the collision. But at that very moment, a mysterious blue light erupts from somewhere deeper in the forest, appearing just before the monster can reach him. In an instant, a wall of blue energy rises directly in front of Kiorn, and the beast's attack is stopped completely, frozen before it can break through. Kiorn stares in stunned silence, his body unable to move, while small pieces of stone begin to lift into the air and hover weightlessly around him. Nearby on the forest floor, the gigantic corpse puppet lies motionless, its massive body completely defeated and no longer showing even the slightest sign of movement. Kiorn can barely understand what he has just witnessed. As he stands there frozen in disbelief, a familiar voice reaches his ears, calmly asking whether he is all right. Turan walks past him with almost unbelievable composure, as though the terrifying battle had not shaken him in the slightest. Wearing a gentle smile, he even returns the joke Kiorn made earlier, saying that a shepherd's joke can be surprisingly impressive too. Kiorn, still dazed and struggling to form proper words, can only manage to call out Turan's name as the young shepherd steps away from him. And then, finally, the truth begins to settle inside Kiorn's mind. Still unable to hide his disbelief, he asks if this means Turan is actually a mage. Turan answers plainly and without hesitation, saying, "Yes, sir." Kiorn immediately presses him, asking why he never mentioned it before, but Turan gives no reply. Seeing the young man remain silent, the old knight lets that question fall away and changes what he asks instead, wanting to know why Turan chose to save him when he could have abandoned him and escaped on his own. Turan turns back toward him with a calm, unwavering look in his eyes, starts to answer. That moment draws them back into an earlier memory inside the cabin, when Kiorn had once asked Turan why he worked so tirelessly for the villagers. Back then, Turan had not fully understood what Kiorn was trying to get at, so he quietly asked him to explain. Kiorn pointed out that with the abilities Turan possessed, he could easily make far more money through work that would be much easier for him. But Turan's answer was simple, direct, and honest. The villagers were pitiful people. Kiorn, not quite understanding what he meant, asked him what exactly made them so pitiful. Turan responded by asking what else those people could possibly do. He explained that they lived on the very edges of society, always shaking in fear, without even the most basic protection they could depend on. Then Turan looked straight at Kiorn and told him that none of that suffering was their fault. The people who become mages, after all, are those who inherit the power of the gods. Those words quietly touched something in Kiorn. A warm smile rose to his face, and he agreed with the way Turan saw the world. If that was truly the case, then mages ought to take pride in protecting helpless commoners who cannot defend themselves. Even so, Kiorn also admitted with a faint bitterness that not every mage in the world would share that same belief. Back in the present, that memory seems to linger silently between them, and a faint smile appears on Turan's face. With genuine sincerity, he tells Kiorn that every person in this world has their own way of thinking, their own way of living, and their own reason for choosing how to act. That is the answer he gives. For one brief moment, Kiorn remembers the overwhelming power Turan showed when he brought down that terrifying monster with what looked like effortless force. Kiorn remains rooted in place, shaken all the way to his core, his eyes fixed on Turan as he tries to understand the young man standing before him. Still unable to grasp just how powerful Turan truly is, Kiorn insists that the creature was far beyond anything he himself could handle. A monster like that would normally require at least a noble to confront it in battle. He tells Turan to inform the village chief right away, so the villagers can evacuate, while saying that he will stay behind and hold the defensive line himself. Kiorn still has no idea that Turan has already taken care of the danger completely. For a moment, the memory of his own earlier desperation flashes through his mind. He had spoken as though he could endure whatever came next. But deep inside, even Kiorn had not truly known how long he would be able to hold out. Turan simply answers in a calm voice, telling him that it is fine. Kiorn looks at him with clear confusion, asking what he means by that. Nearby, a magic-infused rock slowly rises into the air and hovers beside Turan, while Turan adds that if that last attack worked, then they should be all right. Kiorn has no idea what Turan is trying to say. Then the meaning strikes him all at once. His voice trembles as he asks whether the attack Turan just used was not even his full power. He cannot begin to process the thought that a young mage hidden away in the mountains could casually hunt down a corpse puppet. In that moment of realization, the battle-hardened knight understands that this was never just a random meeting with a country boy from a remote village. It was not merely the reckless confidence of some noble youth who had run away either. No, this was something far different. Kiorn still cannot fully define what is standing in front of him, but he can feel it clearly. He may be witnessing the first signs of something enormous, the beginning of a mage who might one day overturn the entire world. Meanwhile, Turan wears a confident smile as he quietly admits something to himself. He has been curious as well, curious to find out exactly where the limits of his own power truly are, out in the forest. A gigantic, corrupted specter rises before him, its dreadful presence pressing heavily into the air around them. The sheer force of its power surges outward and throws the young shepherd backward. But even after being forced back, Turan shows no trace of fear on his face. Instead, a calm smile spreads across his expression. To him, this moment is the perfect opportunity to test himself and finally discover how far his true strength can really reach. From farther away, Kiorn shouts for him not to do it. Even with Turan's incredible talent, he warns that the monster is far too dangerous to face alone, insisting that the two of them should fight it together. But just as Kiorn gets ready to move in and support him, the specter suddenly launches an attack straight in Kiorn's direction. Before that strike can close the distance and reach its target, Turan moves with astonishing speed and unleashes a fierce burst of power, cutting in to intercept the attack. The impact tears through the forest with a heavy echo, but Turan quickly realizes something unsettling. His strike has done nothing at all. Kiorn shouts the harsh truth to him. Physical attacks cannot kill a specter. The monster continues advancing without the slightest pause, moving forward as though Turan's blow had never even touched it. Realizing that his current method is not enough to stop it, Turan calmly asks how he is supposed to kill the thing. Kiorn stretches out his hand and reveals the specter's weakness. The answer is straightforward: fire. And if fire is not available, then another elemental force with a similar destructive nature can work as well: lightning. To demonstrate, Kiorn casts a fireball and sends it flying straight into the monster's shoulder, landing a clean hit. Turan watches the result carefully, studying the monster's reaction without taking his eyes off it, then says, completely unfazed, that Kiorn's attack did not work either. The moment those words reach him, frustration immediately rises in Kiorn's face and voice. Kiorn's voice suddenly cuts across the tense air, sharp enough to snap Turan's attention back to him. With disbelief tightening his face, he blurts out that Turan has completely misunderstood the issue, then immediately begins explaining the most basic rule behind using magic against a living target. If a mage wants magic to affect something alive, something that moves and resists, they first have to create a proper chain of causality. Kiorn can hardly wrap his mind around it. After witnessing Turan's overwhelming raw power, how could this boy not understand something so fundamental? But as Kiorn continues speaking, a far more terrifying thought suddenly pierces through his mind. His expression hardens in an instant, and cold sweat gathers across his skin as he realizes something that should never have been possible. If Turan truly does not know even the most basic principles that every mage should understand, then there is only one horrifying conclusion. Turan must have killed the original monster himself, and without even realizing what he had done, allowed that creature to transform into a specter. And if that frightening assumption is right, then Turan has never absorbed mana even a single time in his life. Kiorn quickly gives him a direct instruction, telling him not to rely on lighting some existing flame. He has to create the fire on his own first, then send it forward with clear intent. Yet even while explaining it, Kiorn is shaken by what this discovery means. How could someone with no training, no proper foundation, and apparently no real experience already hold this much power inside him? As Kiorn's words settle in the air, Turan steadies his breathing and prepares to make another attempt. This time, instead of moving purely by instinct, he carefully follows the veteran knight's guidance step by step. He focuses his mind, and a clean, bright flame suddenly blooms in the middle of his palm, crackling as though it has been born directly from the empty air. Kiorn watches every tiny movement with wide, disbelieving eyes. For an experienced mage, simply creating fire is not the hardest part. The real difficulty comes after that, shaping the flame, keeping it stable, and forcing it to move exactly where the caster wants. But right in front of Kiorn, Turan grasps it almost instantly. With one smooth motion, He twists the fire into a massive, swirling vortex, displaying a level of control that should have required years of strict and painful training. Then he plants both feet firmly against the ground, bracing his entire body as he prepares to pour his power into a single decisive strike. A heartbeat later, a furious stream of fire bursts from his hand, roaring through the forest as it races straight toward the monster. The attack hits exactly where it needs to, engulfing the specter's glowing eye in a violent sea of flames. In only a few short seconds, the creature's entire twisted body is swallowed by fire, thrashing and writhing as the flames begin tearing it apart. Seeing that they finally have a chance to end this, Kiorn shouts one last urgent warning, telling Turan not to lose focus and to keep pouring mana into the flames before they weaken. "You have to burn every last bit of it," Kiorn yells, his voice strained with desperation. Turan holds his concentration steady, refusing to let the flames falter, and continues feeding more and more of his power into the inferno. His gaze remains calm but unshakably determined as the fire devours every remaining trace of the specter. The blazing vortex grows brighter, louder, and fiercer, until the monster is finally reduced to nothing but ash. When the last tongues of flame fade away, silence slowly returns to the forest. Kiorn lifts his eyes toward the sky, almost frozen in place, still unable to believe what he has just seen. They had truly done it. Somehow, against a monster that should have been far beyond them, they had survived and won. But even with the battle finally over, Kiorn still struggles to accept the impossible scene he has just witnessed. In his mind, there is no doubt that the specter had been absurdly powerful. It was the kind of creature that should normally require a noble-class mage to defeat without being destroyed in the process. And yet Turan, a young man who had supposedly lived his life as nothing more than a shepherd in the mountains, had burned it down with his own hands. Standing among the scorched remains, Turan quietly wonders aloud whether the fight is really finished. Kiorn, still shaken by everything he has just witnessed, warns him that if he does not want the specter to regenerate again, he has to absorb the mana it left behind. Turan, clearly unsure what that actually means or how to do it, simply asks what he should do. Kiorn's answer is surprisingly simple. He tells Turan to picture himself draining something inward, as if he is pulling the leftover power into his own body and making it a part of himself. Ready to follow the instruction, Turan closes his eyes and focuses on that image with quiet intensity. Almost right away, the specter's remaining green energy begins to rise from the corpse-like residue, drifting upward like mist being drawn by an invisible force. The mana flows toward Turan's hand, spinning tighter and tighter as it gathers together, until it condenses into a glowing orb filled with concentrated power. Then Turan's eyes suddenly snap open, now blazing with a fierce green light as that energy rushes into him. A glow spreads through his entire body from the inside out, as though every muscle, every vein, and every fiber of his being is being filled past its limit by the newly absorbed mana. The sensation strikes him with such intensity that Turan's eyes widen in shock, his body reacting instinctively to the overwhelming rush of power. Kiorn tells him that he should be feeling a strange kind of pleasure from the absorption, though even Kiorn himself can barely believe what he is watching. Still stunned, he asks whether this is truly Turan's first time absorbing mana. Turan answers with his usual calmness and confirms that it is. Kiorn falls silent, sinking into deep thought as the weight of that answer presses down on him. His expression grows heavy, while he begins calculating what this revelation really means. Normally, after a mage first awakens, their mana grows little by little over time, increasing slowly with age, effort, and experience. The fastest way to become stronger is to kill monsters and absorb their mana. But for Turan, this is the very first time he has ever done it. Even before taking in mana from a monster, he was already able to use magic at an extraordinary level. That leaves Kiorn with only one possible answer. Turan's natural potential is in a league completely beyond ordinary mages. Kiorn lowers his gaze to his own hand, slowly coming to understand just how enormous the meaning of this moment truly is. This young man is no ordinary mountain shepherd at all. At last, Kiorn calls Turan by name. Turan turns toward him and answers quietly, waiting for what he will say next, while the air between them carries a new and undeniable sense of respect. Kiorn apologizes for the rudeness he showed earlier. Then he asks a question that instantly changes the weight of the conversation. May he ask which house Turan belongs to? Turan, not really understanding what Kiorn is trying to ask, only says Kiorn's name with confusion in his voice. Rather than answering, he points toward the blood still dripping from Kiorn's wounded arm, reminding him that he is still injured. The sight of the blood pulls Kiorn out of his racing thoughts, and he accepts Turan's help as the two of them make their way back to the cabin. Once they are safely inside, Turan carefully treats and bandages Kiorn's injured arm. Outside, the night remains still and quiet, while Kiorn sits in silence, his mind still circling around the impossible power he has just witnessed. As Turan prepares dinner and serves it to him, Kiorn apologizes again, saying it was rude of him to allow someone so esteemed to look after him like this. Turan immediately pushes back, insisting that he is not anyone important. He reminds Kiorn that he is only a shepherd, someone who does not even know who his own father is. Then, with a serious look in his eyes, he asks Kiorn to stop speaking of him in that way. Seeing the firmness in Turan's expression, Kiorn agrees, though his curiosity has clearly not gone away. He asks why a mage with such incredible power would keep living as an ordinary shepherd, saying that a quiet life in the mountains does not seem like a natural fit for someone like him. Turan then reveals the reason behind it. It was because of his mother's final request, a promise he made to her shortly before she passed away. She had warned him that if the people of the lowlands ever discovered he was a mage, they would use his power for their own purposes, and once he was no longer useful, they would simply cast him aside. Hearing that, Kiorn says only that Turan's mother was a wise woman, which genuinely catches Turan off guard. Turan admits that he is surprised, because he expected Kiorn to say she had merely been overprotective, but Kiorn calmly tells him that she was not entirely wrong. Great power has a way of drawing conflict toward its owner, whether that person wishes for it or not. To make Turan understand, he brings up a great war from the past. It was a brutal conflict between noble houses, a war that took place a little over 20 years ago and left scars that had still not completely faded. That war was fought between House Arabian, the house Kiorn once served, and the great House Zahar. As the memory returns to him, sorrow settles across Kiorn's face, because countless lives were swallowed by that terrible conflict. Back then, House Arabian had roughly 3,000 knights. Out of that force, more than 900 were killed, meaning nearly 1/3 of their entire strength was wiped out. With a somber look, Kiorn adds the part that hurts the most. Every person who had been close to him had belonged to that fallen third. The quiet confession leaves Turan completely speechless. Kiorn's mind begins to wander back through the faces of the people the war stole from him. First comes Dror, his old friend, the man who used to talk about opening a small, ordinary laundry shop once the fighting finally ended. And then there was Denver Hartman, that strict, sharp-tongued companion who never let Kiorn get away with anything, always scolding him and reminding him that he still had a long way to go. But the cruelest losses were his wife and son, the two people he had loved more dearly than anyone else in the world. House Zahar butchered them all. Kiorn alone survived, and that is why he tells Turan with quiet certainty that his mother had been right. No matter how noble or disciplined a knight's life may appear from the outside, it can vanish in an instant, even faster, and with less meaning than the life of an ordinary commoner. But then, Kiorn adds in a quieter voice that there was still one thing Turan's mother had misunderstood, and that was the true depth of her son's aptitude. Turan looks at him in confusion, unable to follow what he means, while Kiorn admits that saying this while wounded and weakened feels almost shameful, but even so, he is still a knight with no small amount of skill, and despite that, Turan defeated a specter that Kiorn himself could not overcome. That fact alone proves Turan's potential is far beyond the limits of an ordinary knight. At the very least, Turan already stands at the level of a noble, and even if he were judged among nobles themselves, his natural aptitude would be considered first-rate. Hearing such an unbelievable assessment, Turan's confusion only grows stronger, and he asks if that means his mother lied when she told him his father had been a knight. Kiorn calmly explains that while cases like this are uncommon, they are not impossible. Sometimes a child with weaker potential is born into a noble family, and in the same way, a child carrying noble-class power can be born among knights. After weighing all of this in his mind, Kiorn slowly pushes himself up to his feet and tells Turan that perhaps it would be better for him to leave this quiet hill behind and step into the much wider world waiting beyond it. Naturally, Turan immediately asks why he would ever need to do something like that. Kiorn's answer comes out simple, but heavy with meaning. Humanity needs more nobles, and it needs more knights. Humans have not yet become the absolute masters of this world. In ancient times, the gods drove the other races away, but those enemies were never truly erased. Even now, they remain somewhere in the darkness, waiting for the right moment to crawl back into the light. And while that danger still hangs over every human life, the nobles continue wasting their power fighting among themselves. In an age like this, the world desperately needs strong, kind-hearted nobles like Turan. But after speaking of all those grand responsibilities, Kiorn looks directly at the real question and asks Turin whether he is truly satisfied with spending his entire life as nothing more than a shepherd on this lonely hill. Turin has no immediate answer. He falls quiet, his expression slowly turning thoughtful as Kiorn's question settles heavily inside his chest. The words keep echoing through his mind. If he really did descend from the mountain and walk into the world beyond, what would he find waiting for him there? Kiorn tells him that the answer depends entirely on what Turin wants for himself. Wealth, fame, authority, family, friendship, any one of those things would be almost impossible to obtain while living alone in isolation on this hill. As Kiorn begins moving toward the cabin door, he urges Turin to think carefully about all the different roads that exist beyond this place. He could wander from land to land like Kiorn once did, hunting monsters. He could become an explorer and enter unknown places that most people would never dare approach. Or, if fate opened the way, he might even be adopted into a noble house and step onto a path of influence and power. After listening to everything Kiorn has said, Turin finally steps out of the cabin and into the open night air. Kiorn admits that now that he has said it aloud, he feels even more certain of his own advice. Any of those futures would be far more exciting than spending each day simply guiding sheep across the hillside. And for the first time, Turin honestly admits that he does feel a real curiosity about the outside world. Hearing that, Kiorn's expression softens into a satisfied smile, though a small part of him worries that he may have stirred Turin's hopes too strongly. Even so, he promises that whatever road Turin eventually decides to follow, he will stand behind him and offer his support. Then, just as the quiet atmosphere between them begins to settle into something peaceful, Kiorn abruptly changes the subject and asks Turin what his bloodline ability is. Turin, naturally, has no idea what Kiorn is talking about. Realizing his mistake, Kiorn apologizes, once again reminded of just how little Turin actually knows about magic. He explains that a bloodline ability is a special trait inherited from one's ancestors. In fact, possessing one of those inherited abilities is exactly what separates nobles from ordinary knights. Kiorn asks Turin whether there is any spell that has always felt strangely easy for him to use, or if he has some unusual talent that stands out even when he is not actively using magic. Turin hesitates for a moment, wondering aloud whether his physical strength might count, but Kiorn explains that mana naturally strengthens a wizard's body to some degree. So strength by itself is not enough to identify a true bloodline trait. After thinking more carefully, Turin finally offers his answer. He says his sense of smell has always been unusually sharp, and that he has also been rather skilled at throwing stones. Kiorn nods slowly, taking that answer seriously as he thinks it through. An exceptional sense of smell could certainly be considered a bloodline ability, and when it comes to throwing stones, talent with thrown weapons is known as one of House Erebian's traits, though it is also a fairly common one. That answer seems to draw Kiorn's attention much more sharply than Turin expected. Now, clearly intrigued, Kiorn asks Turin to explain that part in more detail. Turin, still not understanding why the old knight has suddenly become so interested, simply does as he is asked. But as Kiorn listens, the look on his face begins to change little by little. Turin notices the shift and asks what is wrong. Kiorn's fist slowly tightens at his side, and a terrible suspicion starts forming in the depths of his mind. Turin asks again why Kiorn is acting so strangely. This time, Kiorn fixes his gaze directly on him and says that he believes he knows which house. Turin's abilities resemble most closely. Turin feels his chest grow tight as he asks which house that could be. Kiorn's expression turns heavy, and in a grave, solemn voice, he says it belongs to one of the great houses, a family widely known for producing hunters and trackers. As Kiorn speaks, memories of the massacre flash through his mind, and he steels himself to say the painful truth. The name he finally gives is House Zahar, the very same house that once went to war with House Arabian. The words hang between them in the still air, weighted down by old hatred, old grief, and spilled blood. Turin freezes on the spot, his eyes widening as the final piece of the puzzle seems to drop into place. In that instant, everything around him feels painfully clear. The possibility that his own blood may belong to a great house, like House Zahar, the enemy clan of the very man who saved him and guided him, leaves Turin utterly speechless, unable to force even a single word from his throat. He looks at Kiorn, struggling to understand the truth, now pressing down on him from every direction. Realizing he may carry the same blood as the old knight's enemies fills him with a sudden painful guilt he never expected to feel. Turin has no idea what he is supposed to say. Should he apologize for relatives he has never met, for people who are nothing more than strangers to him? Before he can find any kind of answer, Kiorn calls his name. The sound of Kiorn's voice pulls Turan out of his spiraling thoughts, and all he can manage in response is to address him quietly as elder. The old knight reaches out and gently places a hand on Turan's shoulder, telling him not to make such a troubled face. His voice remains calm, steady, and completely free of resentment. Even so, Turan cannot stop himself from feeling responsible. He insists that he had nothing to do with that war, but the thought of being judged for the blood flowing through him torments him with a deep, unfair sense of guilt. Kiorn smiles with quiet wisdom and tells him that matters like these are burdens for adults to carry. Trying to wash away blood with more blood only creates an endless cycle of hatred and conflict. Moved by how calmly and maturely Kiorn speaks, Turan looks at him with searching eyes and asks directly whether he truly has no regrets. Kiorn seems confused at first and asks what Turan means. Turan reminds him of the advice he gave earlier, the suggestion that he should leave the hill and see the wider world. Kiorn explains that if Turan pursues power with abilities as extraordinary as his, then he will most likely end up joining House Zahar someday. Even knowing that, the old knight tells him he trusts Turan's character completely. Turan is left genuinely surprised by such unwavering faith, and Kiorn reminds him why he feels that way. Turan saved his life, even though doing so forced him to reveal the identity and secret power he had spent his entire life keeping hidden. In Kiorn's mind, if someone like Turan could one day rise to a powerful position within House Zahar, then perhaps there would finally be someone standing close enough to the center of power to prevent another terrible war from ever erupting again. For a moment, Turan gives no answer at all. He simply sits there in silence, letting the weight of Kiorn's words sink deep into him. Noticing the heaviness settling across the young man's face, Kiorn tries to ease the pressure, gently telling him not to carry such a burden when he has not even decided what path he wants to walk. But before Kiorn can fully wave the topic away, Turan interrupts him. His voice is quiet, but there is no hesitation in it now, as he says that his thoughts are no longer confused. Hearing that sudden change in tone, Kiorn turns his gaze directly toward him. Kiorn studies him with growing curiosity, caught by the firmness that has suddenly appeared in the young man's voice. And for the first time, Turan's eyes no longer look uncertain or lost. Instead, a calm and unmistakable resolve begins to shine in them. Then Turan states clearly that he has finally made his decision. He wants to try going down the mountain and see the world beneath it with his own eyes. At those words, Kiorn's expression softens, and a warm, satisfied smile slowly spreads across his face. Kiorn accepts Turan's choice with clear approval, but he still gives him a gentle warning not to charge ahead too hastily. The decision is good, but the moment to act on it has not quite arrived yet. Turan listens carefully. Then, with a quiet kindness that reaches deeper than he probably realizes, Turan says he will only leave once Kiorn's wound has fully healed. Kiorn quickly insists that it is nothing serious, merely a scratch, but even while dismissing it, his tone grows noticeably softer. It is as though Kiorn can now see Turan's gentle nature even more clearly than before. Sometime later, the scene shifts back inside the modest little cabin where the mountain quiet surrounds them. Inside the small cabin, the two of them sit together as Kiorn begins teaching Turan the most basic foundation of magic. He explains that every spell, no matter how small or grand, requires mana, a force so essential that many people even call it the key to omnipotence. Turan repeats the concept aloud, carefully turning the idea over in his mind as he listens. Kiorn then explains that mana is not truly limitless or all-powerful, because magic can only work properly when the mana being used matches the kind of magic the mage is trying to perform. Sitting across from him at the table, Turan asks what determines whether mana is compatible with a spell or not. Kiorn raises 3 fingers where Turan can see them and explains that the difficulty of magic is mainly affected by 3 important factors. Kiorn lists those factors one after another: bloodline, affinity, and causality. After naming all 3, he pauses briefly, then decides to begin the explanation with bloodline first. Bloodline, Kiorn explains, is power passed down through inheritance, something determined by the blood a person is born with. It is especially common among noble families, particularly those who are not merely ordinary knights. To make the idea easier for Turan to understand, Kiorn asks whether Turan could use magic to heal his injuries. Turan thinks about it and admits that such a thing would be extremely difficult for him, exactly because his own bloodline does not naturally lean toward that type of magic. To give him a clearer example, Kiorn mentions the Ravista lineage from the south. In that family's case, Certain kinds of magic are so deeply rooted in their blood that they can use them almost instinctively, even without formal training, as if the ability itself flows straight out of their inheritance. Turan takes in the explanation, then moves on to ask about the second factor, affinity. Kiorn tells him that affinity is, in simple terms, familiarity. A mage can perform an action far more easily when that action already feels natural to their mind and body. Turan immediately connects this to what he experienced before, remembering how he created a fireball by imagining the motion as though he were simply throwing a stone. Kiorn confirms that Turan has understood the idea correctly. If Turan had only tried to summon fire from nothing, without using the familiar sensation of throwing something, the spell would not have formed with the same speed, direction, or force. Finally, Kiorn reaches the third and most important concept: causality. He admits right away that causality is so complicated that even he cannot claim to understand every detail of it completely. To help Turan picture it more easily, Kiorn gives him a simple example. He asks Turan to imagine trying to kill Kiorn directly with mana alone, and explains that the likely result would be pathetic. Perhaps nothing more than a dim glow inside Kiorn's head, a spell so weak it would have no real effect. Then Kiorn gathers mana into a cup resting on the table, using it as a small demonstration of what happens when the proper cause is missing. The water inside the cup only bubbles faintly, and Kiorn explains that when there is no suitable cause connecting the action to the desired result, the magic becomes almost impossibly difficult to make happen. Turan sits there quietly for a moment, thinking through the example, then says he believes he understands. To show that he has grasped it, he forms a small flame. If Turan's real goal were to kill Kiorn, then simply pouring mana into a vague wish for Kiorn to die would be wasteful and ineffective. Instead, he would need to create a proper cause, such as making fire and sending it toward him, because that follows a more natural chain of action and result. Kiorn stands up in surprise, openly amazed by how quickly Turan has understood such an abstract concept. Half teasing him, Kiorn says Turan might have had the talent to become a scholar instead of a mage. But Turan is still thinking seriously, and another question soon comes to him. If he can control normal animals as he pleases, then why are magical beasts different? Kiorn answers that the difference lies in the mana contained within them. Their quiet lesson continues inside the cabin, the room filled with Kiorn's explanations and Turan's careful questions. Outside the window, one of the sheep stands motionless, looking strangely still, almost as if it has been listening to every word. Turan finally lets out a weary sigh, admitting that magic is far more complicated than he ever imagined. Kiorn agrees immediately, without trying to make it sound easier than it is. He adds that a truly outstanding mage cannot merely use mana by instinct. They must also understand the principles that make magic work. At that moment, a new thought suddenly comes to Turan, and he asks whether the House Zahar bloodline has a special magic of its own. Kiorn confirms that House Zahar is especially known for stealth and tracking. Kiorn then encourages Turan to try using that inherited power himself. Turan rises from his chair, accepting the challenge with a serious and focused expression. He shuts his eyes and gathers his concentration. At first, his wish is very simple. He does not want anyone to see him. But as he focuses harder, he pushes that intention even further. Turan wishes not only for his body to vanish from sight, but also for his scent and even the sound of his presence to become impossible to detect. For one brief moment, light folds around him as his mana answers his will, stirring the hidden power sleeping inside his bloodline. Kiorn turns toward him with clear expectation, wondering whether the young man might actually succeed on his very first attempt. But in the next instant, what catches him off guard is not what he sees, it is what he suddenly cannot see. Turan has disappeared completely. Only a faint shimmer of light remains on the floor where Turan had been standing moments earlier. Even Kiorn, a seasoned knight with sharp instincts, cannot hide the shock on his face. A cold bead of sweat gathers at his brow as he admits aloud that Turan has succeeded. Kiorn cannot see Turan at all. The edge of his expression twitches as the reality of it sinks in, and despite all the dangers and battles he has endured in his life, the sheer completeness of this ability unsettles him. The cabin, which had held two people only moments before, now feels strangely hollow, as if Turan's entire existence has been wiped clean from the room. Turan's stealth is absolute, leaving behind no obvious trace for even Kiorn's trained senses to follow. Then, without any warning, the air around that empty space ripples faintly, and Turan returns just as silently as he vanished. He tightens his hand into a fist, feeling the dormant power in his blood with a new and unsettling awareness. Even Turan himself admits that it is a frightening ability, and he remembers that this was exactly the kind of power the Knights of House Arabian feared most during the war. Kiorn agrees that the ability is almost unfairly strong, but he warns Turan not to confuse that strength with true invincibility. There are still ways to counter it. After the demonstration comes to an end, Kiorn offers to teach Turan several different methods for training his magic, but Turan, still painfully aware of the bloodline he carries, asks in a low voice whether Kiorn is not teaching far too much to a mage from a family that once stood as his enemy. Kiorn turns away slightly, then reminds him that Turan not only saved his life, but also cared for him afterward. And beyond that, Kiorn has already given him the most important reason. Placing a hand over his own chest, he looks at Turan with steady conviction and says once again that he trusts Turan's character. To Kiorn, that trust matters far more than any hatred left behind by the past. Sometime later, Turan goes down to the village to announce that he will be leaving. When village chief Rabus hears the news, he reacts with open disbelief, his anger bursting out immediately. Turan, already prepared for the road, stands calmly in front of him while Rabus shouts. The chief scolds him for deciding to leave without consulting anyone and demands to know who is supposed to look after the sheep once Turan is gone. Then Turan answers with a coldness the villagers have never heard from him before. He tells them that finding another shepherd is their problem, and that what he does with his own property is none of their business. After that, he lays out his ultimatum clearly. They can either buy the sheep from him for a fair price, or he will release every single one of them and leave the village behind, letting everyone deal with the consequences themselves. The villagers fall rigid, stunned into silence by his words. One man tries to put on a brave front, claiming they can simply catch the sheep themselves if they have to, but the tremble in his voice betrays him, and he quickly glances toward Chief Rabus, clearly hoping the chief will back him up. Rabus silences him with one sharp glare. He understands perfectly well that the young shepherd is not bluffing. More importantly, he knows Turan is the kind of person who will actually do what he says, and pushing him any further would only make the situation worse. In the end, village chief Rabus has no choice but to give in. With a bitter, reluctant mutter of agreement, he hands Turan a heavy pouch filled with coins. Not long after that, Turan and Kiorn finally walked away from the village, leaving behind the small, familiar world that had been the only home Turan had ever known. With the trouble behind them at last, and the villagers slowly disappearing into the distance, the two of them followed the road in quiet silence for a while, each step carrying Turan farther from his old life. As they continued down the road, Kiorn eventually broke the silence and asked whether Turan wanted him to return to the village and collect the compensation the villagers still owed after everything that had happened. But Turan calmly turned him down, making it clear that he had never intended to accept that reward in the first place. And besides, the person who had truly captured the magical beast was Kiorn, not him. Kiorn heard Turan's answer and did not try to argue against it. For a brief moment, he simply looked at him in silence, and then his expression eased. A faint smile, small but quietly approving, appeared on the old knight's face. After that, Turan was the one who spoke first, telling Kiorn that this was probably the point where the two of them should part ways. Just a little farther ahead, the road divided into two separate paths, each one stretching toward a different destination and a different future. Kiorn stopped when they reached the fork in the road, his gaze shifting from one path to the other as he confirmed that this really was where their journeys separated. Then, with a faint half-smile pulling at the corner of his mouth, he turned back toward Turan. He apologized for refusing Turan's offer to keep traveling together, explaining in his usual calm way that he had always been the sort of man who felt more comfortable walking his road alone. But Turan did not seem hurt by the answer, nor did he show any disappointment. He simply accepted Kiorn's choice with quiet understanding. Turan told him there was no need to apologize at all. And then he thanked Kiorn sincerely for everything he had done for him up to that moment. His voice was steady, but the gratitude in it was real, because Kiorn had given him something far greater than simple help along the road. With the warm, gentle smile of an elder sending off someone important, Kiorn said his farewell and told Turan to take care of himself on the journey ahead. Turan smiled back and answered that when they met again someday, he hoped it would be under brighter and happier circumstances, and even after Kiorn turned away and began walking down his own path, Turan stayed right where he was for a long time. He remained standing silently at the fork in the road, his eyes following Kiorn's back as it grew smaller with every step until the old knight's figure was finally swallowed by the trees. Only much later would Turan truly come to understand why he had been so determined not to treat Kiorn with distant, stiff formality. A memory from his childhood slowly surfaced inside him. Even though Turan had never been deprived of his mother's love, and even though she had poured all the affection she could into him, there had always been a quiet, empty space in his heart that longed for the presence of a father. He had wanted someone older, stronger, and steadier to look up to, someone who could silently show him what kind of man he should become, and without either of them fully realizing it, Kiorn had stepped into that hollow place and filled it, even if only for a short time, and with that farewell, Turan's old life was finally left behind, like footprints disappearing beneath the desert wind. The boy who had once lived only as a shepherd was gone now, and the true journey waiting for him was only just beginning. That journey eventually led Turan into a barren wasteland, a harsh and lonely stretch of land where the world seemed to have been stripped bare, leaving behind only stone, dust, and a heavy, endless silence. He found himself walking through a cracked canyon, where the sharp whistle of the wind slicing between the rocks was the only sound that kept him company. With a new cloak wrapped around him and his pack secured firmly on his back, Turan pushed forward alone through the wide desert. Sand and dust drifted and rolled across the open ground, and the vast emptiness surrounding him made every step feel just a little heavier than the one before. The wind blew fiercely against his body, tugging at his cloak and pushing at the hood over his head, but Turan did not stop. As he adjusted the cloth to shield himself from the desert gusts, he kept exploring this unfamiliar world that was slowly unfolding before him. Then, all at once, he spotted movement far away in the distance. Something along the horizon had caught his attention, and when he narrowed his eyes to look more closely, he saw a group of hooded figures traveling together. At first glance, he assumed they might be merchants moving between settlements. To Turan, that seemed like perfect timing. If they really were ordinary travelers, then meeting them could be a useful chance to gather information instead of continuing to wander through the wasteland without any clear direction. So Turan decided to approach them, intending only to ask for directions to the nearest city. As he came closer to the group, the man who appeared to be leading them noticed him and turned his attention in Turan's direction. The man at the front wore an eye patch, and with a cautious, guarded stare, he asked Turan who he was. Turan answered politely, explaining that he was nothing more than a lone traveler searching for the closest city. The eye-patched man then told him that if he followed the road they had come from, he would eventually arrive at a city called Mure. Once Turan heard that name and understood the direction, he seemed satisfied with the answer, and the tension in his posture eased slightly. He thanked them for the information and turned to continue on his way, moving past the side of their wagon as if the brief exchange was already over. But just as he was about to leave them behind, a voice suddenly called out and stopped him in place. One of the men stepped directly into Turan's path, cutting off his way forward with a crooked, threatening smile on his face. His tone changed at once, turning sharp and dangerous as he threw a simple question at Turan. Did Turan really think he could just walk away after getting information for free? For a moment, confusion flickered across Turan's face, but that softness vanished almost immediately as his eyes sharpened and he asked what else they expected from him. The man answered with twisted confidence, saying that when someone received something, they were supposed to give something back in return, and in the next instant, the friendly act disappeared completely. The men drew their swords and began closing in around Turan, demanding that he hand over the heavy backpack on his shoulders. Behind him, another bandit laughed cruelly and confirmed that the bag was exactly what they wanted. The leader smirked with arrogant ease, calling Turan a fool and reminding him that in a wasteland like this, no one would question it if a traveler died. A cold blade slid up against Turan's throat, the edge pressing close enough for the threat to be unmistakable. The bandits warned him to remove his bag and cloak by himself, saying that if he cooperated, he might at least save them the trouble of killing him right away. Turan looked at them without flinching, his gaze calm but noticeably sharper than before. At last, he fully understood what kind of people he had run into. These were not just petty thieves looking for an easy robbery, they were bandits who would kill without the slightest hesitation. And in that tense moment, one of the lessons he had learned from Kiorn flashed through his mind. He remembered the quiet cabin, the still air inside that place, and the serious conversation he and Kiorn had shared about the principles that formed the foundation of magic. He remembered the demonstration too, and the moment when he began to understand causality, the idea that real power could be built from clear, logical foundations, instead of vague instinct or blind feeling. That memory drew his attention back to the strength now resting in his own hands, a power he had learned and shaped, but had not yet truly tested in an actual fight. It was a power Turan had never used in a real battle before, and now, standing in the middle of the wasteland with blades pointed toward him from every side, the present rushed back into focus. His expression changed completely. Every trace of uncertainty disappeared, replaced by a cold, confident smile that slowly spread across his face. Turan looked around at the bandits surrounding him with calm eyes and said that, in that case, he supposed he would use them for practice. The bandits immediately mocked him, bursting into laughter as though his words were nothing more than desperate nonsense from a frightened traveler. But Turan did not respond to their ridicule at all. Instead, he quietly studied the situation, measuring their positions, their spacing, and the way they moved around him. One of the men scoffed and told the leader that Turan must have lost his mind, talking as if he were some kind of mage. But without wasting another word on them, Turan began to channel his mana, and a swirl of green energy gathered around his hand. With a single simple motion, he released a powerful gust of wind. Sand erupted from the ground in a violent burst, and the sudden force crashed into the bandits, throwing their balance into complete chaos. The men staggered in every direction, struggling just to stay on their feet as their cloaks snapped wildly in the wind and their boots scraped against the shifting sand beneath them. While the wind roared around him, Turan calmly evaluated the technique he had just used. Instead of trying to create wind from nothing, it was far more efficient to shape the wind that was already moving around him. By doing that, he could produce a much stronger effect while consuming far less mana. Before long, the bandits had been scattered across the ground, groaning in shock as they tried to understand what kind of force had just slammed into them. They could hardly believe that a lone traveler had unleashed such power. But for Turan, this was only the beginning. He pulled out a small vial of water and calmly prepared his next spell. The liquid rose smoothly from the flask, floating into the air in a clear stream before freezing almost instantly in midair. In the span of a single breath, that suspended water hardened into a sharp icicle, its pointed tip gleaming coldly beneath the harsh desert light. Soon, several more shards of ice formed around Turan, hanging in the air like deadly weapons waiting for his command. He extended his hand toward his enemies, and one of the bandits stared back at him as pure terror spread across his face. Only at that moment did the man finally realize just how much danger they were truly in. But by the time that fear reached him, it was already far too late. Without the slightest hesitation, Turan fired the frozen projectiles. The ice shards tore through the air with lethal speed and pierced one of the bandits before the man could even react. As Turan watched the result of the spell, he quietly judged how useful the technique was. He noted that this kind of magic would be even stronger near a large water source. But even out here, launching the ice like stones made it faster and more powerful than he had expected. After seeing such overwhelming magic with his own eyes, the leader's arrogance collapsed completely. He dropped to his knees and begged for mercy, finally understanding that he had provoked a real mage. The remaining bandits followed almost immediately, sinking to their knees as well. They pleaded desperately for their lives, their voices shaking with fear, as they promised to hand over everything they owned, so long as Turan would spare them and let them survive. Turan looked down at them with a cold smile, completely unmoved by their frantic begging. Then he stepped forward with firm, decisive intent, ignoring their pleas as if their words no longer had any weight at all. With one heavy stomp of his foot, enormous pillars of rock burst violently up from the ground. The stone spikes shot into the air and impaled the bandits who had tried to attack him from behind. The leader, now the only one still left standing, stared at the scene in absolute horror. His face drained of color as he struggled to process the brutal sight that had unfolded right in front of him. Turan stood calmly at the center of the chaos, surrounded by the bodies of the bandits skewered on the jagged stone. The leader could barely force the words out as he asked in disbelief whether all of them were dead. Turan calmly walked toward the last survivor and said there was something he wanted to ask him. Trembling from head to toe, the man quickly agreed, promising that he would answer anything Turan wanted. Then Turan asked why they had attacked him without even making a proper plan. Turan asked the leader why they had been reckless enough to attack him so casually, especially when a lone traveler crossing a wasteland could just as easily turn out to be a powerful mage. But the answer that came back was so simple, so foolish, and so absurd that Turan could only fall silent for a moment. They had targeted him because he had lowered his head. Because when Turan first approached them, he had greeted them with the polite and respectful nod. Even though they had spoken to him with open rudeness from the very beginning, they had instantly decided he was harmless, ordinary, and weak. Just another easy victim who had practically walked straight into their grasp. Turan took in that answer with a serious, unreadable stare, his expression slowly tightening as he understood the twisted logic behind their judgment. After a short pause, Turan thanked the man, admitting that he had actually learned something useful from him. The moment the bandit heard those words, a desperate flicker of hope appeared in his eyes, and with a trembling voice, he nervously asked if that meant Turan was going to spare him. Turan gave him no answer at all, not with his voice, not with his expression, and not with even the slightest hint of mercy. The man looked up in pure horror as a single drop of water formed above his head, hanging there in the air with terrifying silence, like the final sign that his life had already been decided. And there, in the middle of that blood-stained wasteland, Turan remembered the words Kiorn had once spoken to him. His master had warned him that once he stepped beyond the world he knew and entered the wider land outside, he would meet all kinds of people, and there was one lesson he could never afford to forget. Kiorn had told him firmly that he should never show mercy to filth like bandits, people who could stain their hands with innocent blood without hesitation, and then keep hurting others again and again for nothing more than their own profit. Standing beside the corpse of the last bandit, Turan finally understood why Kiorn had spoken with such harsh certainty. Sparing one wicked person out of misplaced kindness could easily become the reason 10 innocent people lost their lives later. With that thought sinking deep into his chest, Turan accepted what he had done. This lesson was no longer just something he had been told in words. It had now been carved into him through blood, fear, and the weight of his own actions. Turan decided he had already spent more than enough time in that place. There was no reason to remain among the dead any longer, so he turned away from the fallen bandits and began following the wagon tracks they had left behind in the sand. As he walked alone through the desert, tracing the path cut into the ground by their wheels, one thought kept rising in his mind no matter how hard he tried to bury it. He had killed people. The reality of what his own hands had done finally pressed down on him with its full weight. A sharp, painful sting of guilt tightened in his chest, and for a moment even his footsteps seemed heavier against the sand. But Turan quickly forced that guilt back down by remembering Kiorn's warning once again. People who robbed, murdered, and preyed on others for their own benefit would never stop with just one victim. If they were allowed to live, they would only search for more innocent people to attack. Holding tightly to his master's teaching, the storm twisting inside Turan's heart slowly began to settle. His resolve hardened with each step forward, and as he continued along the trail, the dry desert around him eventually gave way to a completely different world, one filled with greenery, life, and vivid color. Everything around him felt fresh and alive, completely unlike the silent wasteland he had left behind. And then, for the very first time in his entire life, Turan saw a city. His eyes widened in quiet awe as he took in the unbelievable sight before him. Far off in the distance stood a great castle, and beneath its shadow, countless buildings were packed together like an entire world built from stone and rooftops. At long last, after crossing the wasteland and following the trail left behind by the bandits, Turan had arrived at the small city of Mure. The moment he stepped inside the city, he was surrounded by people from every direction, far more than he had seen gathered together in a very long time. The noise hit him all at once, footsteps, shouting voices, merchants calling out, and the endless movement of strangers brushing past one another in the streets. Turan looked over the crowd with stunned amazement, barely able to understand how so many people could exist in one place at the same time. He had never witnessed anything even close to this before. Even the buildings pulled at his attention, with tall stone structures rising over the streets, in a way that felt grand, heavy, and almost intimidating to someone seeing them for the first time. They were completely different from the simple homes, rough walls, and familiar village structures that had surrounded him throughout his childhood. As Turan made his way through the marketplace, surrounded by crowded stalls, loud voices, and unfamiliar smells drifting through the air, he truly felt as though he had stepped into another world. Eventually, he stopped in front of a fruit stall to ask for directions, and the vendor greeted him with a warm smile, naturally assuming he had come to buy something. Turan quickly explained that he was not there to purchase fruit, and that he only wanted to ask a question. As the words left his mouth, another piece of advice Kiorn had given him came back to mind. Whenever he needed a safe place to stay inside a city, he should look for an inn before anything else. But the instant the vendor realized Turan had no intention of buying from him, the man's friendly face vanished as if it had never been there. His expression darkened, and he snapped at Turan, telling him to get lost. Turan remained standing in front of the stall, momentarily stunned by how quickly the man's attitude had changed. He wondered if cities had some hidden rule he did not know about, where people were only allowed to ask questions after buying something first. Since he did not want to cause trouble or draw unnecessary attention to himself, Turan decided it was better to play along. He looked down at the apples on display and asked how much they cost. The vendor answered that they were 2 tupit. When Turan reached into his pouch and took out a coin that clearly looked different from the local money, the vendor immediately realized that Turan was a foreigner. He explained that tupit was the currency used in Mure, though paying with a different type of coin would not be a problem. Now that Turan understood how the exchange worked, he paid for the fruit and asked about an inn. This time, the vendor's attitude changed completely, and he kindly gave Turan the directions he needed. Following those directions through the busy city streets while keeping the unfamiliar layout carefully in mind, Turan eventually arrived at an inn called Banifal, which the vendor had claimed was the largest inn in all of Mure. When he stepped through the entrance, a smiling blonde employee named Lena welcomed him with bright, practiced warmth. She politely complimented him and called him a distinguished guest, but Turan was not the kind of person to be distracted by flattering words. He went straight to the matter at hand and asked how much one night would cost. Lena answered that the price was 16 tupit. Turan accepted the amount without arguing or hesitating. After paying for the room and settling that first matter, he told Lena that there was one more thing he wanted to ask. She looked a little surprised when Turan asked whether there were any monsters near the city that currently had bounties placed on them. For Turan, hunting monsters was not just about earning coin, it served two purposes at the same time. He needed their mana to make himself stronger, and he also needed money if he wanted to survive properly in the outside world. In other words, this was exactly the sort of path Kiorn had suggested he follow once he began traveling on his own. Lena went quiet for a moment, her gaze drifting subtly toward Turan's pouch of coins. Then a sly little smile appeared on her face, as if she had just thought of something. Turan began to grow impatient, wondering why she had suddenly stopped answering instead of simply telling him what he wanted to know. Lena then reminded him that in this world, nothing came for free. After saying that, she led him toward a part of the inn where several notice boards had been put up. While she explained how bounties were handled, she mentioned the town hall, a term Turan had never heard before. Later, after they were seated at a table, Turan openly asked her what a town hall was. That single question revealed just how little Turan understood about life beyond the countryside. Lena burst into laughter and teased him for being obviously from some rural place. Still, she did give him a proper answer, explaining that town halls were places where public matters were handled and where officials serving under the city lord carried out their duties. She also added that it was probably already closed at this hour, so if Turan wanted information about monster bounties, he would need to go there himself tomorrow. Then, as her curiosity began to show in her eyes, Lena asked whether he was a monster hunter too. Turan looked genuinely confused and asked what that was supposed to mean. She explained that there was a common belief among people. If an ordinary person kept hunting monsters, then that person might eventually become a mage. Since Turan was asking about monster bounties so directly, Lena naturally assumed that he must be chasing that same goal as well. Just as Lena was about to mock anyone foolish enough to believe in such a superstition, Turan cut in and asked what she meant by calling it a superstition. At that exact moment, a large blond man stepped into their conversation, drawing their attention toward him. He introduced himself as Medin, a monster hunter, and boldly declared that becoming a mage by killing monsters was not some foolish superstition at all. According to him, it was a real fact because he had seen it happen with his own eyes. Lena stared at him in shock and blurted out that he was alive. Medin answered with arrogant confidence that he had no intention of dying until he became a mage. With an overly casual and strangely familiar attitude, Medin reached out and patted Turan on the head as if he were dealing with a child. Turan, however, seemed far more interested in what Medin had just said than in the rude gesture itself, and he asked him to explain more about becoming a mage. Medin began by saying that through hunting monsters, a person could slowly start walking the path that led toward becoming a mage. Lena stepped in and explained the idea in a way that made the belief easier to understand. Since mages grew stronger by hunting monsters and taking in what they gained from them, then it was not strange for people to think that an ordinary human might awaken magic by walking that same road. Medin nodded with firm conviction, saying that this was exactly the reason he and his companions kept risking their lives in battles against monsters. They continued hunting, because they were clinging to the hope that one day magic would awaken inside them as well. Around Medin, the other hunters raised their voices in agreement, cheering loudly like men who had all placed their pride on the same impossible dream. Turan listened to their excitement carefully, then asked the most direct and important question: had any of them actually succeeded yet? Medin threw his head back and laughed, admitting without shame that no, none of them had managed to awaken magic so far. In fact, according to Medin, the entire city only had 4 mages altogether, the city lord himself and 3 others who served directly beneath him. After saying that, Medin looked Turan over more closely, his eyes moving across the boy's plain clothes and simple belongings. With a doubtful expression, he pointed out that Turan's equipment looked far too poor for someone planning to hunt monsters, and then asked whether he even had a proper weapon. Turan answered calmly that he did have a weapon. Without trying to make the moment dramatic, he simply brought out his sling. The instant Medin saw it, he recognized the tool right away, and his gaze sharpened with a flicker of real interest. When Medon noticed how worn and used the sling was, he quickly understood that Turon had not been carrying it around as decoration. Turon explained that it was good for launching egg-sized projectiles at high speed, especially when he needed to attack something from a distance before it could close in. Medon looked genuinely impressed by that answer. With that kind of skill, he said, Turon should be able to handle smaller monsters without much trouble, at least the ones that could be brought down before they got too close. And seeing an opportunity right in front of him, Medon revealed that his group had actually been searching for another ranged fighter and offered Turan a place among them. Turan responded with a polite smile, but he turned the invitation down. Later, when he was alone in his room, Turan thought back on Medon's offer and decided that he did not truly have a reason to join their group. Their goal was different from his own. Lying on the bed, he quietly replayed everything that had happened that day, feeling just how suddenly and violently his life had shifted. His eyes slowly moved toward the backpack resting nearby, sitting there like proof of the road he had chosen. Even now, Turan could barely believe that he had truly left his village behind, along with every familiar path, face, and memory that had shaped his life until then. As he wondered what might happen to him from this point on, mana began to flow visibly around his hand. That faint current of power curled around him like a quiet reminder of what now lived inside his body and of the strange, uncertain destiny that seemed to be pulling him forward. Then, without warning, a soft knock came from the door. Turan sat up immediately, his relaxed posture vanishing as his whole body became alert. He called out and asked who was there, but no one answered from the other side. And in that tense silence, another important lesson from Kiorn rose sharply in his mind. Kiorn had warned him that even inside an inn, he should never fully drop his guard. A city might appear orderly on the surface, but that did not mean it was truly safe. His master's final warning echoed inside him with absolute clarity. Never let your guard down. Keeping that warning firmly in his chest, Turan prepared himself for the worst. As the door began to open slowly, inch by inch, a sphere of mana gathered in his hand, quiet but dangerous, ready to be released the instant an enemy showed themselves. He watched cautiously through the narrow gap of the doorway, and the moment he recognized the person standing outside, his expression tightened with surprise. To his astonishment, the person at the door was Lena. She slipped into the room with a playful smile on her face and asked whether he had already been sleeping. Then she told him that she thought his room might feel a little cold, so she had come to keep him warm. Turan stared at her in complete confusion, clearly not understanding the meaning hidden behind her words at all. Lena then loosened the ribbon at her collar, giving him a suggestive look while Turan simply asked what she meant, his voice filled with honest bewilderment. Standing right there in front of him, Lena repeated his question in disbelief, as if she could not accept that he truly failed to understand. Then she finally made the offer directly, telling him that for a little money, she would do whatever he wanted. Turan cut her off before she could continue any further. He asked what would happen if there was nothing he wanted from her. Lena stepped closer without retreating, placing her hand against his chest with the confidence of someone used to this kind of situation. She told him not to lie, insisting that she could see the desire written on his face. But in response, Turan's expression shifted into something so calm it almost felt unsettling, like a peaceful statue with no trace of longing, embarrassment, or temptation anywhere on his face. That complete and unnatural indifference struck Lena so hard that she froze in shock. She could not understand how someone could remain so completely unaffected. At the very same moment, a vivid memory of Kiorn surged through Turan's mind, along with his master's voice shouting a desperate warning. "Do not do it." The memory continued with Kiorn warning the younger Turan to be extremely careful around inn servants and prostitutes. Kiorn had explained that even if such people had resistance to certain diseases themselves, they could still carry illness and pass it on to others. It had been a blunt, serious warning not to let desire pull him into something he would regret afterward. Back in the present, Lena made her way back upstairs, clearly irritated and disappointed by how everything had turned out. Turan lay down on his bed again and quietly reflected on just how difficult and confusing city life really was. After a long silence filled with his own thoughts, he reached a rather gloomy conclusion. Cities were cold and soulless places where everything seemed to come with a price, even something as small and simple as a conversation. Meanwhile, somewhere else inside the inn, one of the hunters turned toward his leader with a question. He asked Medon why he had gone so far out of his way to recruit Turan. The man admitted that, from what he had seen, the boy did not look especially useful. Midden answered harshly at first, saying that Turan's arrogant attitude would have made him perfect bait for monsters. But after a moment, his expression eased, and he revealed the real reason behind his offer. Turan had reminded Midden of himself when he was younger, and seeing a boy planning to hunt monsters alone with such a crude weapon had made Midden worry more than he wanted to admit. With a faint smile, Midden confessed that he had thought Turan would have a much better chance of staying alive if he remained close to him. His subordinate could only sigh after hearing that, then tell Midden that he was simply too kind for his own good. From inside his room, Turan overheard their entire conversation. As Midden's true intentions became clear, a small smile slowly appeared on his face. Maybe he had judged the city too quickly. Perhaps it was not quite as cold and heartless as he had first believed. The next day, Turan made his way toward a large building standing near the center of the city, likely the place where hunters or officials dealt with matters related to monsters. Inside, a mustached clerk greeted him with formal politeness and asked how he could help. The man then questioned whether Turan was an official, and Turan answered with calm confidence, telling him to guess for himself. For a brief moment, the exchange hung silently in the air between them. Then Turan stated his purpose plainly. He had come there to hunt monsters. The clerk repeated the word monsters in surprise, as if that was the last answer he had expected from someone who looked like Turan. Once again, Kiorn's teachings echoed through Turan's mind. His master had warned him that the outside world would not treat him kindly, and that no one was required to respect him simply because he wished for it. If Turan wanted people to treat him with respect, Kiorn had told him, then the method was very simple. He needed to show them that he was a mage. Once ordinary people understood that truth, they would lower their heads before him, whether their reaction came from admiration, respect, or simple fear. Following that lesson, Turan handed the clerk a document marked with a distinctive seal, allowing the proof in his hand to speak for him. He was ready to find out whether Kiorn's theory about the outside world was truly correct. The clerk handed him a bounty sheet and, in a dismissive tone, told him to look it over and bring it back once he was finished. Turan accepted the paper without complaint, choosing for the moment to ignore the man's attitude. As Turan studied the drawing printed on the sheet, he asked whether the creature shown there was really a monster or simply a crow. The clerk answered with sarcasm, asking if it looked like a cat before giving Turan an important warning. If Turan managed to kill a monster, then he would be required to drag the corpse all the way back into the city. The clerk warned him that if a mage did not properly disperse the mana still lingering inside the body, the dead monster could transform into a dangerous specter, and according to city law, leaving a monster corpse abandoned outside the walls was no small offense. It was a crime serious enough to be punished by execution. Turan looked straight back at the clerk without the slightest flinch and answered calmly that he already knew that. For a split second, a painful memory flashed through his mind, the horrifying sight of a monstrous specter born from that very mistake. Turan understood that danger more deeply than most people ever would, and he had no intention of letting something like that happen again. Then Turan asked why the knights did not simply take care of monster hunting themselves. The clerk scoffed as though the answer should have been obvious, then said that knights had far more important responsibilities. Their duty was to preserve order within the city, not to waste their time roaming outside the walls, chasing monsters through forests, open fields, and dangerous outskirts where no proper citizen wanted to go. As Turan turned to leave, the clerk added one final comment with open contempt in his voice, saying that dirty work like monster hunting was better suited for thugs like him. Watching Turan walk away, the man let out a weary sigh. In his mind, Turan was just another reckless hunter who would soon get himself killed beyond the city, his body ending up with all the other fools who had overestimated their own strength. The scene shifted deep into the forest, where the glowing eye of a monstrous crow peered out from the darkness. But before the creature could even become a real danger, the hunt was already finished. The monster crashed lifelessly to the ground, its body ruined by a huge, bloody hole torn straight through the center of its chest. Back at the bounty office, the clerk and his assistant could only stare down in total disbelief. Turan had returned far sooner than anyone could have imagined, and right there in front of them lay the corpse of the monster crow. Still stunned by what he was seeing, the head clerk looked from the dead monster back to Turan and asked if he had really killed it all on his own. Turan answered him with just one calm word, yes. Without acting proud, bragging, or making any dramatic display of his achievement, Turan simply asked how he was supposed to collect the reward. The clerk's attitude changed in an instant. Now nervous and stammering, he quickly assured Turan that, of course, he would be paid. He hurried to hand over a pouch of coins, even adding that Turan must have worked hard and should go get some rest. Turan accepted the pouch with a simple word of thanks, treating the entire exchange as if there was nothing strange or impressive about it at all. As he began to walk away, the employees started whispering among themselves in amazement. The crow's razor-sharp wings were still perfectly intact, which meant they could be sold as valuable materials. In low voices, they wondered how someone had managed to bring the creature back in such a clean condition. Then the chief clerk noticed Turan still standing near the exit and asked why he had not left yet, clearly assuming that Turan's business there was already finished. The arrogance he had shown earlier had vanished completely. Turan turned back toward them and asked a question that made the whole room fall silent. Were there any other monsters worth hunting? The clerk could only mutter in disbelief, unable to fully process what he had just heard. After killing a monster like that and returning in such a short time, Turan somehow still had enough energy to continue hunting. Later, back at the inn, the table in front of him was covered with the most expensive dishes on the menu: ham, cheese, stew, and mugs filled with sweet honey mead. Lena served him with wide-eyed astonishment, admitting that she never would have imagined someone like him could defeat 30 monsters in only 3 days. Turan kept eating with quiet satisfaction, clearly enjoying every bite of the feast he had earned through his own efforts. Lena added that he must have made an unbelievable amount of money from all those hunts. Turan continued eating for a moment without much reaction, but then he suddenly paused, his face turning serious as he immediately corrected her. Money was not the thing he truly cared about. What Turan wanted most was the mana inside the monsters. Images flashed by of him absorbing that energy, showing exactly how each hunt had helped him strengthen himself. Turan could clearly feel the change in his own body. His mana had grown several times stronger since the day he first met Kiorn, but at the same time he could also sense that this method had its limits. If he wanted to keep increasing his strength, he could not continue relying on weak monsters forever. Sooner or later, he would need to face something greater. Lena listened from beside the table, looking confused by his talk of mana and clearly unable to fully understand what he was trying to say. Just then, the cook approached with another man beside him, and both of them stared at the table in amazement after seeing just how much food had already disappeared. The cook asked in disbelief if Turan had really eaten all of it by himself. He remarked that Turan looked so thin, yet somehow had an incredible appetite. Still, he was happy that Turan had enjoyed the meal, especially since it had been a long time since he had prepared dishes like these. Turan told him the food was delicious, and the cook cheerfully promised that he would make it even better next time. But that pleasant mood shattered instantly when a rough hand suddenly grabbed Turan by the shoulder. It was one of Midden's subordinates. Several of them gathered around Turan's table with threatening smiles, crowding close enough that their intentions were obvious without needing to say much. One of them asked if Turan was enjoying such a luxurious meal all by himself, his voice thick with envy and resentment. Another leaned in closer, calling him a skinny rat and saying he had heard Turan had been earning quite a lot lately, and just as he was about to demand that Turan share some of that money, Turan's hand moved with blinding speed and struck him clean across the face. The man's head snapped violently to the side as he stumbled backward, completely caught off guard by the sudden blow. His companion froze in shock for a heartbeat, then shouted in anger, unable to believe that Turan had actually struck first. Turan looked at them with cold, steady eyes, calmly pressing his palms together as though offering a prayer. Then, with dry sarcasm, he asked if that was not what they had wanted, a little charity. The second hunter, now furious, swung a punch straight toward Turan's face. Turan caught it effortlessly with one hand, stopping the attack as if there had been no real force behind it at all. In that single moment, the difference in their strength became painfully clear to everyone watching. A third man jumped into the fight and swung a stool down toward Turan's head. Turan blocked that attack just as easily, without even bothering to stand up from his seat. His posture barely shifted, as though the sudden violence had not truly interrupted his meal. With one simple squeeze, Turan pressed a vital point on the attacker's head, causing the man to break out in a cold sweat from the sudden rush of pain. Then Turan gave him only a light shove, but that was enough to send him flying backward and crashing hard onto the floor, completely defeated. Lena, who had been watching the whole mess with a tense, nervous smile, finally snapped and shouted for them to stop fighting inside her inn. At that exact moment, Midden entered with the rest of his group. Without hesitating for even a second, Midden bent forward in a deep bow and sincerely apologized for the behavior of his men. Later, inside Turan's room, Midden appeared again to apologize properly one more time. He assured Turan that he had already scolded his men and promised that nothing like this would happen again. Then Midden explained that they had been short on money lately, and he assumed his men had grown jealous after seeing Turan's sudden success. He ordered the two bruised and embarrassed hunters to apologize as well, but all they could barely force out was a weak "sorry." Turan asked whether their financial situation was really that bad. Midden shook his head, saying it was not exactly desperate, but it was definitely tight. Clenching his fist in frustration, he admitted that in about 3 days they probably would not even be able to pay their room fees. Even so, Midden insisted that it was their problem to solve. But to his surprise, Turan took out a pouch of coins and held it out toward him. He simply told Midden to take it. Midden stared at the pouch in stunned silence before finally asking why Turan would do something like that. Turan explained calmly that it was payment for the kindness Midden had shown him earlier when he worried about him and tried to bring him into the group so he would not have to hunt monsters alone. Completely bewildered, Midden asked how Turan had known about that. Turan gave him a faint smile and replied that in this world, nothing was free. In exchange for the money, he wanted only one thing: information. Midden's face brightened immediately. Information was exactly the kind of thing he was good at, and with a wide grin, he promised to tell Turan everything he knew. As the days passed within Mure's walls, Turan slowly began to adjust to the city's pace, learning its noise, its rules, and the strange rhythm of people moving through their lives around him. The hunters continued with their familiar routine, leaving the inn, returning tired, drinking loudly, arguing with one another, and chasing that same dangerous dream day after day. Meanwhile, Turan entered the forest once more, thinking that this hunt might very well be his final one in Mure. Midden had already shared useful information about the next city, so Turan understood that the time to prepare for departure was drawing close. As he moved quietly between the trees, he thought back over their conversation and realized Midden's information had been even more valuable than he first expected. That only strengthened Turan's impression that Midden was a genuinely good man, even if he lacked Kiorn's sharp instincts and careful experience. In some ways, that lack of cunning made Midden seem even more honest, more pure-hearted, and far kinder than Turan had first understood. But then, without warning, Turan's thoughts cut off sharply. His eyes widened just a little as an unfamiliar sensation brushed against his senses, making his entire body grow still. His sharpened perception caught a sharp scent drifting through the forest air, and he disliked it the instant it reached him. It was the kind of smell that made his instincts tighten before his mind even had time to explain why. A terrible unease began crawling through his chest. Hoping with everything in him that his suspicion was wrong, Turan suddenly burst forward at full speed, racing deeper into the trees as he followed the trail. Before long, he discovered deep claw marks carved violently into the bark of a tree. The gouges were rough, fresh, and savage, unmistakable signs that something brutal had happened in that very spot. Turan stepped into a clearing while already bracing himself for whatever he might see. The air around him was deathly still, and the silence hanging over the place felt far too heavy to be natural. Then his eyes landed on a man lying motionless against a tree, his body slumped unnaturally in a dark pool of his own blood. Turan recognized him immediately. His mind jolted as he realized this was one of Midden's men, and fear tightened around his chest while his face hardened at the horror spread out before him. There was no sign that anyone had managed to escape. Another corpse lay nearby with empty, lifeless eyes staring into nothing, making it clear that this had not been a simple attack. It had been a massacre. The forest itself, which had once been nothing more than a familiar hunting ground, had become a silent graveyard. Among the scattered bodies were a few silver coins, stained red with blood, and Turan could not stop himself from thinking they were probably part of the money he had given Midden. At last, Turan found Midden himself. The man who had shown him kindness was lying there without life, his loud confidence and human warmth completely gone from his body. Turan dropped to his knees in front of him, stunned by disbelief as anger began to rise beneath the shock. His mind struggled to understand what could have happened in this place, and nearby he noticed a severely wounded man slumped weakly against a tree. With the last of his fading strength, the man tried to warn Turan about a nearby danger, repeating the same broken sound again and again. Turan knelt beside him and listened closely. The injured man slowly lifted his blood-covered face, and with painful effort, he finally managed to complete the word, rabbit. Turan frowned at first, unable to understand what the man was trying to tell him. A rabbit. Then, all at once, a wet, sickening sound reached Turan's ears. He turned toward it and saw the creature chewing on something, its mouth soaked and dripping with blood. The dying man's warning had been true after all. This was not any ordinary animal. It was a monster. The clearing displayed the full horror of what it had done, with torn bodies scattered across the ground, and Turan immediately understood the scale of the threat before him. The cause of all this destruction was a giant, demonic-looking rabbit. Its white fur was stained a deep, ugly red with blood, and its crimson eyes shone with vicious malice. After seeing what it had done to Medan and the others, Turan rose with firm resolve. This was not something he could simply walk away from then, without warning.
The monstrous rabbit lunged. Its speed was almost impossible to believe, tearing across the clearing so violently that dirt and debris exploded behind it. Turan barely reacted in time, surprise flashing across his face. It was fast.
That thought passed through his mind as he dodged at the very last possible second. The rabbit landed some distance away and stopped, staring him down with murderous focus. Turan silently admitted that the attack had almost reached him. He counterattacked immediately, refusing to waste even a single breath. With a swift movement of his hand, Turan formed a transparent shield of energy in front of his body. His focus sharpened, and the air around him seemed to tighten as mana gathered under his control. Then he spun and launched a blue energy projectile that split apart into several fragments, each one shooting toward the monster from a different angle. But the rabbit's agility was terrifying. With smooth leaps, sharp twists, and sudden shifts of its body, it avoided and shattered every projectile that came near it. Turan quickly realized this was no ordinary monster at all. It was already used to handling ranged attacks. The creature slammed its feet against the ground with threatening force, then launched its huge body high into the air. Its massive shadow spread over Turan from above, and its glowing red eyes locked onto him with clear, murderous intent as it prepared to crush him beneath its weight. But when it came crashing down, Turan was no longer standing there. The confused monster immediately dashed again, searching for the prey that had vanished from beneath it. Then, all at once, Turan appeared above the creature, descending through the air with a dagger gripped tightly in one hand and gathered energy burning in the other. He drove the dagger deep into the rabbit's neck. The monster released a piercing shriek as blood burst from the wound and sprayed into the air. Turan landed lightly on the ground and watched as the creature staggered from the blow. But before it could recover its balance or gather itself again, he vanished once more, moving so quickly that his body blurred from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared directly in front of the monster. There, Turan delivered a final strike with devastating force. The rabbit's head smashed violently into the ground. The shockwave sent its massive body tearing across the clearing, ripping through the forest floor and the nearby growth. Dust, splinters, and broken debris surged upward in a thick cloud. From within that rising cloud came the beast's final cry of agony, a harsh, broken sound that echoed through the clearing before fading into silence. When the dust finally settled, the rabbit lay motionless on the ground, blood spreading beneath its ruined and broken body. Its claws trembled one final time before going still. Its tongue hung from its mouth, its eyes remained wide and lifeless, and the battle was finally over. Turan approached the corpse slowly, each step careful as he came to a stop in front of the fallen monster. For a moment he simply stood there in silence. Then he reached out his hand. He began absorbing the monster's mana, and a powerful green aura surged out from the corpse, flowing straight toward him. The energy wrapped around Turan completely, engulfing him in a dense wave of power as it poured into his body without stopping. As he absorbed it, Turan noticed something strange. The amount of mana was far greater than he had expected, even surpassing the leopard monster he had once fought. His eyes widened in genuine disbelief. He could hardly believe that a single creature had given him this much power, and the sheer increase left him stunned for a moment. When the absorption finally ended, Turan turned toward the wounded man who had witnessed the entire fight. Filled with awe, the man whispered that Turan was a mage. Turan confirmed it with a simple nod. Still confused, the man asked why someone with that kind of power would hide his identity. Turan did not answer him. Instead, he asked whether any of the fallen hunters had families he could deliver their belongings to. With tears gathering in his eyes and grief weighing down his voice, the wounded man quietly said no. In those final seconds, just before everything around him slipped away into darkness, his mind wandered back to the one person who still remained carved deeply in his heart, his leader, Medan. The present blurred at the edges, as if the world itself were fading, and from that haze, an old memory quietly began to surface. Inside that memory, Medan was standing there with the same relaxed smile he always wore, casually telling Turan about a magnificent city nearby known as Orum. He spoke of it as a place famous for an incredible grand library, and although Turan had been pretending not to care, the moment he heard that, his eyes lifted with sudden interest. Medan went on to explain that, If the stories were true, that library contained thousands upon thousands of books, shelves filled far beyond anything ordinary people could imagine. And the second books entered the conversation. Midden noticed the subtle change in Turan's face, even as Turan tried to keep his expression steady and act like it meant nothing to him. Then Midden added the one detail that made the whole thing even more important. Not just anyone could simply stroll into that library whenever they wanted. The instant Turan heard that, the curiosity he had been trying so hard to hide became even more obvious in his eyes. Turan could not hold back anymore, and immediately asked what a person needed to do if they wanted permission to enter. Midden answered without pausing for even a moment, and what he said was much simpler than Turan had expected. Only mages were allowed to step inside that place. As those words continued to echo through Turan's mind, the memory slowly began to fall apart, dissolving like mist and dragging him back toward the present once again. Now, Turan stood without a word before the freshly dug graves of the fallen hunters, the dark new soil still piled unevenly at his feet. As his gaze moved across the resting places of those who had died, something firm and unshakable slowly settled in his eyes. In that quiet moment, Turan finally made his choice. He would go to the great city of Orum, the same city Midden had once spoken about with that easy smile. But before he could take even one step away from the graves, Turan stopped in front of Midden's grave and lowered his voice, speaking softly as though his old friend might still be able to hear him from somewhere beyond this world. "Midden, I hope you're happy over there." With that quiet farewell left behind, Turan turned away from the small, rough cemetery. There was no one left to hold him back now, so he began walking toward the city of mages and toward the library waiting somewhere beyond its walls. Day after day passed on the road as Turan kept moving forward, putting more distance between himself and the graves, the forest, and the old life he had been forced to leave behind. Eventually, Turan reached the entrance of a bustling metropolis, overflowing with people, voices, and constant movement. As travelers and citizens flowed around him like a living river, he quietly slipped into the crowd and tried to make himself blend in. While Turan looked around at everything unfolding before him, he became painfully aware of his own rough traveler's clothing. Dust from the long journey still clung to his body, and beside the neatly dressed people around him, he looked completely out of place. Even the small city of Mure, which had once seemed impressive in his eyes, now felt tiny and almost insignificant compared to the sheer scale of Orum. And at the very center of the city, an enormous castle rose high above everything else, so majestic that it seemed to command the entire skyline. Spread out around that castle was a prosperous and orderly city, one that looked carefully planned, well-built, and tightly controlled from every street to every gate. Turan joined the long line of people waiting to pass through the heavily guarded entrance, though he had not expected the inspection to be so strict. He watched in silence as the guards examined each person who approached, their sharp eyes checking travelers one by one before allowing them through. Turan began wondering whether they were searching for criminals, spies, or dangerous outsiders. Then, when his own turn finally came, one of the guards suddenly barked at him to stop. Turan halted in place, his brows faintly tightening as confusion crossed his face because he had no idea why he had been singled out. He looked straight at the guard and asked, in a calm voice, what the problem was. Instead of giving a proper explanation, the man pointed at Turan with open contempt, his face twisted with obvious disgust. The guard sneered as his eyes swept over Turan from head to toe, clearly judging the dust, the worn fabric, and the rough state of his appearance before even hearing another word from him. He mocked Turan's ragged, travel-worn clothes and ordered him to clean himself up before even thinking about entering the city. Turan, however, barely seemed to care about the insult. Instead of focusing on the guard, his eyes drifted upward, passing over the gate and beyond the rooftops until they landed on a towering white structure in the distance, its surface wrapped in strange vines that climbed far above the city. The moment Turan saw it, he immediately thought that this had to be the library Midden had once told him about. His destination was finally standing before him, and the impossible size of that tower convinced him that only magic could have brought such a place into existence. Without wasting another moment on the guard at the gate, Turan made his way toward the grand entrance of the structure, where the doors rose tall, elegant, and intimidating before him. 2 sentries stood watch in front of those ornate doors, blocking the way like living statues. Turan walked up to them and asked to enter, but one of the guards answered in a firm, stern voice, making it clear that only mages were permitted inside. Turan did not flinch, hesitate, or take even half a step back. He simply looked at the guard and replied in a calm, level tone, "I am a mage." For a brief moment, the guard was left staring at him in complete silence. The other guard, Kenya, immediately bristled with anger. He snapped at Turan as though the very claim was an insult, calling him insane and warning him not to pretend to be a mage unless he had a death wish. Kenya insisted that someone with Turan's dirty, worn-down appearance could not possibly be a real mage. With that judgment already fixed in his mind, he reached out toward Turan, clearly intending to stop him by force. But before Kenya could do anything more, Turan caught and blocked his arm with almost no effort, stopping the motion as if it were nothing at all. And in the very next instant, a strange red glow began gathering around Turan's hand. Kenya froze where he stood, his anger suddenly cracking apart as confusion and disbelief spread across his face. At that moment, Turan remembered something he had once been told, that mages could recognize one another by sensing mana, and that through that sensation they could even judge how powerful another mage truly was. Keeping his sharp gaze fixed on Kenya, Turan decided then and there to test whether that lesson was actually true. He released only the smallest fraction of his power, yet even that tiny amount sent a crushing wave of red mana surging outward. The pressure swallowed Kenya completely, and the big guard's expression twisted in shock as he felt a force far beyond anything he had ever imagined. That overwhelming pressure continued bearing down on him, growing heavier and heavier with every passing second, until Kenya could no longer keep his footing or stand his ground. Step by step, Kenya was forced backward, his strength draining away until his legs finally gave out beneath him, and he collapsed onto the ground, trembling and weakened. Alarmed, the other guard quickly rushed to his side to support him. The other guard asked if he was all right, but Kenya could barely force out a weak answer that he was. As Turan stood silently before him, Kenya finally realized just how badly he had misjudged this man. Turan was not some ordinary mage. His power was at least noble class, maybe even higher, and Kenya had been completely crushed by it. Still shaken from the pressure he had just felt, the knight carefully introduced himself as Kenya of House Valtas. His tone had changed completely now, becoming cautious and respectful as he asked which house Turan belonged to. Turan only responded with a faint smile. Turan calmly asked whether giving his identity was really necessary just to enter the library. Kenya, still nervous after sensing that terrifying mana, admitted that such a thing was not actually required. However, Kenya then explained that if Turan wanted to truly use the library, he would need permission from the master of House Valtas. Turan frowned slightly and asked what exactly that was supposed to mean. With deep respect, Kenya said he would contact House Valtas at once and inform them of Turan's arrival. Before long, Turan found himself seated inside a luxurious bath, sinking into the steaming water as a tired sigh left him. He had accepted the guard's proposal, but the situation had already taken a strange turn he never could have predicted. As the warm water surrounded his body, Turan could not stop thinking about how unnecessarily complicated everything had become. In his mind, entering the library should have been simple once he proved he was a mage. Instead, he was now being treated as if he were some honored, noble guest from an influential and powerful house, surrounded by attention he had never asked for. Nearby, a maid stood with flushed cheeks and nervous hands, clearly bracing herself as she prepared to serve this important guest as properly and respectfully as possible. The servants carefully began washing Turan, handling every movement with the kind of delicate respect normally reserved for nobility. Around him, the bath was lined with polished marble walls. Soft candlelight flickered warmly across the room, and the rich scent of fragrant oils hung in the steamy air. Yet even surrounded by all that luxury, Turan could not shake the feeling that he did not belong there. As he sat in the enormous bath, Turan wondered how he had somehow ended up in such a strange and painfully awkward situation. All the attention pressing in around him made him uneasy, and finally he told them to stop. The maids froze instantly. They looked genuinely frightened, as though one simple command from him might bring serious trouble down on them. Turan asked if there was some problem with him washing himself, but the head maid quickly explained that if they failed to serve such an important guest properly, they would be punished. With no good way to argue against that, Turan eventually gave in and told them to do whatever they needed to do. The maids relaxed in obvious relief, thanked him softly, and continued their work. Meanwhile, the grand castle of House Valtas loomed tall and imposing over the city. Later, once Turan had been washed clean and dressed in fine noble clothing, one of the maids found herself unable to look away from him, staring in stunned admiration. Wow, incredible. The words slipped out quietly before she could stop herself. The moment she realized she had actually spoken aloud, she quickly covered her mouth in embarrassment. Turan, completely unaware of why she was reacting so strongly, raised one hand to adjust the elegant ponytail that had just been tied for him. Then he looked toward the maid and asked what was wrong, wondering if perhaps there was something strange on his face. The maid stood there trembling, her cheeks turning even redder as she hurried to apologize for her behavior. In a tiny, anxious voice, she admitted that she had only fallen silent because Turan looked far more beautiful than she had ever expected. The other maids lowered their heads too, shyly agreeing with her reaction without daring to say the words themselves. Turan simply looked at them with a gentle smile. He spoke to her softly, telling her there was no reason to apologize, as though her sudden compliment had not troubled him in the slightest. But just as the tense atmosphere seemed like it might finally ease, the maid quickly begged him not to address them so casually, reminding him in a nervous rush that the difference in their positions was far too great. That response only made everything feel even more bizarre to Turan. Standing there in his refined new outfit, with the small mole beneath his eye now standing out more clearly, he quietly wondered what any of this treatment was supposed to mean. Turan was still silently trying to piece together why everyone was acting around him with such exaggerated care when, without warning, the door opened and someone new stepped into the room. A young woman with pink hair walked toward him with steady, confident steps, her gaze sliding over him from head to toe as a teasing smile slowly appeared on her face. "So you're the guest who came here looking like a beggar," she said bluntly, not bothering to soften her words even a little. A butler nearby immediately tried to scold her for speaking to a guest in such an improper way, but the young woman ignored him completely, as if his warning meant nothing at all. Instead, she continued speaking at her own pace, saying that after a proper bath and a change into decent clothing, Turan looked almost like a prince. From there, the two of them finally introduced themselves. Turan gave his name first, introducing himself simply as Turan, and she answered by offering her own name in return. Even though there was a faint tension hanging in the air between them, Azella kept her playful smile in place. Then, without circling around the topic, she looked straight at him and asked which noble house he belonged to. Turan avoided giving her a clear answer, calmly explaining that, for personal reasons, he would rather not reveal that information. Azella did not look offended by the refusal at all. If anything, his answer seemed to amuse her, and the curve of her smile sharpened with interest. Behind that smiling face, Azella's mind was already moving fast, quietly weighing every part of his reaction. To Azella, one thing already seemed obvious: Turan was hiding who he really was. The more carefully he dodged the question, the more convinced she became that there was something important beneath the surface. A mischievous light flashed through Azella's eyes, and she decided to test him in the most direct way she knew. Without offering him any warning, she released her power, and a fierce burst of orange-gold mana erupted from her body. That blazing pressure swept across the room in an instant, filling the entire chamber until even the air seemed to shake around them. Turan's eyes narrowed as the force pressed in from every direction, pushing against him like a burning wave. Wrapped in that bright, fiery aura, Azella smiled boldly and challenged him with one simple word: "Show me." She knew that if Turan wanted to protect himself from the weight of her mana, he would have no choice but to expose the true scale of his own power. Surrounded by Azella's blazing mana, Turan stayed where he was, but the pressure crushing down on him was far from ordinary. A cold bead of sweat slid down his face, making it clear that she had forced him into a corner. Then, the moment Turan truly felt the force of Azella's spirit pressing against him, he released his own energy in response. In an instant, overwhelming power flooded the room as the two waves of mana smashed directly into each other. The air grew heavy and began to vibrate under the collision, and one guard quickly stepped in front of the maids, shielding them from the spreading force. Even with that protection, the fierce aura continued to surge through the chamber. For several long, breathless moments, neither Turan nor Azella backed down, and the room remained trapped between their two crushing powers, tense enough that no one nearby dared to move carelessly. Then, at last, Turan drew his energy back first, letting the heavy pressure around him gradually fade away and releasing the room from his side of the clash. Azella withdrew her own mana as well, already having sensed enough to understand just how much strength Turan was hiding. But instead of looking frightened, cautious, or even slightly shaken, she seemed oddly thrilled by what she had discovered. Her gaze lowered toward her own hands, and she stared at them in quiet fascination as though the brief clash had just confirmed something deeply important to her. Then, with that same playful smile returning to her face, Azella suddenly asked, "Hey, want to marry me?" The question came out so abruptly and so casually that Turan was left staring at her in complete shock. For a moment, Turan's thoughts seemed to stop altogether, as if his mind had simply failed to catch up with what he had just heard. He could not even begin to understand how that sentence had come out of her mouth after everything that had just happened. Seeing him frozen in place, Azella tilted her head slightly, studying his stunned expression, and asked what kind of reaction that was supposed to be. Then, with an effortless smile, she added that she had only been joking. Even so, she told him to think about it, tossing out the remark as casually as if it were nothing, and mentioned that the seat beside her was currently empty. After leaving Turon with that strange and teasing comment hanging in the air, Azella turned away and walked out of the room, her guard following closely behind her. Even after she disappeared through the doorway, the force of her presence seemed to remain there, while Turan stood in place, utterly confused by her words and unsure what she had truly meant. Turan lowered his eyes toward his own hand, still able to feel the faint tremor left behind from their brief clash of mana. A quiet doubt began creeping into his thoughts, and under his breath he muttered to himself, "Her mana is on par with mine, at the very least." That much was undeniable, and the realization left a heavy impression on him. Then another uneasy thought followed close behind. Was this level of power considered normal here in Orum? As that question settled over him, the focus shifted away to another room. Inside that room, a composed nobleman sat with calm dignity, carrying himself with the quiet authority of Orum's lord, Rug Valtus. When Turan entered, the nobleman welcomed him in a steady, measured voice, addressing him as a young noble. Rug Valtus said that Turan already knew his name, and Turan responded respectfully by giving his own, Turan. Rug Valtus repeated the name in a thoughtful tone, as though testing how it sounded. Then he asked whether Turan wished to use the library, adding that many people came there after hearing strange rumors. Because of that, Rug Valtus gave him a warning in advance. There was no miraculous ancient magic hidden within the library, and there was no secret technique inside that could suddenly increase someone's mana by some unbelievable amount. Turan listened carefully, then answered without even a hint of hesitation that he was perfectly fine with that. From the start, that had never been what he was searching for. Rug Valtus quietly studied him for a moment before replying in the same calm manner. If Turan still wished to enter, then he would not stop him. In any case, there was nothing inside the library that counted as confidential knowledge belonging to House Valtus. However, since the hour had already grown late, Rug Valtus told him to rest for the night and return the next day, then asked if that arrangement suited him. Feeling sincerely grateful, Turan lowered his head slightly and said he would not forget this kindness. The next day, Turan made his way toward the Grand Magic Library Tower, finally arriving before the very place he had traveled so far to see with his own eyes. The tower stretched high into the sky, rising so far above the city that it looked as if it might pierce straight through the clouds. As Turan approached the entrance, the guards bowed respectfully and announced that his entry pass had been confirmed. They welcomed him to the Sky Library, and Turan stepped forward without delay, pushing open the doors before crossing the threshold into the tower. The instant he saw the sight waiting inside, Turan stopped where he stood. Shelves packed tightly with countless books surrounded him on every side, climbing so high that they seemed to stretch without end. The entire interior formed a magnificent circular structure, spiraling upward layer by layer, as though the library continued forever into the heights above. The space carried an ancient and dignified weight, and the faint scent of old parchment filled the air, as if generations of preserved knowledge were breathing quietly from every shelf. Until that moment, Turan had never seen any place so vast, so grand, or so overwhelming. His voice slipped out softly, almost swallowed by the enormous silence of the space around him. "So this is the library." Just then, a nearby voice called out to him, greeting him by name. Turan turned toward the sound and saw a young girl standing there calmly. She introduced herself without hesitation as the librarian, the person appointed by the Lord to manage the library. Following the Lord's instructions, she told Turan that she would explain how he was permitted to use the place, then added that the rules were quite simple. Turan stared at her in quiet disbelief, unable to stop himself from wondering how such a little kid could possibly be the librarian of this enormous tower. The girl, completely unbothered by his reaction, raised one finger and began listing the rules. The first rule was that if he damaged anything inside the library, he would be required to pay compensation for it. The second rule was just as clear: he was not allowed to take any books outside. Then she added that while he was using the library, she would be watching him the entire time. Turan nodded after hearing all of it, but after a short pause, he spoke up and told her that when he was reading, he would feel much more comfortable if she stood a little farther away from him. Then, unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked whether she had also read the books in the library, since she was the librarian. She answered with complete confidence, saying, "Of course. If you ever need help finding something, just rely on me. No one in this place is better at tracking down books than I am." The librarian tilted her head with a sly little smile, looking far too confident for someone so small, and then asked him casually what kind of book he wanted. Romance? History? Or maybe, since you're still young, something a little erotic? She said it so bluntly, with barely any change in her expression, that Turin was completely caught off guard for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure, forcing the surprise from his face before answering. Turin told her clearly that what he wanted was not anything like that. He wanted to learn the basic common knowledge of the world. This time, the librarian was the one who blinked in surprise, as though that request was the last thing she had expected to hear from him. Still, she recovered almost immediately. With startling speed, she moved between the shelves, gathering several books from different places before setting the heavy stack neatly in front of him. Then she explained that most of the books preserved in this library were already hundreds of years old. So they would not be very helpful if Turan wanted to learn about current events or recent changes happening in the world. Even so, she told him that this particular section should be enough to help him understand the basic structure of things. Turan looked down at the books placed before him, then thanked her with genuine sincerity in his voice. The librarian answered lightly, brushing it off as if helping him was no trouble at all. With that settled, Turan reached out and carefully picked up one of the books. For a short moment, he simply stared at its cover in silence, holding it as though it were something precious, unfamiliar, and almost unbelievable. "So, this is a book," he murmured, quietly to himself, as if he were only now truly feeling the shape, weight, and meaning of the object in his hands. He slowly opened the cover and began to read. As his eyes moved across the lines on the page, his expression started to change little by little, and a quiet spark of wonder began to rise inside him. The more Turan continued reading, the more amazed he became. Deep in his heart, one thought kept repeating again and again, growing stronger with every page. This was incredible. From that day forward, Turan fell into a steady routine, returning to the library whenever he had the chance, as if the tower had quietly become the center of his days. Every single day, he spent long hours surrounded by shelves and silence, reading without fail, like someone trying to recover all the knowledge he had been denied for far too long. Day after day, he sank deeper into the enormous sea of information stored within those ancient walls, and with every book he opened, another hidden part of the world unfolded before his eyes. Little by little, Turan began learning about the geography of the world, the many races living across different lands, the proper manners and customs followed among wizards, and the ways tools and materials were created, refined, and processed. He also studied the monsters that roamed faraway regions, along with the relics left behind from the ancient empire's era. With each new piece of knowledge he absorbed, the world that had once felt endless, dark, and impossible to understand slowly began taking on a clearer shape inside his mind. What had once seemed like a vague blur started becoming vivid, structured, and real. Then the scene shifted, and Rugvaltas stood before Turan. Rugvaltas spoke in his usual calm, controlled voice, his gaze steady as he remarked that Turan seemed to have been making excellent use of the library. Turan answered respectfully, confirming that he had. After hearing that, Rugvaltas continued. He said he trusted Turan understood that, aside from treating him as a noble guest, granting him access to the library had been an act of goodwill, and now Rugvaltas wished to receive payment for that goodwill. Turan did not hesitate in the slightest. He looked directly at the Lord and asked him to say what he needed. Only then did Rugvaltas begin explaining the situation in more detail. A monster had appeared north of Orum and had been attacking travelers along the road. Turan met Rugvaltas's eyes and asked if he wanted him to hunt it down. Rugvaltas's expression grew more serious as he continued, explaining that the forces sent to subjugate the creature had never returned. They had been eaten? Judging from how things had unfolded, it seemed that a noble would have to step in personally to deal with the threat. However, House Valtas could only mobilize 2 people at the moment. Turan accepted that calmly and said it was fine. Deep inside, he reminded himself that protecting people was exactly what a wizard was supposed to do. Even so, the situation still felt strange to him in a way he could not ignore. He quietly wondered whether wizards in this place usually avoided getting involved in dangerous matters like monster hunts. Rugvaltas then explained that the northern road was an important trade route for Orum, and yet it had already been blocked for 10 full days. Because of that, they needed to reopen it as quickly as possible. When Turan heard those words, his thoughts quietly went back over the timing. 10 days ago had been before he even arrived in Orum. Only then did he understand why Rugvaltas had allowed him to use the library so easily. Soon after, the scene shifted again. and a large group of people could be seen gathering together, forming an impressive procession before setting out. Together, they departed from the city and headed north, moving straight toward the dangerous road where the monster was said to be waiting. Among the people traveling in that direction, someone suddenly commented that her father really was something, since he had even chosen to mobilize a guest for a monster hunt. The one speaking was none other than Azella, walking confidently near the front as though the danger ahead did not trouble her at all. In a voice that sounded half teasing and half critical, she asked if they were really considered that unreliable. Then, almost immediately, Azella added that she was not blaming anyone. She was only saying that her father had made the entire matter into a huge mess. The man walking beside her let out an awkward chuckle and answered carefully, asking whether calling the Lord a messmaker was not going a little too far, young lady. Azella lightly snapped at him to cut it out, clearly not bothered by his comment in the slightest. The same man then turned toward Turan and addressed him in a more formal and respectful tone. He said this was probably their first proper meeting, then introduced himself as Marvin Valtis and said he looked forward to working with him. Turan responded just as calmly, returning the greeting in kind, with their introductions finished. The group continued pushing forward along the northern route, their formation moving steadily toward the area where the attacks had taken place. Azella, still walking at the front, spoke casually and said they should finish the job quickly so they could go back and rest. As the road stretched farther ahead of them, Marvin leaned a little closer to Turan and lowered his voice, asking whether Turan had any interest in his older sister. Turan rejected the idea immediately, answering without even needing a second to think. Marvin looked genuinely relieved when he heard that and said it was good to know, as if a heavy burden had just been lifted from his shoulders. Suddenly, the men at the front raised their hands, signaling for everyone behind them to stop. Up ahead, scattered across the road, lay the broken remains of a carriage. Splintered pieces were thrown everywhere, leaving the area looking rough, ruined, and chaotic, as though something powerful had torn through it without restraint. The wreckage clearly carried the marks of a violent attack. As they examined the scene, one of them muttered that it had to be the creature. Another answered that it probably was, since they had already forbidden people from traveling north from their side. That meant the victims must have come from the south and been attacked right here. While the others reached that conclusion, Turan quietly studied the area around them, his eyes moving carefully across every visible clue. He looked over the damaged carriage, the disturbed ground beneath it, and the marks left nearby. The longer he observed the scene, the sharper and more focused his gaze became. Then Turan spoke in a calm, certain voice, and said the creature was a monkey. Everyone immediately turned toward him, surprised by how specific his conclusion was. "A monkey?" Azella repeated, sounding clearly unconvinced by the sudden claim. Turan crouched down slightly and pointed toward a large imprint pressed into the dirt, telling them to look closely at the palm print there. From what Turan could tell, the monster had attacked the merchants here and then retreated back into the forest. If they could locate the trail and follow it carefully, they should be able to track the creature down. Azella frowned slightly at that suggestion. Using tracking magic to pursue it was not something she was especially good at. She turned to Marvin and asked if he could handle it, but Marvin admitted that he could not do it either. He said there was a knight who could, but before Marvin could finish explaining the rest of what he meant, Turan stepped forward and calmly said he would try searching for it himself. Azella looked at him with fresh curiosity and asked if he came from that particular lineage. Turan answered evenly, saying that he used this kind of ability often, so he was already accustomed to it. Then he quieted himself, focused his senses, and began the search. The moment Turan concentrated, he began following the scent still lingering in the air. As he drew in a deep breath, the faint traces left behind by the monster sharpened inside his perception, becoming clearer and more distinct with every passing second. To Turan's eyes, those barely noticeable traces stretched outward like hidden threads in the air, forming faint paths that only he seemed able to read. Each thin remnant of the creature's presence pointed him forward, and after tracking that unseen trail for a little while, Turan suddenly raised one hand and pointed decisively toward the side, his expression steady and his tone leaving no room for doubt. Over there. Trusting Turan's direction, the group moved after him until the trail finally led them close to the edge of a riverbank. Once they reached the water, he came to a stop, lowered his eyes, and carefully checked the soil, the river, and every faint trace still hanging around the area before speaking again.
"The scent cuts off here," Turan said after a brief pause, still studying the river in front of him. From the looks of it, the monster must have washed itself in the water.
Zella's eyebrows drew together at once, and disbelief flashed across her face as she stared toward the river. You're telling me some ordinary monster went that far just to stop us from following its trail? Turan stayed quiet for a moment, weighing the possibility in his mind, then replied in a calmer, more thoughtful voice. It might not have been some clever plan at all. Maybe the creature had simply washed itself because it felt like doing so. But right at that moment, that very same smell rushed into Turan's senses again. This time, it was no faint trace. It was sharper, heavier, and so close that it immediately made his instincts tighten. Turan's eyes widened just a little, and he whipped his head around without wasting a second. His warning sliced through the air. "It's behind you!" Everyone turned around in a panic. Standing behind them was a huge monkey-like monster, its body far larger and far more threatening than anyone had prepared themselves for. The creature threw back its head and roared over and over, its thunderous voice shaking the air around the riverbank, while several enormous stones sat gripped in its massive hands, already lifted high, as if it was ready to smash them into the group. The knights and soldiers shouted all at once, their voices breaking with alarm as their formation immediately fell apart and panic spread through their ranks. Before anyone could properly regroup or give a clear order, the monster struck first. The riverbank erupted into chaos as those giant stones came crashing down with horrifying force, slamming into the soldiers one after another. Some men were hurled away by the impact as if their bodies weighed nothing, while others were crushed directly beneath the heavy blows. In just a handful of terrifying seconds, many of the soldiers were already lying on the ground, either gravely injured or dead. Turan himself only avoided being caught by moving at the very last instant, and as he found his balance again, his eyes swept across the battlefield and landed on the motionless bodies of the fallen soldiers scattered across the ground. Azella, on the other hand, had only managed to protect herself by using two soldiers' bodies as shields when the attack came crashing toward her. From behind them, Azella's sharp voice rang out as she screamed for everyone to attack, and in Turan's mind, one bleak thought rose to the surface. His mother had been wrong. The remaining soldiers forced themselves to recover and began rushing forward to launch a counterattack. The monster abruptly shifted its huge body and started pulling back, turning as though it intended to escape into the forest. At that exact moment, Turan reached for his weapon and drew it out in one clean, practiced motion. Then, without even the smallest pause or hesitation, he released a single decisive strike. The power compressed into that one attack was astonishing, carrying a level of force that no one standing nearby had expected to see from him. A brilliant wave of blue energy shot forward like a concentrated beam, cutting through the air with terrifying speed and flawless precision. The sheer force behind it left the entire group frozen in shock. And with nothing more than that one blow, the enormous monster was utterly destroyed before it had the chance to run away. For a moment, a heavy silence settled over the battlefield. The survivors stared wordlessly, unable to process what had just happened, and then their gazes slowly shifted toward the person who had released that devastating power. Turan stepped forward with his weapon still in his hand, moving with an almost unsettling calm as he spun it lightly. While the last remnants of that released energy continued to pulse from his body, a faint blue aura still shimmered and rippled around him, making it painfully obvious to everyone there that the battle had been decided by one overwhelming attack. After that, Azella and her brother looked down toward the monster below. Its ruined body already collapsed against the ground. With her expression turning cold, Azella spoke a single merciless word under her breath. "Die." And the very next instant, a blazing fire python burst out from her body and surged forward. The burning serpent shot straight toward the fallen monkey-like monster, covering the distance between them in what felt like the blink of an eye. The moment it closed in on the creature at close range, a huge explosion erupted outward, sending a violent blast through the surrounding area and making the ground seem to tremble beneath them. Turan watched the fire with narrowed, careful eyes, and quietly understood that this had to be the bloodline ability of House Valtus. Pyromaniacs. Only after confirming that the monster had been destroyed did the nearby soldiers finally allow themselves to breathe again. Exhausted sighs spread through the group, and one of them sagged slightly as he muttered that it was finally over. Right after that, Azella turned her gaze toward Turan, a grin tugging at her face as she admitted that, for a second there, she had actually felt chills when that rock came flying at them. Her brother immediately jumped on the chance to tease her, asking if she had actually been scared. Azella snapped back without missing a beat, telling him to shut up and insisting he was the one who had screamed like a little girl. Her brother protested at once. Sounding genuinely offended by the accusation, he demanded to know when he had ever done anything even remotely like that. Meanwhile, all around them, the soldiers were struggling to deal with the aftermath. One man groaned through the pain and complained that he was pretty sure his arm was broken. Another answered him bluntly, telling him to stop whining because someone else had lost an entire arm. Not far from them, another urgent voice shouted out, asking if anyone still had spare bandages. Someone else cried that a man's head would not stop bleeding and asked what they were supposed to do. A different soldier quickly suggested trying medicine on the wound as Turin watched the wounded men, the frantic shouting, and the ruined state of the riverbank around him. He quietly took in the disorder spreading before his eyes and muttered under his breath, "What a mess." After scanning the area a little longer and judging the situation more carefully, Turan felt a faint trace of relief. In one sense, they were fortunate that there were no further casualties among those who had managed to remain standing. But as he thought back on what had just happened, his expression slowly grew more serious.
Yes,
He thought to himself calmly, it was a surprise attack by a monster. Even so, this should have been a battle where they avoided injuries this severe. Turin paused as his eyes moved over the wounded soldiers nearby, and inside his mind, he began analyzing the situation in more detail. A person's body naturally became stronger depending on how much mana they possessed, which meant these people should have been several times sturdier than ordinary knights. And yet, even with that advantage, they had not hesitated to shove the weaker ones forward and use them as shields. Right in the middle of that grim realization, someone suddenly cut into Turan's thoughts and asked him what was wrong. Turan immediately pushed the thought aside and answered as if nothing was bothering him. He said it was nothing, and after that, Azella suddenly shifted the topic, her voice brightening with obvious excitement as she told them to come over and absorb the mana. The person beside her gave a quick nod in agreement and replied, "All right," soon after. With the monster finally defeated, Turan, Azella, and Marvin moved in close around the enormous body collapsed on the ground. The creature no longer twitched or resisted, and as its heavy remains lay motionless, Turan stepped nearer to the corpse and calmly began drawing in the mana that was seeping out from it. As he focused on absorbing that drifting power, Turan kept his breath even and his mind clear. While the mana flowed into him, he quietly thought to himself that the process truly matched what had been written in the book. Even with all three of them absorbing mana from the same monster at once, the strengthening each person received did not appear to diminish in the slightest. Turan, Azella, and Marvin continued standing around the fallen creature, steadily taking in the mana pouring out from its body. After a little while, Azella's shoulders sank, and she let out a deeply annoyed sigh. With clear frustration in her voice, she complained, "I can't absorb any more." This stupid growth limit of mine beside her, Marvin gave a small resigned laugh and admitted, "Looks like I'm at my limit too." It was at that moment that Marvin finally grasped why their father had insisted on sending Turan along with them. His eyes shifted toward Turan, and the first thing that came to mind was the frightening accuracy and delicacy of Turan's spell control. And that was not the only thing that stood out. Turan's mana capacity had already grown enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Marvin's own. What made it even more astonishing was the fact that Turan was still a noble who had not yet reached his growth limit. After some time passed, when the fight had fully ended, the group began leaving the battlefield behind. As they walked away from the place where the monster had fallen, Marvin suddenly broke the silence, as if the reality of what had just happened was only now catching up to him. "Now that I really think about it, if Turan hadn't been here with us, we probably never would have taken that monster down," Marvin admitted. "You helped us find it in the first place, and your attack was the one that knocked it off balance. Without that opening, none of this would have worked." Hearing that sudden praise, Turan did not let it go to his head. He only shook his head lightly, keeping his tone modest as he answered, "Please, it really wasn't anything worth praising that much. If anything, I'm more frustrated that I realized it too late and let it make the first move. I didn't expect that thing to have a search ability as well." Marvin's eyes widened in genuine surprise, and he immediately asked, "It had a search ability?" Turin gave a small nod before explaining, "Yes. From what I can tell, monsters seem to awaken different abilities depending on the traits that show up on their bodies. That monkey had abnormally large hands and unusually big eyes, even though its body had already changed so much that it barely resembled its original form anymore. So it most likely gained one ability that allowed it to throw objects with terrifying force, and another ability that let it see across great distances, or maybe even see through the forest itself." After Turan calmly broke down the monster's abilities like that, Marvin stared at him with open amazement, unable to hide how impressed he was. "Wow, I can't believe you managed to figure out that much in such a short time." Turan answered in an even tone, as though it was nothing special. "Actually, I looked through a monster encyclopedia at the library earlier. The moment Marvin heard that, doubt immediately crossed his face. The library? That stuffy old place? Nobody actually goes there. Azella then joined the conversation, seeming to recall her own brief experience with the place. I went inside once a long time ago because I was curious, Azella said, glancing back at the memory. But everywhere I looked, the shelves were full of difficult books that were hard to even begin reading. So in the end, I left before I could even get through half of a single volume. After listening to her, Turan gave her a simple and practical suggestion. The next time you have a chance, try asking the librarian if there are any easier books you can start with. Azella tilted her head at once, clearly caught off guard by the word he had used. The librarian? Turan answered as if the meaning should have been obvious. Yes, the person who manages the library. But instead of understanding, Azella looked even more surprised than before and asked, was there really someone like that in the library? Before long, the focus shifted away from their conversation and toward the library itself. Inside the quiet library building, surrounded by still shelves and the muted atmosphere of countless old books, the one responsible for managing the library stood in front of Turan with a bright and cheerful expression. "Welcome back, Turan," she greeted warmly. But the instant Turan heard her address him so casually by name, his face tightened just a little in his mind. He immediately understood that he had overlooked something important. He thought to himself that he had been careless. No knight or commoner in this city would ever call a noble by name so freely. The correct form of address for someone of noble status was esteemed one. As Turan studied the woman more carefully, another suspicion began to rise in his mind. Even putting her way of speaking aside, her appearance did not quite fit the image of an ordinary librarian. Growing both curious and slightly cautious, Turan looked at her directly and asked, "How do you know my name?" But rather than answering him right away, the woman simply smiled at him. Then, moving at an easy and unhurried pace, she walked over to the bench behind her and gracefully sat down. Once she had settled herself comfortably, she replied in a light, playful voice, "You're only noticing that now, Turan?" The moment he heard that response, Turan quietly murmured to himself, "As I thought." The library's caretaker smiled with complete calm and explained, "I learned it from your permit. As long as something is inside the grounds of this library, my gaze can reach it no matter where it is." Right then, the book she had been holding slipped from her hand as if it had a will of its own. It floated smoothly through the air, crossed the space behind her, and returned neatly to a shelf as though guided by an invisible hand. Watching that strange display, Turan asked with polite caution, "Then, what should I call you?" The woman gave a small shrug before replying, "I don't really have a name, so you can call me whatever you like. Maybe something cute, like my love." After hearing such a bold suggestion, Turan answered without the slightest pause or hesitation, his voice perfectly calm, "In that case, I'll simply call you librarian." The librarian looked at him with a teasing smile and said, "You're so stiff." After saying that, she leaned a little closer to him and continued in the same playful, amused tone. "It feels strange when you suddenly act so polite, especially after you spent the last few days using me and ordering me to do this and that." Turan kept his expression composed, though a faint trace of discomfort slipped through as he replied, "And don't come so close, it's a bit burdensome." Then, after watching her unusual abilities for a little longer, he asked in a more serious voice, "Are you a wizard from the old empire?" The librarian shook her head lightly and answered, "No, I wasn't a person from the beginning." As she spoke, several books began drifting up around her, and her own body slowly lifted into the air along with them. She continued as if she were discussing something perfectly ordinary. "I'm closer to a spirit. It fits me pretty well, doesn't it?" Then, with the same easygoing calm, she explained exactly what she was. "When a soul inhabits something living, it becomes a living spirit. But when a soul settles into something that is neither alive nor dead, it becomes a spirit. In other words, I am the library itself. The form you're seeing in front of you right now only exists so communication feels more comfortable." With a small smile, she added, "Basically, the appearance depends on the user's preferences, though your preferences are a little—" Before she could finish that thought, Turan cut her off with an awkward look and said firmly, "Don't make things up." The librarian only let out a soft laugh before answering, "But it is true that I'm something like a reflection on the surface of water." Wanting to confirm that for himself, Turan reached out one hand and tried to touch her. But the moment his fingers moved toward her, his hand passed straight through her body, as if there was nothing solid there at all. Seeing him do something so blunt, the librarian's face immediately showed clear irritation. Turan realized at once that he had been rude and quickly apologized. Still visibly annoyed, she complained, "You have no idea how frustrating it is that I can't directly use power against an intruder. If I could, I would have punished every single bastard who carelessly dragged books out of this library." After hearing her grumble like that, Turan thought about it for a moment before saying, "It seems House Valtus doesn't even know you exist. Actually, maybe that has been true for everyone who has ever used this library." Hearing his observation, the librarian simply smiled and answered in a composed voice, "That's because, until now, there was no one qualified to perceive me." She continued her explanation without hurry. "My creator designed it so that only people whose type is complete beyond a certain level would be able to see me." Then she looked directly at Turan, her smile turning teasing again as she added, "So I suppose that means only you can see me. Pretty romantic, isn't it?" Turan frowned slightly at her choice of words and asked, "What do you mean by type?" The librarian answered as if the matter were simple. "It's what wizards usually call a bloodline." That word immediately caught Turan's attention, and he followed up without wasting a second. "Then can you tell me about my bloodline?" The librarian gave a light shrug and replied, "That's something you should ask your parents." Turan's voice remained steady as he answered, "I'm an orphan." For a brief moment, the librarian paused after hearing that. Then her tone became a little more thoughtful as she said, "In that case, I can check it for you. All I need is your consent to examine your body." When those words reached Turan, he looked at her with a visibly nervous expression, his composure wavering as he stuttered, "Examine my body? Is that really how this is done?" Meanwhile, the librarian only looked back at him with that same strange, unreadable smile, the kind of smile that made it impossible to tell whether she was being serious or simply enjoying his reaction. Turan's nervousness seemed to amuse her more than concern her, and without showing even the slightest sign of hesitation, she stretched both hands toward him and pushed them straight into his body. Her fingers and palms slipped through Turan as effortlessly as mist passing through empty space, as if his body had no solid barrier to stop her at all. And at that exact instant, she spoke in a bright, teasing voice, "Wow, we're connected." Turan's whole body stiffened at once, his face tightening with a mix of embarrassment and discomfort as he awkwardly shot back, "Don't say weird things." But even while he was reacting to her strange remark, Turan noticed something that surprised him. Despite how unnatural it felt, there was no pain at all. After spending a short while examining him, the librarian began reporting what she had discovered in a calm tone. "There are a few small fragments," she said, "but the largest parts are the pursuer and hunter bloodlines." The moment those words reached him, Turan's eyes sharpened and his attention locked onto her completely. Without wasting time, he asked, "Was that a trait of House Zahar?" The librarian gave a small nod, answering him plainly, "Yes." Then, as if she had sensed something buried even deeper within him, the librarian continued her examination and added, "But there's one more. It was mixed." Hearing that unexpected answer, Turan's brow furrowed in confusion, and he immediately asked, "What do you mean by mixed?" The librarian explained it in a simple, matter-of-fact way. "It means you were born from two people who carried different bloodlines." Turan pressed the question further without hesitation. "Then what's the other one?" In response, the librarian slowly pulled her hand back out of his body, her expression turning honest as she answered, "I don't know either. That part is still locked." She then explained that when different bloodlines combined, it was not especially rare for certain parts to remain sealed. As Turan grew stronger, that hidden bloodline would naturally open on its own. After hearing that explanation, Turan quietly accepted the answer and gave a small nod. "All right." But as he stood there, silently turning over everything he had just learned, a memory of his mother rose gently in the back of his mind. Mother. He remembered the way she carried herself, the way she spoke and acted, and how she had always seemed far too polite, careful, and well-educated to be a simple commoner. The more Turan thought about it, the more one possibility began to take shape in his mind. Perhaps his mother had actually descended from some noble family, but from a branch so diluted over time that it could no longer even possess the amount of mana expected of a knight. After reaching that conclusion, Turan lowered his body slightly and bowed to the librarian with genuine respect. "All right, I understand, more or less. Thank you." The librarian's smile instantly turned mischievous, and in a playful voice she answered, "If you're really that grateful, then stay here one more month." From that point onward, Turan's daily life inside the library changed completely. Now that he knew the true identity of the spirit residing within the library, he no longer spent his days sitting alone in silence, simply reading through one old book after another by himself. Instead, whenever he came across a passage that felt unclear or a concept too difficult to grasp, Turan began turning to the librarian directly. He asked her question after question, listening carefully as she explained until the meaning finally became clear. Later, inside that same quiet library, he looked both surprised and deeply fascinated as he asked, "So there really are that many invisible substances?" The librarian's knowledge was not limited to the books that still remained neatly arranged on the shelves. Even books that had been stolen, destroyed, or lost during the thousands of years that had passed were still preserved inside her memory. She calmly confirmed Turan's question and continued her explanation.
That's right. If you make water float in the air, shape it like this, and then look through it, you'll be able to see it directly. As she explained, her words seemed to open yet another door inside Turan's mind.
Because having the laws of nature explained to him in such clear and simple language was beyond valuable. To Turan, every lesson he received from the librarian felt like a rare treasure, something far more useful than simply struggling alone through ordinary books. With the librarian's guidance, Turan learned that many illnesses were caused by tiny organisms too small to see with the naked eye, and that living things rotted because small germs fed on them. But those discoveries were only the beginning. Bit by bit, he also began understanding the basic principles that governed the natural world itself. He learned that light did not always travel in a straight, unchanging way, and that it could bend when it passed through certain materials, that rubbing two surfaces together could create heat, and even that living bodies were damaged first before slowly repairing themselves over time. With every new lesson he absorbed, the quiet library became something far greater than a building lined with old shelves and dusty volumes. For Turan, it became the place where his understanding of the entire world began to widen. After spending so many days learning there, he finally decided to test one of those principles with his own hands. Looking down at the object placed in front of him, he said in a calm, focused voice, "Let's start by experimenting." Resting right before Turan was a perfectly fresh apple, its skin still smooth, healthy, and untouched by any sign of decay. Using magic while applying the knowledge he had just gained, Turan caused the apple to decay at a speed that would never happen naturally. In only a short moment, the fresh fruit began to soften, darken, and rot, right in front of his eyes. As the small experiment unfolded, the librarian watched with curious interest and asked, "How is it?" Turan stared at the result, clearly amazed, and answered, "It's incredible. It's not that existing magic can't do something like this, but once you understand the principle behind it, the mana cost drops dramatically." For Turan, that realization was enormous. Just by changing the way he understood the world, Turan could already feel his ability as a wizard improving. When he understood the laws and mechanisms behind natural phenomena, he could recreate those same magical effects with far more precision and far less wasted mana. As that thought settled in his mind, Turan turned toward the librarian and spoke in a thoughtful voice. "Maybe some powerful houses are keeping this kind of knowledge to themselves. If every wizard understood these principles, then the special advantage that separates them from everyone else would disappear." The librarian listened in silence for a moment before slowly nodding. No wonder people's knowledge keeps declining as time passes. Now I think I understand why. After that, a brief silence settled between them, filling the library with a slightly different weight than before. Then Turan finally spoke the words that changed the mood. "It's about time I leave." The librarian's eyes widened in clear surprise, and she immediately asked, "You're leaving?" Turan gave a calm nod and explained, "Yes, the owner of this place has been openly hinting that I should go." The instant those words reached her, the librarian suddenly began complaining in an exaggerated, dramatic way, as if she might burst into tears at any second. "No! Take me with you!" she cried, dropping toward the floor like someone who had been abandoned by the entire world. Seeing her react so theatrically, Turan looked down at her with a hint of curiosity and asked, "Can you even leave this place?" The librarian answered with blunt honesty, "No." Then, without even pausing long enough to feel embarrassed, she immediately added in a hopeful voice, "Then can't you just stay here instead? I'll take very good care of you." Turan let out a dry little laugh, then shook his head without being swayed by her offer. "I'll pass." Once the librarian understood that he truly intended to leave, she quietly floated back toward the bookshelves, her eyes drifting across the countless volumes that filled the library around them. Then she said, "This land contains a great deal of the gods' legacy, so you should look around from time to time. Maybe somewhere among them, there's a spirit who understands even more about the laws of the world than I do." As Turan began making his way toward the library exit, he turned his head slightly over his shoulder and said, "I'll come visit from time to time." The librarian responded in a deliberately casual tone, Come if you want, or don't." After hearing her say that, Turin stopped for a moment at the threshold and glanced back into the library one last time. In a calm and confident voice he told her, "Don't worry, there are still far too many books here that I haven't read yet." Soon after, Turan finally left that place behind, stepping away from the quiet library and returning once more to the road of his journey. As he continued traveling forward, his thoughts slowly drifted back to the information he had gathered from the complete continental map inside the library. According to that map, the base of House Zahar, known as the Emerald Desert, was located to the east of Orum. With that destination now clearly fixed in his mind, Turan kept walking with firm resolve, thinking to himself, "I'll go to Zahar and search for clues about my parents." Once again, Turan moved farther away from the place where he had stayed for a time, his figure pressing steadily onward along the road stretching ahead of him. As he walked, still lost in thought, Turan recalled the complete continental map he had obtained from the library. The Emerald Desert, the stronghold tied to House Zahar, lay east of Orum. "I'm heading to Zahar to find clues about my parents." Holding that decision firmly in his heart, Turan continued his journey without turning back. As he pressed onward, the sun gradually sank toward the horizon, painting the sky in warm shades of orange and red as the day began to fade. After traveling for some time beneath that evening light, Turan stopped in a quiet place and calmly reflected on his situation. There was no reason for him to rush. If the clues he was searching for were going to disappear, they would have vanished at some point during the past 18 years. The next day, Turan set out once again and resumed his journey. As he moved along the path ahead, he eventually came across several dead bodies scattered across the road. Even with that grim and unsettling sight lying before him, he did not let himself become shaken or lose focus. Turan continued forward, thinking that if the clues were still there, they would not vanish simply because he arrived a little later. However, as Turan traveled deeper along the road, a sudden sound reached his ears. It was the sound of a horse. Reacting on instinct, Turan quickly slipped behind a nearby bush and carefully watched the area ahead. There, ahead of him, Turan saw an injured man sprawled across the dirt. His body collapsed helplessly on the road as if he could no longer move. Standing close beside him was a horse, planted firmly in place, almost like it was shielding its fallen rider from the danger in front of them. Then, without the slightest warning, that horse exploded into motion with incredible speed, charging straight at the figures facing it. Hidden behind cover, Turan watched closely, his eyes narrowing as he noticed the saddle. A saddle, so this wasn't some monster attack, then that horse must be protecting him? Turan's gaze became even sharper as he studied the marks and traces scattered around the scene, trying to piece together what had happened. Did the attack come from that direction? Right then, the two attackers came fully into view. At first glance, they looked like demonic humans, and one of them spat out a curse in frustration. "Damn it, how can a mere beast be this strong?" The other snapped back irritably. "Try to find an opening." But the first one immediately barked back. "Easy for you to say." As Turan continued observing them from hiding, their identity became much clearer. They were dark elves, and at that moment, both dark elves began gathering power in front of them. A sinister, shadow-like energy started curling around their hands, spreading through the air with a cold and eerie feeling. Then, in the very next instant, the dead bodies lying around the area began to twitch, their lifeless forms dragging themselves back into motion. Their limbs bent in grotesque, unnatural directions, and their bodies twisted horribly as they forced themselves upright. They were no longer simple corpses scattered across the road, but reanimated monsters being moved by that dark power. As Turan watched that terrifying sight unfold in front of him, something he had once read in a book rose clearly in his memory. The realization settled heavily in his mind as he understood what kind of power he was seeing. This is the dark elves' necromancy that I read about. For a brief moment, Turan stayed still and hesitated. Should he step in? But he could not ignore the possibility that the injured man might have been the one who attacked the dark elves first. Caught between those thoughts, Turan remained hidden and continued watching the situation carefully. His eyes stayed fixed on the scene ahead, weighing every detail as he tried to decide what choice he should make next. Then Turan noticed one of the dark elves crouching over a human corpse. The creature was casually eating from the dead body, speaking in a twisted and revolting tone as though the scene were completely normal. "Whose hand is this? Give me one too." The other dark elf answered without even bothering to lift his head. "Eat your own. You grabbed one for yourself too, didn't you?" As Turan watched that horrifying exchange play out, his eyes narrowed with a cold, quiet look. So they really are cannibals. The moment that became certain, Turan no longer had any reason to hesitate or waste even another second. He immediately activated his ability, concealment, carefully suppressing and hiding his presence so completely that the dark elves would no longer be able to detect him. Meanwhile, the second dark elf continued speaking in a disgusted tone. "The ones I killed were all men, so they were way too hairy." Then, before the conversation could go any further, an attack suddenly struck. The blow came from nowhere with terrifying force, ripping through one of the dark elves before he could even understand what was happening. In a single instant, his body was torn apart, leaving the remaining dark elf frozen in pure shock. The surviving dark elf could not make sense of what he had just witnessed. There had been no visible enemy, no warning sign, and no chance to defend himself at all, only a sudden death that happened right before his eyes. For a short moment, confusion swallowed him completely, freezing his thoughts in place. But he quickly forced himself to regain focus and shouted at the top of his voice, "All of you beasts, gather around me." The moment he gave the command, every reanimated monster nearby moved at once, rushing into position and forming a defensive circle around him. Then, as another invisible attack came flying toward him, one of the beasts barely managed to intercept it, throwing itself directly into the path of the incoming strike at the last possible moment. The creature took the attack straight to the head, sacrificing itself as a shield to protect the dark elf from the unseen force closing in on him. The dark elf clenched his teeth hard, his face twisting with anger and humiliation as he roared into the empty air. "Who is this bastard? Show yourself!" Even while the reanimated beasts continued guarding him from those hidden attacks, the dark elf slowly began to piece together what was happening around him. Someone was using a concealment ability. As soon as that realization struck him, his expression darkened, and with a sharp sneer, he quickly summoned another monster.
Let's see if you can still hide like that.
The newly summoned creature released a strange pulse of energy, and that power spread outward through the surrounding area like a searching wave. As the wave swept across the ground, Turan's hidden form began to flicker faintly. Bit by bit, the concealment around him weakened, and his figure started to become visible. The dark elf's eyes snapped toward him immediately, locking onto Turan the very instant his presence was revealed. A furious grin spread across the dark elf's face as he shouted with savage satisfaction, "Found you, you damned demon!" Without giving Turan even a moment to recover, he ordered every beast under his control to attack at once. In the next instant, the monsters surged toward Turan from every direction, their twisted, reanimated bodies closing in around him like a tightening trap. Seeing the entire swarm rush toward him at once, Turan braced himself and prepared to face the attack head-on in a direct battle. He gathered fierce flames into his hand, the fire swelling brighter and hotter, with each passing second as the heat concentrated around his palm. Then Turan launched that blazing power straight forward in a forceful attack, but right from the front, two monstrous creatures suddenly rushed toward him with frightening speed. One was a bull-like beast, and the other was a fox-like monster, both charging in with terrifying force. Turan barely managed to twist away and dodge their assault, narrowly avoiding what could have become a fatal hit. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Good thing I killed one of them earlier." But the moment he glanced behind him, he realized the situation was even worse than he had expected. The fox monster had already sunk its teeth deep into his leg, leaving him wounded as sharp pain spread through his body. Then, drawing on a sudden burst of strength, Turan forcefully hurled the fox monster away from him, creating only the smallest opening to breathe. However, there was no time for him to recover or steady himself. The bull monster had already begun charging again, its massive body rushing forward with shocking speed. Before Turan could fully react, the beast slammed into him with overwhelming force. The impact blasted Turan backward and sent him crashing violently into a nearby tree. That brutal collision left Turan in terrible condition, his body battered, weakened, and struggling to withstand the damage. Watching him suffer like that, the dark elf burst into cruel laughter and shouted mockingly, "Serves you right. How dare you kill my kin? You'll be begging for death." But while the battle was still raging, the horse suddenly charged back into the fight. Without hesitating for even a heartbeat, it rushed straight at the dark elf and launched a fierce attack of its own. The strike knocked the dark elf violently down to the ground. Caught completely off guard and humiliated by the blow, he cried out in panic, "Help, quickly!" At his shout, all of the summoned monsters immediately stopped attacking Turan. They turned away from him at once and rushed back toward the horse, desperate to defend their master. Thrown into such a disgraceful position, the dark elf's anger boiled over completely. His face twisted with fury as he screamed, "How dare you humiliate me like this? I'm going to kill you!" But before he could do anything else, another sudden attack struck him, this one carrying the heavy, crushing force of stone. The blow landed with decisive power, smashing into him before he could recover, and with that single strike, the remaining dark elf was eliminated in an instant. The moment his life came to an end, every monster he had summoned lost its power all at once. Their bodies collapsed where they stood, falling apart on the battlefield before vanishing completely. An unsettling silence spread across the battlefield as the final remnants of the summoned monsters faded away. Turan, who had been clinging to consciousness through nothing but sheer willpower, forced himself to move, struggling to lift his battered body from where he had fallen. His wounds were severe, and even the smallest movement felt unbearably heavy, as if every limb had been pinned down by solid stone. His body refused to respond easily, and each attempt to shift sent a dull, painful weight through him. His breathing came out rough and uneven, and through the lingering pain, Turan weakly muttered, "I really thought I was going to die." Seeing that he was barely managing to keep himself together, the horse began walking toward him at a slow, calmer pace, now that the danger around them had finally disappeared. Turan lifted a trembling hand toward the animal and gently placed it against the horse, barely managing to speak in a faint, exhausted voice. "Right, right, thank you." Some time passed after that, and night quietly settled over the area. Under the darkened sky, a calm and heavy stillness wrapped around them, replacing the chaos and violence of the battlefield with the quiet crackle of a safer place to rest. Turan sat across from the person he had rescued, keeping his eyes on the young man as he finally began to regain consciousness. At first, the young man looked startled and disoriented, his eyes unfocused as fear and confusion lingered across his face from the attack he had barely survived. Turan addressed him in a calm, steady voice. "You're awake." The yellow-haired young man stared at him with visible confusion, then carefully asked, "Who are you?" Turan answered plainly without trying to make himself sound impressive. "I saw you being attacked by dark elves, so I saved you." After hearing that, the young man turned his attention toward the horse beside him and gently patted the animal, softly calling its name. Tilly. As Turan watched the bond between the two of them, he spoke with quiet admiration in his voice. "She's very smart." She understood that she had to protect her owner and move him somewhere safer. The yellow-haired man nodded with gratitude, then spoke with sincere respect. "Thank you for the grace of saving my life. My name is Assis of Hausberg." In response, Turan introduced himself as well. Then, after a brief pause, he looked at Assis and asked, "By any chance, was there a reason you ended up in conflict with the Dark Elves?" When Assis heard that question, his gaze dropped and his expression slowly darkened as he answered in a heavy voice. "A reason? No, there was none. I was traveling with my servants when we were suddenly attacked without any provocation. I had heard that other races could be violent, but I never imagined it would be this cruel." As he continued speaking, his voice began to tremble. The weight of everything he had lost seemed to crash down on him all at once. And Assis finally broke down, crying deeply as the emotions he had been holding back spilled out completely. With tears running down his face, he forced the words out in a strained voice. "I'm sorry, the people I lost today were very precious to me." Seeing just how deeply the loss had wounded him, Turan asked gently, "Were they your family?" Assis gave a small shake of his head and replied, "They were the knights and servants who came with me on this journey, but ever since I was a child, they were the ones who practically raised me." Hearing that, Turan looked at him quietly and came to a simple realization. Assis was a good person. The grief in his voice was too sincere, too raw, and too painfully genuine to be something he was pretending. After a brief silence, Turan asked him another question. "How many dark elves attacked you?" "I think that was all of them," Assis answered. "You said you killed 2, right?" Turan gave a slight nod in response, then activated his ability inside his mind. Explorer. His senses immediately stretched outward, spreading through the surrounding area as he carefully searched in every direction, checking for any enemies that might still be hiding nearby or any remaining danger left behind after the battle. After observing the area thoroughly for a few moments, Turan confirmed that the surroundings were clear.
"Right. There really aren't any more dark elves nearby."
Turan reached that conclusion silently. A short, quiet pause followed before Assis looked at him again and asked politely, "Master Turan, do you happen to have any urgent business right now?" Turan answered in a composed voice, "I'm on a journey too." Hearing that, Assis seemed genuinely surprised. He studied Turan for a moment, as if reassessing him, then asked with curiosity, "Even with that kind of strength, you're traveling alone? Are you perhaps the son of a great family?" But then his confusion only deepened. "If so, why are you alone?" Turan gave a faint and somewhat vague answer. "It's hard to explain. and I'm not actually that strong." Then he calmly added, "I ambushed one of them and killed him, but I struggled against the other. I only managed to win because that red horse helped me." As those words settled between them, something unusual began to move in the air. A faint blue energy slowly seeped out from Turan's body, spreading around him in a quiet, subtle wave. At the same time, a red aura began rising from Accuse. The two powers pressed faintly against one another, creating a tense and invisible clash in the space that separated them. Feeling that strange pressure forming between them, Turan observed Accuse more carefully and thought to himself, "Wait, isn't he actually quite strong? If I hadn't absorbed the Dark Elves' mana, I would be even weaker than I am now. But even so, Accuse still shouldn't be strong enough to survive against necromancers. So how did he live through that attack? Does he have unusually sharp combat instincts? Or maybe he carries some kind of special bloodline. But if that were the case, why would someone like him be traveling with so little protection?" As Turan quietly considered those questions, Accuse spoke again, his voice now calmer and more collected than before. "If you don't have a fixed destination, may I invite you to our Hausberg?" He paused for a moment, then continued with sincere gratitude. "I would like to repay the debt of you saving my life, and I would also ask you to escort me safely back to my family." Turan looked at him and asked simply, "Payment?" Accuse smiled warmly before explaining, "We of Hausberg are vassals of the great House Arabian in the north. Our lineage belongs to enchantment artisans, and for generations we have created magical artifacts." A quiet pride appeared in his eyes as he added, "We will craft a magic artifact perfectly suited for you." As Accuse offered that reward, Turan stayed seated in silence, listening closely to every word while carefully weighing the value of what had just been placed before him. The offer clearly drew Turan's attention, and from that point on he listened to Accuse with far greater interest than before. Not long afterward, Turan and Accuse stopped in the forest to bury the fallen soldiers and servants. Once the rough graves had been prepared, Accuse stood in front of them with a heavy, grieving gaze. Looking down at those improvised graves, Accuse quietly admitted that he wished he could have sent them back home properly, but under their current circumstances that was almost impossible. Then the blond young man thanked Turan, not for some grand heroic reason, but simply for not laughing at him after seeing how completely the loss had broken him. In Accuse's mind, a noble who cried over his subordinates would usually be seen as pathetic. At least, that was what he had been taught for most of his life. Ever since childhood, he had been raised to believe that grief was weakness and that a true leader had to keep moving forward, stepping over sacrifices without stopping or hesitating. But now, Accuse felt certain of one thing. If becoming strong meant feeling nothing for the people who chose to follow him, then he would rather stay weak for the rest of his life. Turan looked at him calmly and told him that what he felt was not weakness at all. It was kindness. That simple response softened the atmosphere between them. Realizing that they seemed to get along better than expected, Accuse suggested that they speak to each other more casually, especially since they appeared to be around the same age. With a wide, genuine smile, he stretched his hand out toward Turan, offering not only his gratitude, but the beginning of friendship. Turan paused for a brief moment, his gaze resting on the hand extended toward him. Then he accepted it. Their firm handshake marked the start of a new bond, and for the first time since the battle, the heavy tension around them finally began to loosen. Once they settled down, Turan noticed a strange-looking box strapped to the horse and suggested that they take a short rest before continuing their journey. Curious about the bulky object, he asked Accuse what it was. Accuse opened it for him, revealing a magical cooler filled with fresh food he had purchased in the previous city. He explained that the cold stored inside could preserve everything for up to a full week, keeping the supplies fresh throughout their travels. Accuse added that, depending on what kind of dish they chose to eat, some of the food would still need to be warmed before it was ready. Then, as if this were completely normal for him, he brought out another enchanted tool, a magical kettle that could pour hot water with nothing more than the press of a button, making the rough campsite feel far more convenient and comfortable than Turan had ever expected. Accuse continued showing him the items one after another, clearly accustomed to traveling with these kinds of magical conveniences at his side, and next, he showed Turan a detector that would warn them if anyone approached their camp. After that came another device, one capable of helping assemble a temporary shelter quickly by using wood gathered from the area nearby. Even the clothes Accuse wore were not ordinary, since enchantments had been woven directly into them, including a self-cleaning function that removed the need to wash them during the journey. Turan looked over each of the tools with quiet fascination and admitted that the collection was honestly impressive, especially because magical tools like these were far from something that ordinary people could simply buy or use whenever they wanted. Aziz, however, only brushed aside the compliment with an easy attitude, saying that none of those items were worth much when compared to his own life. He promised that Turan would receive a much better reward later, and even joked that if the elders of Hausberg tried to be stingy about it, then, once they reached home, he would personally craft something special for Turan himself. But after saying that, the playful look on his face slowly faded, and his voice became much more serious as he added that even with all of those enchanted tools, none of them could truly compare to the magic Turan had used with his own hands. Aziz began naming the things he had witnessed one by one, from controlling animals to summoning lightning, and even manipulating the terrain itself. Then, unable to hold back his curiosity any longer, he asked whether Turan had spent his entire life training, or if he possessed some sort of bloodline ability that allowed him to master so many kinds of magic so easily. Turan gave only a simple answer, saying that it came naturally to him, while carefully avoiding any deeper explanation. Aziz laughed when he heard that, assuming Turan must have been joking, because even to him, a bloodline that ridiculous sounded impossible. Still, his curiosity did not fade, and Aziz soon asked Turan how old he really was, teasing him by wondering if he might actually be an old man hiding behind a young face. But when Turan calmly revealed that he would turn 19 next month, Aziz nearly choked from sheer shock, completely caught off guard by the fact that Turan was truly that young. When Aziz compared that age to Turan's ability, the difference felt almost absurd, and Aziz admitted that he himself was already 43 years old, even though he still looked much younger standing beside Turan. Then the noble reflected aloud that he now knew two absolute geniuses who were almost the same age. The person Aziz brought up was his second cousin, and according to him, her talent might even be powerful enough to stand on the same level as Turan's. The moment Turan heard that, his interest was immediately caught, so he asked whether that cousin would be able to create magical items for him. Aziz quickly clarified that she was not from a branch family like he was, but belonged directly to the main family line. As Aziz spoke about her, there was clear respect in his tone, as if he were describing someone with an overwhelming presence, a person who stood above even most high-ranking nobles. Her name was Mesa, the princess of House Arabian, and the one destined to lead that powerful lineage in the future. As Turan and Aziz continued riding together on horseback, Aziz kept talking, giving Turan a clearer understanding of how the great noble families were organized. He explained that leadership was not simply handed down to the eldest child by birth. Instead, among the dozens of relatives belonging to the same generation, the position always went to whoever proved themselves the strongest, and among all of the patriarch's children, Mesa had been born with the greatest talent seen in years. Even though she was only 21 years old, she had already mastered blood magic along with countless other forms of power, marking herself as a prodigy who appeared only once in a generation, and in battle, with the overwhelming amount of mana she possessed,
She stood on a level so high that Turan could not help wondering whether her family had given her some kind of special support to develop such immense power in such a short time. Aziz confirmed his suspicion, explaining that when her great-uncle died, she inherited his mana.
a privilege that was available only to the great lineages. Turan fell silent for a moment, sinking into thought as he finally began to understand why families like that could rule over the world so easily. The two of them continued across the wide plains, both sensing that their destination was finally getting close. Aziz moved with a lighter, more eager step, clearly excited to return home alive after surviving the danger in the forest. A gentle wind swept across the golden grasslands around them as they advanced toward the territory of House Berg. For much longer, the plains of Dakin opened wide before their eyes, stretching out as the very heart of House Arabian's central domain. Rising ahead of them was the grand estate of House Berg Sevillan. At its center stood a brilliant white castle, gleaming under the open sky, its bright and imposing appearance clearly displaying power, wealth, and noble prestige. As they entered the estate grounds, a noble-looking woman with an unmistakably authoritative presence rushed toward Aziz, her face filled with visible worry and relief. Aziz stepped into her arms and embraced his mother tightly, and the relief on him was impossible to miss now that he had finally made it home alive. Turan stood nearby and watched the reunion quietly, silently remembering the surprising age difference that Aziz had revealed during their journey together. A moment later, a bearded man who appeared to be Aziz's father stepped forward, reminding his son that he needed to maintain composure and dignity. Aziz gathered himself, then formally introduced Turan, calling him his new friend and the benefactor who had saved his life in the south. The Houseburg head listened closely as her son recounted how they had been ambushed by necromancers. The instant she heard that dark elves had dared to attack her only heir, fury flashed across her face with frightening intensity. However, Aziz's father quickly stepped in and urged her to calm herself, reminding her that servants and onlookers were present. After regaining her composure, the Houseburg head turned her attention toward Turan and asked which noble family he belonged to. Turan kept his expression carefully neutral, already understanding that the truthful answer would not be one these aristocrats would welcome warmly. Without trying to hide or dress up the truth, he replied that he had been born to a commoner mother and that he did not even know who his father was. Aziz looked visibly surprised, suddenly realizing that throughout their entire journey, he and Turan had never once properly discussed Turan's origins. The Houseburg head quietly processed his answer, and although she promised that Turan would still receive his reward, her tone became noticeably colder after learning that he was a commoner. She informed him that she could not offer him a room inside the main mansion and suggested that he stay somewhere else instead. Aziz was left stunned by his mother's lack of hospitality toward the very person who had saved his life. Then, without any warning, a cold voice cut through the tense air from the shadows, remarking that there was no need for such unnecessary drama. A young woman with dark hair stepped forward, calmly stating that someone who had risked his life for Aziz would hardly try to harm them now. As she moved out into the light, her presence immediately silenced the entire room. It was Meza, the princess of House Arabian, her pale skin and empty gaze giving her an almost ghostly aura. Aziz looked surprised to see her there so soon, and asked what she was doing outside her chambers. Turan observed the renowned Meza in silence, his gaze calm but intensely focused as it moved over her face, her stance, and every small detail in the way she carried herself. At first sight, she looked exactly like the kind of genius people would imagine from an unbelievably powerful bloodline. But the more Turan looked at her, the less she felt like some proud, untouchable princess. Instead, her pale face and exhausted body made her seem like a person barely holding herself together, almost like a corpse still forcing itself to walk. Meza then revealed that the only reason she had come here was because she needed a place to disappear after surviving an assassination attempt launched by the forces of House Zahar. Aziz's expression immediately twisted with horror, his face tightening as he struggled to believe that enemies had actually managed to break through the defensive systems guarding the princess's own residence. Meza, however, showed no surprise at all. With a cold, practical look, she said it was likely someone from inside her own family had helped them, because there were far too many people who wanted her gone. The strain of speaking had clearly taken a toll on her, and the heavy fatigue sitting in her eyes made it painfully obvious that she had no intention of dragging the conversation on any further. Without offering another unnecessary word, the princess calmly excused herself and quietly withdrew to rest inside her chambers. And with the weight of Meza's presence still pressing down over the room, the matriarch of Houseburg had no real choice but to yield. She ordered that one of the estate's finest guest rooms be prepared for Turan, and before long the night slowly settled over the Houseburg estate. Darkness draped itself across the mansion, softening the outlines of the elegant halls and, at least for the moment, concealing the dangerous political tension that had just surfaced within those refined walls. Then, by the time the next morning finally arrived, Turan gradually opened his eyes inside a bed far softer and more luxurious than anything he was used to sleeping in. For a short while, he simply remained there, feeling the comfort beneath him, before quietly stretching and taking in the rare ease of the guest room. Warm morning sunlight poured through the mansion's tall windows, spilling gently across the polished decorations, elegant furniture, and delicate ornaments, almost as if the estate itself were welcoming a new day filled with secrets and uncertainty. After rising from bed, Turan stepped into the hallway to explore the mansion and look around. He moved down the corridor with that same calm, unreadable air he always carried, as though even a grand estate like this could not truly unsettle him. Then, from somewhere behind him, a familiar voice suddenly called out his name. Turan paused and turned around, only to find Aziz already awake. Aziz greeted him with a bright, relaxed expression, and asked what he was doing wandering through the mansion alone so early in the morning. Turan, still casual, lifted one hand toward a lamp mounted on the wall and explained that the strange magical mechanism inside it had caught his attention. Aziz gave a light laugh, clearly entertained by how seriously Turan was inspecting such a simple object, and told him that those lamps were not anything impressive at all. For the nobles living in this estate, lamps like those were treated as basic practice work, the kind of simple enchanted item made by children still learning the fundamentals of magic. But before their quiet morning conversation could continue, the peaceful mood shattered all at once. A violent surge of energy burst nearby, and brilliant flashes of yellow light exploded past one of the windows. The sudden, blinding glow instantly pulled Turan's attention toward it. Drawn in by curiosity, Turan stepped closer to the window and looked outside, his eyes following the flashes beyond the glass. Aziz, on the other hand, seemed completely undisturbed, as if this kind of disturbance was nothing unusual. In a calm voice, he explained that it was probably just Mesa training her magic again, something she apparently did quite often. The blonde noble recognized the phenomenon immediately. That dazzling power belonged to the bloodline of House Arabion, the legendary storm lineage. Turan remained silent for a moment as he watched the yellow flashes dance outside, then quietly admitted that although he had never truly hated the blood running through his own veins, witnessing such a near-divine force with his own eyes stirred something uncomfortable inside him. A small but undeniable feeling of envy buried deep in his chest. He could not help wondering just how overwhelming the future heir of the royal family really was when her power looked like this, even from a distance. Noticing Turan's interest, Aziz suggested they head outside and see it from closer up. Turan hesitated for a moment, unsure whether it would be wise for someone as suspicious as himself to openly approach the princess while she was training, but Aziz quickly waved away that concern. With an easy smile and a tone that made the whole thing sound harmless, Aziz assured him that if anything troublesome happened, he would take responsibility for it. Even after hearing that, Turan still could not shake the feeling that his friend had another reason for wanting to place him directly in front of the princess. Seeing that look of suspicion on Turan's face, Aziz finally broke into a grin. Then he admitted what he had really been thinking. Years earlier, he and Mesa had trained together, and ever since those days, a certain unresolved rivalry had lingered between them. Somewhere deep down, he still wanted to find out which of them truly stood above the other. A mischievous smile spread across Aziz's face as he confessed that just once in his life, he wanted to see Mesa experience the bitter frustration of losing. With that hidden motive finally out in the open, the two of them made their way toward the training courtyard, where Aziz immediately called out to the princess in a loud voice to catch her attention. Mesa stopped mid-training and turned her cold gaze toward them. In an icy voice, she asked who the young man standing beside Aziz was. Turan stepped forward without showing any nervousness and introduced himself properly, his tone formal and composed. The instant Turan's name reached Mesa's ears, her expression sharpened by the slightest degree, subtle but impossible to miss. Then, in a distant and emotionless voice, she asked what they had suddenly come to her for. Aziz awkwardly scratched the back of his head and claimed that they had only seen her training. He said they thought it might be interesting to join in for a little while. But then, unable to resist pushing her buttons, Aziz started teasing her about the past. He reminded Mesa of the time she had cried as a child because he managed to master a spell before she did. Turan stayed quiet, watching the tense exchange unfold while Aziz chuckled to himself. Aziz was clearly enjoying the moment far too much, even as the irritation on the princess's face became sharper and harder to ignore. Feeling the mood around them begin to shift, Aziz finally adjusted his tone and introduced Turan as an extraordinary talent, a true monster among mages, and one of the most gifted people he had ever personally encountered. Then, without showing even the smallest hesitation, Aziz revealed the real reason he had brought Turan to the courtyard. He suggested that Mesa and Turan spar right there on the spot. "Fight," Mesa repeated. Her gaze slowly settled on Turan, carrying a mixture of open disdain and faint curiosity. Turan gave no immediate answer. Instead, he carefully weighed the situation in silence while the air between them grew heavier, the tension tightening around the courtyard with every passing second. Then, without the slightest warning, one of Mesa's eyes blazed with an intense blue light, and a crushing wave of magical pressure surged outward through the entire area. The atmosphere shifted in an instant, becoming so dense and oppressive that it almost felt impossible to breathe. Turan instinctively raised his eyes toward the sky, shock spreading across his face. Above the mansion, the once clear sky darkened in a single heartbeat, and massive bolts of yellow lightning began crashing down around the training grounds with terrifying force. Mesa had released the true power of the storm lineage. Her entire body became enveloped in a spiraling vortex of lightning and raw magical energy. In the center of that violent radiance, her figure almost seemed to disappear inside the storm. It was a raging tempest, wild and destructive, yet Mesa controlled every surge of it with effortless precision. The sheer force of that power drove Turan backward and forced him to raise his arms in defense. His body strained beneath the oppressive weight bearing down on him, and his eyes widened as the truth hit him all at once. The distance between him and Mesa was far greater than he had ever imagined. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the violent storm vanished. The sky cleared once more, yet the courtyard remained wrapped in a tense silence that somehow felt even heavier than the storm itself. Mesa began walking toward them with calm, measured steps, every movement graceful and controlled, while her expression stayed as cold and unreadable as ever. Turan, meanwhile, was breathing heavily. Sweat had gathered across his skin from the strain of enduring that overwhelming presence. He stood there completely speechless. He could not understand how Mesa had released such terrifying power and still appeared untouched by exhaustion, as though the storm had cost her nothing at all. At last, breaking the silence, the princess spoke. Her words sounded like an apology on the surface, but her tone carried the weight of a quiet verdict rather than simple courtesy, and her steady gaze remained fixed firmly on Turan as she told him without hesitation. She told him directly, without softening a single word, that the way he was right now, he simply had not climbed high enough to face her properly in an actual battle. At that moment, Mesa's gaze locked straight onto Turan, her face still cold, steady, and completely unmoved. She said she hated having to admit it, but in her eyes, he did not yet have what it took to stand on equal ground with her. Turan sensed it right away from where he stood. The invisible pressure between them was beginning to tighten, and with every second of silence, the air across the courtyard seemed to sink heavier around them. Before the atmosphere could become too dangerous, Accuse quickly stepped in between them and raised his voice to cut through the tension. He admitted that if they were judging only by raw mana, then Turan was obviously beneath Mesa. But Turan's real danger was not the amount of mana he had, it was the terrifying speed at which he understood magic. Then Accuse turned toward Mesa, and this time his voice carried a much more serious edge, making it clear he was no longer just teasing. He said Turan was a magical genius, unlike anyone he had ever encountered, and if they were speaking purely about talent, even Mesa might not be able to claim she stood above him. Mesa, however, did not look moved by his praise at all. With calm eyes that carried a quiet challenge, she answered that if Accuse was going to speak so highly of him, then Turan should prove it with his own hands. Hearing that, Turan stayed surprisingly composed and stepped forward without backing away. Turan proposed a different kind of contest. Each of them would reveal a spell the other did not know, and whoever managed to understand and recreate the other person's magic first would be declared the winner. Accuse immediately nodded along, clearly pleased with the idea, and said that method sounded fair enough before looking back toward Mesa for her response. Mesa carried herself with complete confidence and accepted the challenge without showing even the faintest trace of doubt. She agreed to the terms, but then added that from what she had heard, Turan still did not even understand the true nature of his own bloodline magic. Because of that, using her inherited power would make the contest unfair, so she suggested that both sides leave bloodline magic out entirely. Turan moved forward immediately, his expression steady and his voice calm, declaring that he would be the one to take the first turn. In the next instant, both Turan and Accuse looked ahead as the ground suddenly stirred and split open with violent movement. Countless roots burst up from beneath the earth, lashing through the air like living ropes, coiling tightly around Accuse before hoisting him straight up off the ground. "Whoa! Hold on!" Accuse shouted in panic, his body hanging helplessly in mid-air while the roots kept him bound in place. Mesa watched the magic with a calm, assessing stare, then identified it as plant creation and manipulation magic before asking whether Turan could perform it too. Accuse continued wriggling above them, his legs dangling as he shouted for someone to put him down already, complaining that all the swaying back and forth was starting to make him dizzy. But Mesa did not seem bothered in the slightest. Without even taking her attention away from the spell itself, she coolly told him to remain up there a little longer, because watching him struggle was actually rather amusing. After that, Turan stared ahead without speaking, then slowly raised his eyes toward the sky before lowering himself and placing one hand against the ground. As he concentrated, his thoughts sharpened. Magic that ignites flames does not create fire from absolute nothingness, but instead draws out the phenomenon known as burning. The same was true for magic that formed water. It did not truly summon water from empty space. Rather, it gathered the invisible moisture already floating in the surrounding air and pulled it together until it became something visible. Then Turan spoke a single word in a calm, unwavering voice. "Grow." The moment that command left his mouth, his understanding of the spell became clearer, and the structure of the magic began unfolding inside his mind. The withering vines followed that same logic. This was not true creation at all. It was a spell that rapidly awakened and accelerated seeds already hidden beneath the soil. In other words, the essence of the magic was not producing life from nothing, but forcing growth to happen at an impossible speed. As that realization settled into place, The earth beneath him responded instantly. Thick, enormous vines tore up from below, forcing their way toward the surface and spreading outward with astonishing power. They expanded at a frightening pace, twisting over and around one another as though they were living creatures, filling the entire space with heavy, surging green movement. The sight was so sudden and overwhelming that even Mesa could not fully hide her reaction. For the first time, clear shock appeared on Mesa's face. Her normally cold and controlled expression shifted as she watched Turon recreate the spell with a speed that was far beyond ordinary understanding. Meanwhile, Aziz was still suspended in the air by the roots, but his panic had begun mixing with excitement. His eyes shone brightly as he watched Turan's frightening talent reveal itself right in front of them. Mesa then turned her attention back to Turon, genuine curiosity now showing in her gaze, and asked whether he had grasped the nature of the spell the instant he used the word grow. She wanted to know if he had ever seen that magic before. Turan answered without hesitation, his voice calm and even, saying that he had not. Right after that, Mesa finally released Aziz and let him drop back down to the ground. Then, with a thoughtful look crossing her face, she admitted that perhaps Aziz was right from time to time, before telling Turan it was now his turn to cast a spell for her to attempt. She fixed her eyes firmly on him and told him to show her what he was capable of. At that point, Turan fell silent and began searching through his possible choices in his mind. He quickly understood that using his House Zahar bloodline magic in front of Mesa would be practically the same as throwing himself into danger. Knowing that, he forced himself to push that option aside and look for another method. Then, all at once, an idea came to him. Turan shifted his hand slightly to the side, and from that small, casual movement, a tiny rat appeared in front of them, standing there as the living focus for the spell he was about to demonstrate. Mesa looked down at the small creature with faint disappointment in her eyes, then asked whether animal manipulation was really all he had chosen to show her. Turan met her gaze, and calmly replied that, of course, it was not that simple. The creature, he explained, was only the material he needed. Then he reached out and lifted the rat into his hand. At that exact moment, a strange energy began to seep out from Turan's body. It was quiet and subtle, but unmistakable, gathering around him like an invisible pressure that made the air feel slightly distorted. That unfamiliar energy slowly flowed into the rat, sinking deeper and deeper into its tiny body until it had completely entered the creature. The process itself was difficult to follow with the eyes, but the result became clear within only a few moments. The rat in Turan's hand grew weaker and weaker, its tiny body losing strength until it finally went limp, and an uneasy silence settled over the space around them. Mesa watched the entire process unfold with visible shock and a trace of confusion in her eyes, unable to immediately determine what kind of magic Turan had just used before her. Turan, however, remained completely calm, as if nothing unusual had happened, and simply announced that he was finished. Mesa's expression turned strange for a moment, but she quickly answered that this was perfect, because now it was her turn. Mesa lifted one hand with quiet confidence and pointed toward the empty space beside her. Right there, in the place she indicated, another rat appeared, nearly identical to the one Turan had just used. Mesa immediately seized the creature, and just like before, energy began flowing outward from her body as she tried to reproduce what Turan had shown her. At the same time, her thoughts began moving rapidly, turning over every detail as she attempted to grasp the exact nature of the spell Turan had performed. Inside her mind, the same question repeated again and again. What exactly had he done to that creature? Whatever the answer was, one thing was already clear to her. This was not ordinary magic in any simple or familiar sense. Aziz, watching the whole attempt from nearby, reacted with open shock and blurted out that using magic in a way like that was honestly pretty creepy. Turan heard him and answered with the same calm expression as before, saying that the idea had simply come to him in that moment. But beneath that quiet reply, his thoughts continued turning. He had not expected them to react this way. Could it really be that even a prestigious family like House Arabian did not understand much about this type of magic? Aziz then shifted his attention back toward Mesa. Seeing that she seemed to be struggling, Aziz suggested that things were not going particularly well and asked whether they should just call the match Turan's victory. But Mesa immediately snapped back at him with clear anger. "Shut up! Do you really think I can't do this?" she fired back, refusing to accept defeat so easily. At that very moment, she began attempting to use the magic on her own. When magic is used, causality becomes an incredibly complicated part of the process. A spell does not simply work because someone pours mana into it. The caster has to understand the phenomenon they are trying to trigger through several connected layers. First comes the question of whether that phenomenon can naturally exist or occur in the world. After that, the caster must clearly recognize the magical cause that leads to that specific phenomenon. And finally, the mana being consumed has to properly match the result the spell is producing. Among all of these conditions, the ability to perceive the connection between cause and effect becomes especially crucial. The more clearly a mage understood the cause behind a phenomenon, the more stable and reliable that magic would become. Back in the courtyard, Mesa was still forcing her power into the spell, her brows drawing tighter as she muttered under her breath that she only needed a little more. That grasp of cause and effect was not some minor technical detail a mage could ignore. It directly determined whether the spell would take shape at all. And it also influenced how much mana the caster had to burn in order to drag that result into reality. And if that connection was weak, vague, or incomplete, there was still one harsh method left to make up for it. Flood the spell with an enormous amount of mana and crush the inefficiency through overwhelming force. Mesa poured every bit of focus she had into the attempt. Her eyes fixed sharply on the rat as one thought rang through her mind with absolute certainty: it was still alive. The instant her concentration tightened even further, a massive surge of energy burst out from her body and rushed straight into the tiny creature. Bit by bit, the rat's small body began to weaken, its strength fading under the pressure. Mesa's magic started tearing through it from the inside, draining away its life little by little as the effect finally began to take hold. When Aziz saw the change happening before his eyes, he reacted in surprise and blurted out that she had actually done it. Turan could only stare in stunned silence as the entire process played out in front of him. He was shocked that Mesa had managed to push the spell into motion, not by understanding it perfectly, but by forcing it through with sheer magical power. Almost immediately afterward, Mesa spoke with a faint hint of pride in her voice, and declared that she had succeeded. But even as she said it, it was painfully obvious that something inside her body had shifted for the worse. Her strength seemed to pour out of her all at once, and her eyelids slowly began to droop, as if even the simple act of keeping herself upright had suddenly become impossible. In the next instant, Mesa's body completely gave way, and she collapsed straight toward the ground. The moment Aziz saw her fall, panic flashed across his face. He shouted at her to wake up, urgently asking what was wrong as he rushed toward her in alarm. Turan, however, kept his eyes on her carefully, and his mind immediately began working through the possible cause. Why had she fallen so suddenly? Had she simply exhausted too much mana? But even if her mana had been depleted, that alone should not have knocked her unconscious like this. At most, it should have left her drained and unable to move. Then the answer struck Turan. Even the mana she had been using to reinforce her fragile body had vanished. Understanding the danger at once, he quickly lifted Mesa into his arms and spoke without delay. He asked if there was a healing bloodline mage nearby, but Aziz answered that there was no one like that here. Turan's voice instantly became firm as he ordered them to bring water and salt to the young lady's room and to call the adults as well. As he carried her away, he was struck by how frighteningly light she felt in his arms, so weightless that he could barely tell whether he was holding a person or a newborn lamb. From the very beginning, Mesa had been forcing a body that could barely support itself to keep moving, and now even the mana holding that fragile body together had been completely spent. After that, the scene shifted to the palace, where the quiet air surrounding Mesa's bed felt thick with concern and heavy with the aftermath of what had happened. Mesa slowly opened her eyes, still weak, dazed, and unable to fully gather her senses, only to find her aunt already seated beside her bed. Her aunt looked down at her with concern written clearly across her face, asking if she was all right and whether she had finally regained consciousness. Mesa turned her tired gaze toward her, then weakly asked why she was there in the first place. Her aunt explained that, according to Aziz, Mesa had suddenly collapsed while doing magic training with a guest. As those words reached her ears, Mesa slowly began piecing together the memory of what had happened in the courtyard. Her aunt continued speaking, her voice still filled with worry. She asked if that person had done something to Mesa. For the time being, her aunt said, they were keeping him under observation in the temple. Mesa immediately denied it, making her answer clear and firm despite her weakness. None of this was Turan's fault. She said she had simply made a mistake for a moment. Then, as the pain in her head became too much to ignore, she asked everyone to leave, saying her skull was pounding unbearably. Her aunt answered gently, telling her that she had prepared some soup. She understood that Mesa avoided eating because of her magic, but even so, she wanted Mesa to think about her health. She said she would leave the soup there and asked Mesa to try eating at least a little. For a moment, her aunt stayed by the bedside, her face full of deep concern, and when Mesa saw that expression, she softly thanked her. After that, her aunt quietly left the room, and Mesa was left alone in the still, silent space. For a while, she simply lay there without moving, then slowly shifted her gaze toward the bowl of soup her aunt had carefully prepared for her. A faint hesitation passed across Mesa's face as she stared at the bowl, but after lingering there for a moment, she finally reached out and took it into her hands. Then Mesa raised the bowl closer and began to drink, letting the warm soup touch her lips as she forced herself to take it in. But the very instant it entered her mouth, something felt horribly, unmistakably wrong. Her vision suddenly bent and twisted as if the room itself had warped around her, and in the next moment strange images began flashing before her eyes. Mesa trembled visibly as desperate voices echoed all around her. Those voices cried out to her, begging for help, calling her name again and again, saying they knew she could save them. One voice even sobbed that it hurt so much while calling her sister. Who those people were was still unclear, but their voices felt painfully real, as though they were reaching toward her from somewhere far away while still being deeply connected to her. Fear and confusion slammed into Mesa all at once, overwhelming her before she could make sense of what she was seeing. Her hands lost all strength, and the bowl slipped from her grasp, spilling soup across the floor. Mesa clutched both ears tightly and screamed in distress, her face twisting with panic as the terrifying visions continued ripping through her mind. Elsewhere, far from that room, a silent statue stood in the dimness, watching over a hidden place beneath the estate. This underground chamber belonged to Houseburg, a solemn and secluded space known as the Temple of the Limping Goddess. Inside that quiet, heavy chamber, Turan stood calmly beside the guard who had brought him down there. The guard kept one hand firmly resting on his sword and spoke in a serious tone, warning Turan that the doors and walls had been solidified like muscles trained and hardened for centuries. There was not a single gap or weak point for him to exploit. So he told Turan not to even think about breaking through and escaping. The guard's name was Haram Berg. Turan answered calmly that he understood, but behind that quiet reply, his eyes continued moving through the chamber, carefully studying the walls, the layout, and the situation he had been placed in. Haram Berg added with obvious pride that the walls were extremely firm. Turan casually said he understood, but Haram Berg repeated himself with even more emphasis, stressing that they were unbelievably firm. Turan could not help wondering inwardly whether this man was simply taking the opportunity to boast about how strong the place was. At that exact moment, Haram Berg suddenly drew his sword. Without any warning, he began swinging the blade through the air as though he had started practicing. Turan looked at him in confusion and asked what he was doing. Haram Berg answered plainly that he was training. Turan went quiet after that and simply watched the man's movements, his gaze following the blade's path through the dim chamber. Every single swing drew Turan's attention. Every step, every shift of the wrist, every subtle adjustment in Haram Berg's posture looked deliberate and controlled. As Turan watched, he began analyzing each motion in his mind. Haram Berg wasted absolutely nothing. There were no extra flourishes, no unnecessary movements, and every action served as the smallest possible preparation for the next strike. Turan wondered if this was what true efficiency looked like when a body had been trained to its absolute limit. After a moment, Haram Berg noticed Turan watching him so closely and turned his attention toward him. He spoke in a calm voice, asking whether his training had gotten in Turan's way. Turan answered in his usual calm manner, saying that Haram Berg had not interrupted him at all. Still, Haram Berg had already noticed how closely Turan had been watching, and a quiet look of curiosity settled in his eyes. He asked Turan what exactly he had seen in those sword movements just now. Turan did not try to make his answer sound profound or complicated, and simply said that he thought it looked cool. Haram Berg gave a small nod, accepting that plain answer without laughing at him or looking down on him, and said that he understood. Then, after that brief pause, Haram Berg continued moving through his training forms while speaking again in a steady voice. He explained that most nobles treated weapon arts as something unimportant, because for them it was far easier to attack an enemy from a safe distance using magic. But in Haram Berg's eyes, nobles only thought that way because their bodies were weak. When the mind could not fully command the flesh, people ended up hiding behind clever tricks instead. Turan listened carefully, then replied in a thoughtful tone that unless someone's bloodline was built around raw physical strength, relying on magic was naturally the more practical and efficient choice. Still, after experiencing real combat for himself, he knew there were moments that had to be faced head-on, even when a person desperately wanted to avoid them. The moment Haram Berg heard those words, he stopped his movements and tossed a sword toward Turan. "Take this," he said. Turan caught the weapon in his hands, but a trace of doubt narrowed his eyes as he looked back at Harumberg. He asked whether Harumberg was not supposed to be keeping him confined there. After all, Turan was still being treated as a suspicious person, so he wondered if it was really all right to hand him a weapon so casually. Harumberg, however, did not show even the slightest concern. He said it made no difference. In Turan's hands, that object was nothing more than an iron bar, because what truly turned it into a sword was the body of the person wielding it. With Turan's current body, Harumberg stated bluntly that there was no way he could cut him. After hearing that, Turan accepted the judgment with a calm expression, and admitted that even if he tried something, it probably would not work. Harumberg kept watching him closely, and at that very moment, the atmosphere around Turan began to shift. As Turan tightened his fingers around the sword's grip, a fierce, powerful energy started rising from his body. The relaxed feeling inside the chamber sharpened all at once, and the pressure surrounding him grew heavier with each passing second. Harumberg stepped in and began correcting Turan's posture with steady, practiced hands, explaining the logic behind the stance in a calm voice. He guided Turan to set his center of gravity firmly over his front leg, to raise his arm with control, and to learn how to overcome the weight of the blade instead of simply fighting against it with brute force. Turan listened with complete focus and answered respectfully, showing that he understood each correction. Satisfied with that response, Harumberg gave a slight nod and told him to repeat the movement 10 times without stopping. He also emphasized that breathing was just as important as the swing itself. He told Turan not to hold his breath, but to let it move through his muscles naturally, as if every swing was pulling strength from somewhere deep inside his body. Then, in a more thoughtful tone, Harumberg admitted that Turan's body was naturally suited for training. If he ever took the time to polish and refine it properly, the results would be impressive. Magic was certainly the strongest weapon a wizard could possess, but Harumberg made it clear that the body was still the foundation supporting everything. A body tempered through repeated trials could dominate even without depending on magic. That difference, Harumberg insisted, was not something Turan could merely understand with his head. He needed to feel it through his entire body. Just as Turan steadied his stance and prepared to continue training while holding Harumberg's words in mind, the doors of the goddess temple slowly opened. The mood inside the chamber shifted at once as the Houseburg head entered. After hearing from Mesa that Turan had not been the cause of her earlier collapse, she had come personally to offer him an apology. Turan, however, did not show even the smallest hint of resentment toward her. Instead, he lowered himself with humility and said that he should be the one apologizing, since his behavior as a guest had been somewhat improper. Even so, the Houseburg head told him that Mesa wanted to apologize to him directly, and she asked whether he could spare a little time to meet with her. When Turan finally stood before Mesa, she expressed her regret with a sincerity that felt unusual coming from her, saying she felt responsible after learning he had been confined in the temple because of her condition. Turan gently brushed aside her concern. He told her it had only been a necessary precaution, and that the most important thing was that she was safe. After hearing that response, Mesa chose not to dwell on the apology any longer. Instead, her curiosity turned toward the strange magic Turan had used the day before, the spell that had caused animals to rot. She asked whether it was some kind of hidden bloodline magic, because the amount of power required to reproduce it had felt extraordinary. Turan, however, denied that immediately and explained that it was not a bloodline ability at all. In fact, if someone understood the principle behind it, anyone could use it easily. That answer instantly caught Mesa's attention. She eagerly asked him to teach her, and in exchange she offered to share one of House Arabian's secret arts with him. Seeing how determined she was, Turan agreed. He then carefully began explaining the true nature of the spell, making it clear from the start that its essence was not destruction. At its core, the spell was actually enhancement, the act of strengthening living organisms. The only difference was that the life being strengthened could not be seen with the naked eye. It was a kind of microorganism beyond ordinary perception. Because Mesa had no knowledge of such tiny forms of life, her previous attempt had been extremely inefficient. She had only succeeded by forcing the spell through with overwhelming power. And now that she understood the reason, she could clearly feel the gap in knowledge between herself and Turan. Even so, Mesa admitted it with obvious reluctance and asked Turan to tell Aziz that their match had ended in a draw because she had no desire to see him become unbearably arrogant over it. Turan accepted without hesitation. Keeping her promise, Mesa prepared to reveal one of her secret arts. She picked up a comb and gently drew it through her hair. As she combed through it, she began explaining that when objects were rubbed against one another, they could generate a force that caused them to attract. But before she could finish the explanation, Turan calmly identified the phenomenon as static electricity. His answer caught Maisa completely off guard. For one brief moment, she stood there without a word, unable to fully hide the surprise on her face. After she managed to regain her composure, she acknowledged that the technique was deeper than it seemed at first glance, but she had never expected Turan to already understand it. That put her in a difficult position. She was no longer sure what she could teach him that he did not already know. After taking a moment to think it over, Maisa proposed a different arrangement until she could properly repay him. The two of them would train together instead. She made it very clear that this was only for the sake of settling her debt, not because she personally needed his help. Turan accepted the arrangement without hesitation, and so they agreed that starting the next day, they would meet in the garden every evening. That night, the atmosphere shifted once again, this time around the dinner table. A lavish feast had been laid out before them, far grander than anything anyone would expect from an ordinary meal. The Hausberg family warmly insisted that everyone eat and drink as much as they pleased. But the extravagant spread left Asses, who was seated beside Turan, visibly confused. He could not understand why his mother had gone to such extremes. Even on his own birthday, he had never seen a meal this excessive. To an outsider, the scene might have looked as if some great lord from House Arabian had personally arrived as an honored guest. Turan, however, could sense that this dinner carried a meaning deeper than simple hospitality. As the meal began, Assiz's mother calmly steered the conversation back toward an earlier promise. She reminded them that her son had once offered Turan a powerful magical item in exchange for saving his life, then asked what kind of item he wanted. After taking a moment to consider it carefully, Turan answered honestly. He said that while using magic to hurt others was comparatively easy, defending himself in the split second before danger struck was far more difficult than simply launching a counterattack, so Turan asked for a tool that could protect him at those sudden, life-threatening moments when there was no time left to think or react. What he wanted was an item that could respond on its own when an attack appeared out of nowhere, something reliable enough for him to entrust his life to at the most critical instant. After hearing that request, she went quiet for a short while, as if weighing the difficulty of it. She admitted that she had made magical items with that kind of function before, but unfortunately she did not have one ready to hand over right now. The moment she said that, Asais leaned forward with sudden enthusiasm and quickly offered to craft it himself, but his mother cut him off immediately, her reaction firm and unmistakable, because she clearly had no intention of risking Hausberg's reputation on such an important item. Just then, someone else in the room lifted his hand and calmly offered to take responsibility for the work instead. He explained that he had only recently completed a commission for the main house, which meant his schedule had opened up enough for him to accept a new task. When the others asked him exactly what method he planned to use to create the protective item, he suggested shaping it into something Turan could wear constantly, like a ring, an earring, or perhaps a necklace, so the magic could activate the very instant danger reached him. The only drawback was that such delicate, precise craftsmanship could not be finished quickly. To make it properly, he would need a full month. Even so, the head of Hausberg looked satisfied, and she praised him for stepping forward at the right time. There was even a small trace of pride in her voice, as though she knew that openly praising her own child too much might sound like boasting. But Mello truly did have remarkable talent, and when it came to crafting magical items, his skill was close enough to her own that her confidence in him was not simply a mother's favoritism. In other words, Turan's protective item would be crafted over the next month by someone exceptionally capable, a wizard born into a family line already famous for producing magical artifacts. After hearing everything they were willing to do, Turan thanked them from the heart. But even as he bowed his head, concern showed on his face. He could not shake the feeling that this much effort and value might be far too generous to spend on him. But she dismissed his hesitation without the slightest delay, making it clear that when compared to the life of her son, this kind of repayment was not excessive in the least. Then, with the calm authority of someone who expected her words to be followed, she instructed Turan to stay at Hausberg as their guest for the next month. He was to live there comfortably, accept their hospitality, and stop burdening himself with unnecessary worries. Asais watched the entire conversation unfold with an increasingly amused smile on his face. Then he leaned a little closer to Turan and remarked that his mother seemed to have become rather fond of him. He even let slip that on the previous night. She had spent quite a while talking about Turan. She had praised his magical talent, saying that it could stand on the same level as Mesa's, but according to Assis, what impressed her even more was not his raw strength alone. It was the deeper qualities he showed beyond simple power. Asais leaned back with a knowing grin, speaking in that half-teasing, half-serious way of someone who understood his mother's habits all too well. He said that by now her real intention was probably easy to guess. From his point of view, Turan had clearly been neglecting proper training for far too long. And because of that, Aziz suspected his mother had already started thinking about pulling Turan into House Berg. He explained that her usual methods began with kindness so generous that it was almost impossible to refuse. First came valuable gifts, then carefully timed favors, and before the person noticed how deep they had gone, they would already be weighed down by gratitude. Then, when the timing was just right, she would introduce them to a charming young lady. Aziz said it almost casually, as if this was one of his mother's most dependable strategies. In fact, more than a few wizards had supposedly ended up joining House Berg by following that exact path. Once Turan heard that, he immediately felt that accepting too much kindness might drag him into a situation far more complicated than he wanted. But Aziz quickly waved that concern away and told him not to overthink it. The magical item was simply a thank you gift, nothing beyond that. Even if Turan accepted it, no one was going to force him into marriage. His mother, Aziz insisted, was not someone with taste that terrible. Then he smoothly changed the subject and asked Turan what he planned to do for the rest of the day. Turan answered that he had already promised to train with Lady Mesa later that evening. The instant Aziz realized the training would not begin until night, his eyes lit up as if he had just spotted the perfect opening. He immediately threw an arm around Turan's shoulders and declared that there was still plenty of daylight left to enjoy before evening came. With a bright, excited grin, Aziz insisted that Turan join him on patrol. Zavalin might not be the capital, he said, but it still had more than enough interesting places worth seeing. Turan tried to explain that he had actually planned to spend the day quietly practicing magic on his own. Aziz did not give him even a proper chance to finish arguing. Before Turan could really resist, Aziz reached out and caught him by the collar. Still laughing as if this were the most natural thing in the world, Aziz dragged Turan along and told him that life was short, so it had to be enjoyed while there was still time. Before long, the two of them found themselves standing in front of a casino. Turan's complete lack of interest was so obvious that it was written plainly across his face. Aziz noticed Turan's expression right away, but it did not discourage him even a little. Instead, he simply changed direction on the spot and began pointing out other nearby places with the same lively enthusiasm as before. He introduced one attraction after another, trying every possible option he could think of in hopes that something might spark Turan's curiosity. But while Aziz was still talking excitedly, Turan's attention suddenly slipped away from him and settled somewhere else. His gaze fixed on a large illustrated poster attached to a nearby wall, and for a brief moment, the noise and movement around him seemed to fade into the background behind that single image. The person drawn on the poster looked strangely similar to Cagnet, similar enough that Turan could not simply glance at it and move on. And yet, despite that resemblance, there was something about the face that felt unmistakably different. The expression in the illustration was completely unlike what Turan would have expected, and that unsettling difference lingered in his mind even after they had walked away. Not long afterward, Aziz brought him to a theater where a stage play was already in the middle of being performed. The play drew the audience into the harsh and merciless expanse of the Demon Desert, where the warriors of House Arabion stood their ground against enemies so numerous that victory seemed almost impossible. At the center of that story was a knight by the name of Cain. After surviving a battle so fierce it was almost hard to imagine, Cain drove back every invading enemy with a force so overwhelming that it seemed less like ordinary strength and more like something divine. When the performance finally came to an end, Aziz clapped with open excitement, clearly swept up in everything he had just watched on stage. He turned toward Turan right away, eager to hear what he thought. Turan answered honestly, saying that the story was truly remarkable. But what left the deepest impression on him was not only Cain's incredible power, it was the humility that stood behind it, because this very same man had once described himself as nothing more than an ordinary knight. That sharp contrast between the legendary figure portrayed on the stage and Cain's own modest words only made Turan look forward to meeting him again even more. The next time their paths crossed, Turan quietly decided that he would ask Cain directly whether that incredible story was really true. Then, when the following morning arrived, and the first pale light of dawn began to creep in, Turan opened his eyes and was immediately greeted by a sight that felt strangely familiar. Haram Berg was already there. He was crouching beside Turan's bed, staring at him with that same steady, unwavering gaze he always had. Seeing him so close the instant he woke up was enough to make Turan freeze in place, too startled to speak for a moment. In a calm, even voice, Orum asked whether Turan had slept well. Then he explained that he had been thinking carefully about Turan's potential, ever since the previous day. He had become convinced that Turan had real promise, and for that reason he had decided to train him personally. A body, he stated firmly, did not grow strong through rest. It had to be tempered again and again through constant effort. Turan understood that this kind of training would benefit him far more than simply wandering around with no clear purpose, so he accepted the offer without hesitation. But at that exact moment, Aziz burst into the room full of energy, ready to tell Turan about an exciting performance taking place that day. However, the instant his eyes landed on Orum, all of that excitement vanished from his face. Orum's quiet, solid presence alone seemed powerful enough to send a chill down Aziz's spine. Then Orum turned his attention toward him and suggested that Aziz join the training as well. He added that the exercise might be good for Aziz's weak body. Aziz refused on the spot, stumbling over his words as he insisted that he still had not recovered from all the walking they had done the day before. And before Orum could say anything else or press him any further, Aziz quickly backed away and fled from the room in something close to panic. Turan watched him leave with confusion, unable to understand why he had reacted so strongly. But that confusion did not last very long. The moment Turan experienced Orum's training for himself, he understood exactly why Aziz had escaped so quickly and with such obvious fear. Turan's entire body trembled under the strain, and every muscle felt as though it were screaming at him to stop. Orum observed him closely without a hint of softness, then spoke in a steady, unmoved voice, asking whether Turan could not hear his own body crying out. If he could not endure even this much pain, then weakness would eventually seize control of his will. Orum ordered him to continue, telling him that the exercise he was doing now would be the final one. But by the time Turan finally forced himself through that last repetition, his remaining strength gave out completely, and he collapsed onto the ground, exhausted from head to toe. When Orum looked down and asked whether he was tired, Turan could only admit, with no room left for pride, that he was completely exhausted. Orum, however, merely gave a faint smile and told him he should be grateful. For a wizard, training at this level was barely enough. Still breathing heavily, Turan asked in confusion whether the situation would be different if he were not a wizard. Orum explained that ordinary people, no matter how fiercely and consistently they trained, would eventually begin to decline as they aged. For them, constant effort was not even about continuing to grow stronger forever. It was necessary simply to preserve the physical condition they already had. Wizards, on the other hand, existed under completely different rules. With mana constantly flowing through them and reinforcing their bodies from the inside, they could hold their physical condition at its peak far more easily than ordinary people. And once they pushed past a limit and truly improved, that progress would not vanish so quickly. After hearing Orum lay it out like that, Turan finally started to grasp why this merciless training mattered so much. There was a real purpose behind all that pain. But before he could even breathe properly or let the explanation fully settle in, Orum had already decided that his tiny break was more than enough. With the same firm, immovable tone as before, he ordered Turan back onto his feet and told him it was time to begin learning weapon techniques. Turan wanted to protest, or at least ask for just a little more time to recover. But Orum's command left absolutely no room for negotiation. His already battered body was forced past its limit all over again, and sharp pain surged through him as his strained muscles tightened under the pressure. Non-stop exercises hammered into him again and again, until his entire body ached like it had been dragged through punishment from head to toe. And from that day on, as if there was no escape from it, that same brutal routine repeated day after day, filling Turan's life with exhaustion, discipline, and a strange kind of purpose. Every morning, under Orum's strict and watchful eye, he was pushed through physical conditioning and weapon practice without mercy. Then, once evening arrived and his body had already been worn down, Turan would turn his attention from physical training to magic, refining his techniques while practicing side by side with Mesa. Before Turan could even fully register how much time had passed, 3 entire weeks had slipped by inside that harsh but strangely rewarding cycle. Then, one evening during practice, Turan focused carefully and released a bolt of lightning toward the target, but the strike flashed forward and landed just beside the center instead of hitting it cleanly. Seeing the mark go slightly off course, he let out a small sigh, unable to hide the frustration on his face. It was another miss, plain and simple, and that failure hung in the air for a moment. Mesa, who had been watching his attempt with calm, careful eyes, commented that he seemed to be struggling with the technique more than she had expected. Turan could only respond helplessly, admitting that he was not someone born from House Arabian, which meant this lightning technique was not something his blood naturally understood, and it was not a power his instincts could simply guide on their own. Mesa wanted to help him grasp it, but even she seemed unsure how to properly put the feeling into words. To her, lightning magic was almost as natural as breathing. The moment she released it, the attack simply reached where she intended, so explaining something that instinctive turned out to be surprisingly difficult. Right at that moment, while the flow of their training was still hanging between them, a voice suddenly called out to Mesa, cutting through the quiet rhythm of practice. The man approaching them carried himself with a calm authority, and after his gaze briefly swept over Turan, he asked who this unfamiliar person was. Mesa reacted at once, stepping forward without hesitation, placing herself directly in front of Turan as though shielding him from the man's attention. Her voice turned cold as she told him that Turan's identity had nothing to do with him, then demanded to know why he had come there. She reminded him that she had already told the main house not to disturb her while she was supposed to be resting. The man, however, did not lose his composure. He stayed calm and delivered the message plainly. The head of the family was calling for her, and the matter was urgent. Dark elves had begun rampaging across the southern regions. 3 cities had already fallen under their control, and now an expeditionary force was being gathered to respond to the crisis. The moment those words reached the training ground, Turan's expression hardened. The weight of the situation was impossible to ignore, and the steady routine they had built over the past 3 weeks suddenly felt as if it might break apart at any second. After listening to the full report, Mesa gave a composed nod and said she understood. Then she told the messenger to inform them that she would return soon. Once the message had been accepted and the man's purpose was clear, Mesa turned back toward Turan and said it looked like she had no choice but to leave. Then, almost as if the thought had come to her at the very last second, she added that before going, she should collect payment for that disgusting decomposition magic. Immediately after saying that, Mesa brought her hands together and fixed her gaze directly on Turan. Then she asked him whether he knew that electricity flowed through the human body as well. The question came so suddenly that it almost seemed to stop him in place. Turan stared at her with obvious confusion and repeated the word back as if trying to understand it. Electricity, from the look on his face. It was clear he had no idea where she was going with this. Mesa answered him calmly, telling him that of course he did not know, and that it was only natural. After all, this kind of knowledge was one of the hidden secrets passed down within House Arabian. Then she offered him a deal. If she taught him this properly, they could consider his debt fully repaid, and she assured him that the lesson would absolutely prove useful. Turan took a moment to think it over before agreeing that her reasoning made sense. With that decided, Mesa began to explain. Her voice remained steady as she shared what she knew. Whenever a person sees something or feels something, that part of the body sends a tiny electrical signal toward the brain. If the information comes through the eyes, the signal travels from the eyes to the brain. If it comes from a scent, then the signal moves from the nose to the brain instead. Mesa continued breaking down the process with careful detail, revealing knowledge that sounded mysterious, precise, and almost impossibly profound. Turan listened without missing a single word, his attention locked completely onto every part of her explanation. Then, as if he wanted to sink deeper into the idea and feel it for himself, Turan slowly closed his eyes. Turning his focus inward, he repeated the concept over and over in his mind. A tiny electrical signal. If that electricity really traveled throughout the entire body, then what would happen if he used mana to accelerate the electrical signals moving through those unseen pathways? The moment that thought settled inside him, the change began to show almost immediately. Thin traces of electricity started crawling across Turan's face. Faint and weak at first, like tiny sparks barely clinging to the surface, but then growing brighter and stronger with startling speed, and in the very next instant his eyes flashed with a sharp glow, crackling with contained power like thunder trapped behind his gaze. The air around him seemed to go strangely still, as though that sudden surge of electricity had silenced everything nearby. Standing there in the charged quiet, Turan found himself facing Mesa. She looked back at him calmly, studying his reaction without panic or surprise, and asked him how he felt now. Turan stood there in a daze, as if his senses had been thrown into a state completely different from anything he had ever known before. One confused thought echoed through his mind again and again. What was this? Then, without warning, a sharp pain ripped through his head. Turan immediately reached up and grabbed at it. struggling to endure the intense headache that surged in after that overwhelming rush of sensation. Mesa, however, spoke almost casually, as though this reaction was exactly what she had expected to see. She said it looked like he had succeeded, but because he had poured out his mana too recklessly, adjusting to that state would be difficult for the moment because of the headache. Even so, once he got used to it, she said he should be able to maintain that state for quite some time. Turin could barely keep up with everything happening inside his own body, but even through the confusion and pain, he muttered that no matter how he looked at it, this technique seemed far more valuable than what he had given her in exchange. Hearing that, Mesa gave a faint, amused smile, as her body slowly began rising into the air. She told him to think of it as an investment, because he seemed to have some talent. Turin looked up at her from below as she continued speaking. If he managed to learn an even more incredible spell someday, she said, then she would collect everything back from him at once, including the debt he now owed her for this lesson. With those final words, Mesa flew off at high speed, slicing through the air and disappearing from sight almost instantly. Elsewhere, a clear sky stretched endlessly overhead, wide, bright, and peaceful, creating a striking contrast with the heavy events that had just begun to unfold. Beneath that open sky, an enormous crowd had gathered in one place, packed tightly together until the entire area seemed filled with tension, anticipation, and restless energy. As the scene opened up, the location was revealed to be Morgan City, the central heart of the Daykind Plains. A massive number of people had assembled there, and all of them were shouting slogans together, their combined voices rolling powerfully through the air. From the sheer size of the gathering and the intensity burning through the crowd, it was clear that this was a departure ceremony for those preparing to set out and hunt the Dark Elves. But even though this was supposed to be a ceremony for soldiers about to depart, the mood felt far closer to a victory parade already in full swing. The people were overflowing with excitement, cheering so fiercely that it seemed as if their voices might shake Morgan City itself. Assize looked across that blazing crowd, his eyes wide as he spoke in open amazement. Then his gaze drifted farther ahead, and in the middle of the ceremony grounds, he suddenly spotted someone riding on horseback. The moment he recognized her, his face lit up, with his voice bursting with excitement. Assize called out that it was Mesa, then shouted for her to look over in their direction. But before Assize could wave properly or push even one step farther into the crowd, a man caught his hand with a firm grip and stopped him in place. In a low, controlled voice, the man told him to maintain his composure as a noble. Assize turned toward him at once, and the emotion in his voice suddenly became impossible to hide. He called out to his father, but whatever he had wanted to say after that became trapped in his throat. The words never fully formed, as if the feelings pressing inside him were too tangled and heavy to put into speech in that moment. Just then, a loud announcement rang out across the entire gathering, declaring that the head of the house was now entering. In an instant, the roaring crowd fell quiet. The soldiers snapped into perfect formation, standing still with sharp discipline and absolute precision. Turin watched the scene unfold with careful eyes and realized that the man now appearing before them was none other than the current head of House Arabion, Badal Arabion. The moment he arrived, his presence alone seemed to shift the weight of the entire ceremony. Badal Arabian faced forward, and even from far away, his vivid blue eyes stood out with an almost piercing sharpness. Yet, despite the power behind that gaze, something about the man's physical condition felt strangely off. Turin noticed it immediately, and quietly spoke to Assize, saying that the head of the family did not look well at all. His face seemed far too pale, almost drained of color, and Turin wondered if his health might truly be failing. Assize answered him in a lowered voice. He said there were rumors that Badal Arabion had once suffered a terrible wound during a battle against the head of House Zahar. But since that fight had taken place a long time ago, Assize guessed that perhaps what they were seeing now was simply the result of age catching up to him. Across the wide ceremony grounds, Badal Arabion slowly raised one hand. The motion itself was calm and almost restrained, but the response it caused came instantly. Every soldier there moved together as if their bodies were guided by one shared will, their discipline so complete that not a single motion looked out of place. Then, one after another, all eyes began turning upward toward the sky, and above them, hanging over the ceremony like a warning from the heavens, an ominous sight started to spread. The entire sky seemed to be swallowed by darkness, as though massive black clouds had rolled in all at once and covered the heavens from end to end. With every passing second, the air grew heavier, pressing down on everyone below with a terrifying tension that needed no words to explain it. Deep inside those dark clouds, cold thunder began to crackle with violent force. Brilliant flashes of lightning ripped across the blackened sky again and again, lighting up the darkness in sudden bursts. Everyone stared upward in stunned awe, and before long the crowd's voices rose once more, even louder than they had been before. With unwavering devotion, they chanted for the Lord of Thunder to live forever and protect his descendants. As that chant rolled through the sea of people, Turin watched the overwhelming display with wide, focused eyes. Deep in his heart he understood what he was seeing. This was the true power of House Arabian. Even with Badal Arabian's body looking so weakened, he could still cover the entire ceremony grounds with his power, as if it required no effort at all. This was the absolute height of magic that a human could reach. And as Turin looked up at that terrifying sky, one thought burned clearly inside him. Someday, he would climb to that same level too. Later, someone held out a bracelet in his hand and offered it to Turan. As he passed it forward, he told Turan to take it, then began explaining exactly what kind of magical item it was. Simply wearing the bracelet would increase Turan's physical stamina by a small amount, and if he actively poured mana into it, that strengthening effect would rise even further. At its highest level of output, the bracelet could raise his body to a state close to nobles of the Guardian bloodline. But after saying that, the man paused briefly and warned him that the item consumed a tremendous amount of mana, so he should be careful not to keep it activated for too long. Turan examined the bracelet with obvious amazement. He said it was truly an astonishing treasure. Something so refined would probably be difficult to find even among the great houses, and just by looking at it, anyone could tell it had been crafted with exceptional skill. At that moment, the Hausberg head spoke up. Her calm gaze rested on Turan, unreadable but direct, as she asked whether he had any interest in formally joining their house. It was exactly the kind of offer Aziz had warned him about before, arriving almost exactly as he had predicted. Even so, Turan did not waver. He expressed his sincere gratitude for the offer, but gently answered that accepting it would be difficult for him. After hearing his reply, the Hausberg head simply nodded and said she understood, adding that she had already heard the story from Aziz. Aziz had told her that Turan still had many things he needed to accomplish, so staying in one place and settling down would not be easy for him. She told Turan to think of her offer as nothing more than the lingering attachment of an old woman. After listening to her words, Turan answered with heartfelt sincerity. He told her that he would never forget the hospitality she had shown him during his stay, and he addressed her respectfully as Madam. Then he added that Aziz and Hausberg would always remain his friends. The Hausberg head looked at him with a gentle expression and said that was enough. Not long afterward, Turan prepared to leave, and when he finally stepped outside, he found Harumberg and Aziz already waiting there to see him off. Seeing the two of them standing there made the farewell feel heavier, as if the month he had spent in Hausberg had truly reached its end. Then Harumberg walked closer and tossed a weapon toward him, telling Turan to keep it by his side. He explained in his usual direct manner that it was a magical device. It did not possess any grand, complicated, or flashy functions, but it was sturdy enough to trust, reliable in actual combat, and its blade was impressively sharp. Turan caught the weapon in his hands and thanked him with genuine sincerity. Then, handling it carefully, he stored it away inside his space. After that, Turan turned back toward Harumberg. With real respect in his voice, he finally addressed him as master. Harumberg did not respond with many words. He simply smiled, accepting the gesture in his own quiet, understated way, and soon left without saying anything more. Aziz, however, stayed behind a little longer. He stepped forward and handed Turan a set of clothes, telling him that they were meant for him. Turan looked down at the clothes with clear surprise and asked what they were. Aziz reminded him that he had once said he was jealous of Aziz's clothes, the kind that did not get dirty easily. He explained that even if the clothes were lightly torn, they would repair themselves on their own. Then he showed Turan that he had brought an entire set, both a shirt and pants, prepared especially for him. Turan stared at Aziz for a moment, clearly a little caught off guard by how thoughtful the gift was. Seeing that reaction, Aziz smiled and told him that he really was a good friend. It was not only because Turan had saved his life, but also because spending time with him and watching the way he lived had given Aziz many things to think about. After a brief pause, Aziz asked where Turan planned to go next. Turan answered simply, saying that for now he intended to head east first. Hearing that, Aziz let out a long breath and mentioned Carmine. If Turan was traveling in that direction, Aziz said he had been there before as well. Then he warned him that if there was any way to avoid it, he should not take a ship, because the waves there were truly awful, so rough that even wine glasses would dance across the table. As Turan walked down the road, his thoughts slowly turned inward, To reach the land of House Zahar, the Enril Desert, he would eventually have to face those waves himself. But deep down, he knew he could not say that aloud. Instead, he remembered the words someone had once spoken to him. Someone as stubborn as him would not starve no matter where he went, so he had to return safely and pay back the debt for that cloak. At the time, Turan had simply answered that he would. Now he kept walking forward without stopping. The road carried him onward, and his journey stretched from one place to another, with every step taking him farther away from the people he had just left behind. As he walked alone, another thought quietly rose in his mind. He was on his own again. Then, almost as if answering that loneliness, he wondered whether he should run. In the very next instant, Turan kicked off the ground and launched himself forward with incredible speed, his body slicing down the road like a sudden gust of wind. He dashed through the crowds, weaving past people so quickly that most of them barely had enough time to turn their heads. To those watching, he flashed by like a shadow that vanished almost as soon as it appeared. His speed was extraordinary, far beyond anything an ordinary traveler could ever hope to match on foot. Carrying that same momentum, Turan crossed through the entire city, swept past wide stretches of open land, and kept moving until he finally slowed in a faraway place. There, standing still for the first time in what felt like a long while, he lifted his gaze and saw an enormous mountain rising before him. Facing that towering sight ahead, Turan drew in a deep breath. Turan drew in a steady breath, planted his feet with purpose, and advanced straight toward the mountain as if turning back had never been an option. But as he moved farther along the path, a faint trace of something unfamiliar brushed against his senses, causing his pace to slow for just a moment. He sharpened his attention and carefully searched the air, trying to pin down the strange smell drifting around him. For a brief second, Turan thought it might simply be smoke from an ordinary campfire somewhere nearby. But that thought disappeared almost at once. His face tightened, and his eyes grew colder, because this was not the smell of burning wood at all. What crept into his nose was something far more nauseating, the horrible odor of flesh being burned. Following that sickening stench, Turan moved in closer, each step carrying him deeper toward the source. And it did not take long before the ruined truth of what had happened began to appear before his eyes. He soon reached a settlement that had been utterly wiped out. The houses had been swallowed by flames and reduced to wreckage, with charred support beams, broken walls, and gray piles of ash scattered where homes once stood. Across the devastated village, bodies lay motionless on the ground, abandoned among the ruins. A thick, suffocating silence covered the entire place, the kind of silence left behind only after everything had already been destroyed. As Turan took in the scene, his thoughts turned dark and heavy. He wondered whether bandits could have raided the village, since the dark elves should not have been able to push this far into the area. Even so, he kept moving through the wreckage, searching for clues. Turan inspected the burned homes with careful, measured eyes, going from one ruined structure to the next. Every blackened doorway, every collapsed wall, and every scorched corner only made the uneasiness in his chest grow deeper. A quiet sorrow settled over him as the full scale of the massacre sank in. He stood among the ashes for a brief moment, letting the weight of the destruction press down on him before moving again. Then he entered one of the damaged houses to search through what remained inside. As he stepped carefully through the ruined interior, he eventually noticed an entrance that led downward into a basement below. Turan did not hesitate. He reached toward the basement door at once and tried to force it open, determined to see what might be hidden below. After struggling with it for a while, the door finally shifted with a heavy sound and gave way. And when Turan looked inside the darkness below, he discovered a young girl, still only a small child, curled tightly in a corner. She had been hiding there all alone, shaking in fear within the dark basement. The instant the basement door opened, the little girl broke into frightened tears, overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of someone she did not recognize. Seeing her terror, Turan immediately started moving down toward her. He lifted both hands into view so she could clearly see that he meant her no harm. Keeping his voice low, gentle, and steady, he told her to wait and calm down, explaining that he was not an enemy and that he had come there to help her. Even after hearing him, the child still looked completely overwhelmed, her small body trembling as fear refused to leave her. But through that shaking fear, she lifted her eyes toward him and cautiously asked whether he was truly telling the truth. Turan answered softly that he was, then gently asked if she could tell him what had happened, struggling to speak through her terror. The girl managed to push out a few broken, trembling words. She said that he had killed everyone that mage. Turan repeated the word back in surprise, clearly shaken by what she had just said. But before the child could give him any more explanation, her strength suddenly gave out, and she lost consciousness on the spot. Turan reacted immediately, catching her before her small body could fall, then quickly checked to make sure she was still all right. Fortunately, after looking her over, he realized her condition was not serious. Most likely, the child had simply fainted from exhaustion after spending so long trapped alone in that basement. Turan decided that getting the girl to safety had to come before anything else. With careful movements, he lifted her into his arms and carried her out of the ruined house. But the very moment he stepped back outside, a sharp pressure cut through the air. Someone already had him in their sights. Far ahead, a girl stood with her bow pulled taut, aiming directly at him. Her arrow remained locked on Turan as she coldly declared that she had finally found him. The energy surrounding her carried the distinct traces of both fire and ice, making it clear at a glance that she was no ordinary threat. Her voice flared with anger as she shouted for him to get down on his knees, calling him a murderous bastard. From the hatred in her eyes and the unwavering way she held her bow, it was obvious she had completely mistaken him for the culprit. Even with that furious accusation thrown straight at him, the atmosphere tightening around them, Turan did not lose his composure. His expression stayed calm and controlled as he faced her without showing even the slightest sign of panic. The archer kept her bow fixed on him and yelled once more, ordering him to kneel. She spat the word murderer at him, her voice cutting through the burned village with raw rage. But even after being cursed like that right to his face, Turan remained completely steady, refusing to let either the arrow or the accusation disturb him. And from the other side of the confrontation, the archer shouted again, her anger now tangled with disbelief. She demanded to know whether slaughtering the entire village had not been enough for him, and accused him of trying to abduct a little child on top of everything else. At that same moment, the fire magician standing beside her added a tense warning of his own, ordering Turan not to take another step. If Turan moved from where he stood, the magician warned, what followed would not be pleasant. Still holding on to his calm, Turan tried to speak before the situation spiraled any further. He told them to wait, making it clear that this was a misunderstanding and that they needed to hear him out first. But his words never truly had the chance to reach them. The fire magician's nerves snapped under the pressure, and in his panic, he accidentally released his attack straight ahead. The blazing spell tore through the air, rushing directly toward Turan and the little girl in his arms at frightening speed. In the very next instant, a massive explosion erupted right where they had been standing. When the blast went off, the archer's eyes flew wide with shock and anger. She whipped toward the fire magician and shouted Gil's name, calling him an idiot because there had been a child there. Gil panicked at once, stammering that it had been an accident and that his nerves had made him lose control. But when the archer turned her gaze forward again, she suddenly froze where she stood. What appeared beyond the smoke left her utterly stunned, as if her mind needed a moment to accept what she was seeing. Someone had stopped the attack completely. The magic had been blocked head-on, halted by nothing more than a single raised hand. It was Turan. He remained standing there unharmed, his artifact already activated, without even the faintest scratch left on his body. Then, with almost unsettling calm, as though the explosion had been no more than a small inconvenience, Turan remarked that he had not expected to use the item so quickly. The archer's companions could only stare at him in disbelief, their faces stiff with shock as they struggled to understand what had just happened in front of them. One of them whispered in stunned confusion, asking whether Turan had truly blocked that magic using only his body. Meanwhile, the archer girl's thoughts began racing out of control. She wondered what kind of defensive magic he had used, and whether it could possibly be some form of bloodline ability. Her confusion and astonishment were written clearly across her face. While every eye remained fixed on him, Turan spoke again, his tone steady but firm enough to cut through the tension. He stated that he was not the one who attacked the village, repeating that this entire situation was a misunderstanding. But if they chose to attack him again, his voice grew colder, carrying a quiet warning beneath the words. He made it clear that the next time he would not be satisfied with simply defending himself. Hearing that, the archer felt a faint chill run through her. None of them understood the true extent of Turan's strength, and that unknown made him feel even more intimidating. Slowly, her eyes moved toward the little girl. The child was standing quietly beside Turan now, calm, unharmed, and showing no sign that he had hurt her. That sight made the archer's anger begin to falter, and after she took a moment to process what was in front of her, she finally spoke again, though her voice had lost much of its earlier hostility. She admitted that his explanation did make sense. After all, there would be no reason for someone to commit such a terrible tragedy and then remain behind just to save one child. With her weapon lowered slightly, she introduced herself as Bizin, and then asked Turan for his name. Turan answered simply and calmly, giving her his own name in return. Once she heard it, Bizin looked him over with careful, searching eyes, and said that even if the circumstances seemed to support what he was saying, she still needed to know how she was supposed to trust him. Turan, still composed and completely unshaken, answered her without the slightest hesitation. He told Bizin to ask the child once she woke up, because it seemed the girl had actually seen the real culprit. At that, Bizin's eyes widened in surprise. She asked, startled, whether the little girl had truly seen the person who set the village on fire. Turan repeated those words slowly, as if confirming the possibility out loud for everyone there, and as the meaning of it settled over the ruined village, a heavy silence fell across them all. "The burner?" Turan repeated, his voice showing that the name had clearly caught him off guard. When Bizin saw that his confusion seemed genuine and not an act, her brows drew together slightly as she asked if he truly had no idea who that was. Turan kept his expression composed and answered plainly that he did not. Bizin's face grew much more solemn as she began to explain. The burner, she said, was the insane mage behind the horrifying tragedy they had just witnessed. And for the past several months, he had been targeting remote villages one after another, attacking places far from help, binding the people who lived there and then burning them alive. Because every raid left barely anyone alive to tell the story, they had not even been able to verify who he really was in the beginning. The only thing people could say for certain was the terrifying nickname that had spread because of his crimes, the burner. And right at that moment, the little girl shifted weakly and managed to speak in a faint but unmistakable voice. She said the man had been wearing a red cloak, that he had a beard, and that he looked scary, almost like some rough lumberjack. As those details left her mouth, Bizin's companions went silent, listening closely and carefully absorbing every small clue the child was able to remember. Bizin herself turned her gaze back toward Turan, and the hard suspicion in her eyes finally started to ease. After a short, quiet pause, she approached him with the rest of her team and offered a sincere apology. Bizin admitted they had been too impatient and had treated him rudely, making it clear that aiming a weapon at him had been her mistake. Gil also dipped his head slightly and apologized in a more subdued voice. As Turan watched them, he quietly reflected that even among nobles there were people whose sense of duty could run so strongly that it clouded their judgment. Even so, Bizin struck him as someone sincere, honest, and capable of leading others. Then, Turan answered them in a calm, even tone, saying that the important thing was that they had prioritized the child's safety first. After that, he shifted the conversation forward and asked whether their purpose here was to capture the burner. Bizin gave a firm nod. She explained that when they discovered someone standing at the scene of a fresh fire, she had naturally assumed they had finally caught the culprit in the act this time. But now, it was obvious that things had not gone the way she first believed. Still, Bizin added that, with a description in hand, they should be able to catch the real culprit soon, because they had a natural tracker among them. Turan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by that comment. The mention of a tracker immediately brought one possibility to his mind, so he asked whether she was from House Zahar, and if she was, why someone like her had come to a place like this. Bizin quickly lifted one hand and denied the assumption with complete confidence. She properly introduced herself as Bizin Carmine of House Carmine, explaining that she had come from Abacha and that the companions beside her were friends from vassal families. Then she clarified that Aisha was descended from someone whose ancestors had once mixed blood with a noble of House Zahar. However, that bloodline had only awakened faintly within Asha. She was extremely capable when it came to tracking magic, but she had absolutely no talent for concealment. Within the family, Bizin explained, this kind of incomplete or undeveloped ability was known as a primitive bloodline. She paused briefly, then fixed her eyes directly on Turan, her expression turning far more serious than before. More importantly than all of that, she had something she wanted to ask of him. Addressing him as Mr. Turan, Bizin asked whether he would join them in hunting down the burner. In return, she offered to let him take the entire reward for capturing the criminal. She even went so far as to say she would hand over her own portion of the mana as well. What Bizin truly needed was not the material reward, but the achievement and recognition that would come from completing the mission. After listening to her offer, Turan focused on the most practical question first. He asked whether they knew how powerful the burner actually was. Bizin nodded and replied that he was without question a noble-level mage. She explained that some of the villages he had attacked had been guarded by several knights, and even then, not a single one of those defenders had survived. Hearing this, Turan grew quiet and thoughtful. An enemy capable of killing multiple knights. Perhaps this was exactly the kind of opponent he needed at this stage. The weaker demonic beasts he had encountered during his travels were no longer enough to help him improve or push his strength forward. After a short silence, Turan finally gave his answer and agreed to help. A faint smile appeared on Bizen's face as relief flickered through her expression. Then Turan added that before they did anything else, they had to take the child somewhere safe first. Soon after, the group moved to another location and entrusted the little girl to a man there, handing him money along with that responsibility. They told him to accept it, explaining that the amount should be enough to support and raise the child until she was fully grown. The man took the money right away and hurried to reassure them, saying that of course they could count on him. But even as those words came out, his body suddenly began to tremble in an unusual way, as though something about the situation, or perhaps the heavy burden now placed on him, had shaken him more deeply than he expected. Right after that, the scene shifted back to the ruined village, returning to the same burned settlement where smoke, ash, and destruction still covered everything. After that, Asha stepped forward and began putting her tracking ability to use. She carefully examined the area around them, scanning for traces as she guided the group through the wreckage, then told them they needed to search a little farther. Bizen immediately gave the command to move and asked which direction they should take. Without showing any hesitation, Asha continued leading the way. Her attention locked sharply on the faint traces left behind by their target. As Turan watched her follow the trail with such focus, his curiosity grew, and he asked how she was able to track the burner with that level of precision. Asha answered calmly, speaking in a straightforward, professional tone. She explained that she had first searched for human footprints near the village. Then, once those tracks reached the main road and became harder to separate, she changed her method and began following the lingering scent of ash. If the burner had not changed out of his clothes after the attack, then traces of ash would still be clinging to him. Leaving behind a trail she could continue to follow. After hearing her explanation, Turan silently judged that she was quite skilled at what she did. The only reason she had failed to locate the culprit before was because, until now, they had not even known whether the burner was a man or a woman. Just then, Asha came to a sudden stop, her focus sharpening even more as she said she had finally found the trail. Everyone immediately began moving after her. From behind, Bizen called out for Asha to wait and slow her pace a little so the others could keep up. Before long, the path led them into a mountainous area. The ground became rougher beneath their feet, the surroundings quieter and more isolated, and eventually the group stopped in place. Bizen turned back toward the others, her posture firm as she gave them a clear instruction. She told Mr. Turan to come forward with her, while the rest of the team was to remain behind. Once that arrangement was settled, the two of them advanced ahead, each carrying a glowing sphere that cast light through the darkness and revealed the path before them. As they moved deeper in, Bizen lowered her voice and asked Asha whether someone was inside. Asha hesitated for a brief moment, as if whatever presence she sensed made her feel uneasy. Then she answered that there was one person inside. After hearing that, they continued forward and entered the cave. Step by step, they moved through the dim passage, and after a short while, they finally reached the end of the trail. There, standing in front of them in the depths of the cave, was the very mage they had been searching for all along. In an instant, every gaze in the group locked onto him. The man looked back at them with an unexpectedly calm expression, showing no fear, no panic, and not even the slightest sign that he felt cornered. In a tone so casual it almost felt out of place, he asked what had brought them all the way to such a secluded location. But this time, Turan did not remain quiet and simply watch. Without delay, he asked the team behind him whether this man was the burner. Asha concentrated for a moment, then said she could sense a strange smell and that it was him. Bizen immediately raised her bow and spoke in a firm voice. She said that it had to be him, but she would confirm the truth with her own words. Taking a small step forward, she called out and asked whether he was the one who had kidnapped the nearby villagers and burned them alive. The man tilted his head slightly, pretending to be confused by the accusation. With a calm expression and an almost innocent tone, he said he was not quite sure what she was talking about. But in the very next instant, that calm mask vanished completely. Without warning, he activated his magic, and a violent surge of flames exploded forward with terrifying force. A furious explosion suddenly tore through the cavern, the blast roaring across the open space like thunder trapped underground. The ground shook violently beneath everyone's feet, and the shock waves slammed outward with such force that several members of the team were thrown backward, stumbling and losing their balance in the chaos. But even with that violent blast rushing through the area, Turan and Bizen remained exactly where they were, not shifting back even a single step. Turin had already activated his artifact once more, and a firm protective barrier had formed around them, shielding their bodies like a solid wall of unseen force. The moment the dark mage noticed how quickly that defense appeared, even he failed to completely hide the brief look of shock that flashed across his face, and in that tiny moment when his focus wavered, Bison immediately lifted her bow, drew her aim without a pause, and released an arrow straight toward him. The arrow shot forward with a clean, sharp path, slicing through the smoke and confusion before driving deep into the dark mage's leg. The hit landed with enough force to break his posture completely, and his body buckled as he was forced down onto one knee. But even with an arrow buried in him, the man was nowhere near defeated. Almost immediately after taking the hit, he released the power of his bloodline. The cavern floor beneath them began to tremble and crack as he forced the earth itself to obey him, turning the very ground into a weapon against them. Massive hands made from stone erupted from the dirt around him, their huge fingers shaping themselves from rock and packed earth. As Turan watched that unnatural ability rise into form, his gaze sharpened, and a thought cut through his mind. Earth manipulation? I thought his bloodline was flame. But before he could think any deeper about it, the enormous stone hands were already lunging toward him. The giant hands smashed toward Turan over and over again, each blow coming down with crushing weight, as if they meant to flatten him into the cavern floor. Turan reacted quickly, slipping away from every heavy strike just before the stone fists could land. But the dark mage refused to ease up, pushing the assault harder and harder, forcing Turan to keep moving without giving him even a single breath of space. So Turan immediately changed his approach, turning his movement from pure evasion into a counterattack. He pulled his strength together in one concentrated burst, then launched a powerful rock shot directly at his enemy. The projectile tore forward with brutal momentum, crashing into one of the towering stone hands and blowing it apart into scattered chunks and broken fragments. And right after that, Turan gave the enemy no chance to recover. He activated another spell on the spot, this time drawing out lightning magic. Bright sparks began crawling and snapping around his hands, crackling restlessly as the gathering power grew more intense. The electric light became sharper, brighter, and more violent with every passing moment, and when Turan finally released the spell, the bolt of lightning slammed into the dark mage with terrifying force. The man screamed in agony, his entire body jerking and convulsing as the impact tore through him, and that scream echoed through the cavern walls just before he collapsed heavily onto the ground. The instant Bison saw him fall, she turned quickly toward Turan and asked, "Did you take him down?" Turan, without taking his eyes off the fallen enemy for even a moment, replied in a steady voice, "Most likely. I'll handle him. Please go check on the others." Then, without letting another second slip by, Turan scattered several small seeds around the dark mage's collapsed body. Almost as soon as they touched the ground, the seeds sprouted at an unnatural speed, splitting open and stretching upward into thick, twisting plants that wrapped tightly around the man's body. The vines coiled over him from every direction, binding his limbs and torso until he could no longer move at all. Once the dark mage was completely restrained, Turan stepped closer with his weapon ready and stopped directly in front of him. "I've sealed your sight and your movements. It's over," he said, his voice low, cold, and controlled from beginning to end. Then, with a sharper edge in his tone, he ordered, "Get up. Now." A moment later, Turan moved behind the restrained man and pressed a blade firmly against his neck. "Don't move," he warned. "If you release even the slightest trace of mana again, I'll kill you right here." By then, the dark mage was visibly shaken, and his voice trembled as he asked, "Who are you? How did you find this place?" Turan answered instantly, without even a flicker of hesitation. "We have our ways. Now answer me. You're the arsonist, aren't you?" At first, the man kept his mouth shut and refused to respond. But the very next moment, Turan drove his weapon straight into the man's knee without warning. A sharp, piercing scream ripped out of the dark mage as pain flooded through his body. "Answer me?" Turan demanded, his voice icy and completely merciless. Why would a rogue noble burn innocent villagers alive? Deep down, Turan had already made his judgment. A murderer like this deserved no mercy. Shaking from both fear and pain, the dark mage finally cracked and began to speak. God told me to," he stammered, sounding desperate. "If I burn the flesh and souls of sinners, I can reach him." The words hit the surrounding archers like a chill in the air, and several of them froze in disbelief. "What?" they shouted, unable to process what they had just heard, but the dark mage continued anyway, his voice trembling with a feverish, unstable obsession. God taught me the secret to obtaining other bloodlines. If I just burn a few more humans, I'll finally gain the flame bloodline." Bizun turned her face away, her expression tightening with disgust and disbelief. "Isn't this just madness?" she said, clearly struggling to understand how someone could believe something so twisted. How could anyone possibly obtain an innate bloodline that way, to massacre people over something so absurd? At the same time, Turin's anger was rising on the other side, burning far beyond simple disgust. As he listened to the man's deranged confession, an old memory suddenly surfaced in his mind, bringing back the voice of someone who had once told him, "Even commoners gain power by killing demonic beasts. I've seen many mages do it." Back in the present, the dark mage continued muttering like a man completely possessed. "I only need to burn a few more, and then I'll have the power of flames." Turin's expression grew darker as a grim realization began to settle inside him. This isn't simply the delusion of a madman, he thought. Around him, the air seemed to turn heavier, almost suffocating, as the anger pressing down inside his chest deepened even further. Maybe in that horrifying moment, he had just stumbled onto one of the hidden truths buried beneath the surface of this world. Then, without allowing the dark mage another chance to speak, Turan swung his blade in one swift, decisive motion and cut off his head. Immediately afterward, the lifeless body slumped to the ground in front of everyone, falling limp beneath the tangled plants that still held it in place. The sight left several people visibly uneasy. One man, whose condition had already worsened, was questioned by the others about what had happened to him. He struggled to squeeze the words out, then finally muttered, "Bad. Battle, Arabian, it feels like slaughtering livestock." The moment that broken comment left his mouth, one of the archers immediately snapped back at him. "Don't say something that foolish. If even a single thing had gone wrong here, every one of us could have died in this place, and you're actually feeling sympathy for him? Besides, when I think about how many people that bastard murdered, even dragging him away alive and making him suffer longer still wouldn't have been enough." After those words, Turan quietly turned away from the scene and started walking toward the outside. As he continued walking away from the battlefield, leaving the bound corpse and the shaken archers behind, one of Turan's companions soon spotted a book lying on the cavern floor near the fallen mage. He hurried over, picked it up from the ground, and brought it straight to Turan. Turan took the book from him, lowered his eyes, and began inspecting the cover and the pages with a focused, razor-sharp look. This should be more than enough to prove that he was the burner, Turan thought silently. As he flipped through the pages one after another, the seriousness in his expression only deepened. "These are combination formulas I've never come across in my entire life," he murmured quietly, studying the strange writing. Did that so-called God's voice teach him all of this too? The thought weighed heavily on Turan as his gaze stayed fixed on the unfamiliar contents of the book. And while he was still staring down at those strange formulas, a familiar voice suddenly called to him from behind. "Turan!" The one calling out to him was Bizun, and from the way she spoke, it was clear there was still one more thing they needed to handle before they could finally leave this place behind. Not long after that, the group gathered themselves together and began absorbing mana in their own separate ways, each person using the method that matched them best. And right as that moment passed, the scene shifted to a man speaking with clear admiration in his voice. "Congratulations, Miss Bizun. To think you truly managed to capture the burner. A new star has undoubtedly risen within House Carmin." Bizun accepted the praise with composed humility and replied, "You flatter me." Then, instead of letting the compliment hang in the air, she smoothly turned her attention toward Turan and said, "We plan to keep traveling for a little while longer and hunt monsters along the way. What about you, Turan?" By that point, she had already handed him his portion of the reward money. Turan answered her immediately, speaking as if he had already made up his mind long before she asked. "I'm planning to go straight to Abacha." Bizun's voice lowered a little after that, becoming more careful as she brought up the matter from before. "About what that man told us yesterday?" Turan understood exactly what she meant and responded with the same calm restraint. "Yes, I won't spread it around anywhere else." Whether what he said was true or not, information like that could throw everything into chaos. Once she heard his answer, Bizun gave a quiet nod. Then she and her team prepared to leave, saying, "All right then, we'll see you next time," and with those final words, everyone finally headed in their own direction. As Turan watched them walk away, he kept one last thought buried inside. There was no reason to mention that they still had no absolute proof. Leaving that matter unspoken, he turned from the scene and continued along his own path. As Turan continued traveling forward on his road, the air around him slowly became warmer, heavier, and harder to ignore. The landscape made it obvious that he was moving through a desert region, and after sensing the change for a while, he muttered to himself, "It's getting more humid then." He lightly snapped his fingers, almost as if he were testing the air itself, and immediately began checking how this new environment was affecting his magic. It did not take long for him to notice that the strength of his firepower had clearly fallen, while the amount of mana required to keep it active had increased at the same time. A small flame flickered weakly in his hand as he observed the change, and after studying it for a moment he added, "Handling fire magic here is going to be tricky." But then he paused and considered the opposite possibility. In his other hand, a large sphere of water formed with ease, gathering smoothly and holding its shape above his palm. After looking at it closely, Turan reached his conclusion, which means this must be a boccia. The view then opened up to reveal a port town, with countless ships lined up along the waterfront and docked beside the shore. Within that noisy, busy town, a group of sailors had gathered together, speaking among themselves in rough and tired voices. One of the men glanced toward the others and asked, "Are you guys setting sail tomorrow?" At that, a one-eyed pilot wearing an eye patch answered in a blunt, weary tone, "That's right. We've got to head back toward that awful Enril desert again. The merfolk along that route keep throwing harpoons at us, and last time, the bottom of our ship ended up looking like a honeycomb." Another man's eyes widened as he asked, "Is it really that bad?" Nearby, an old man joined in with an irritated grumble. "And on top of that, there are those damn pirates too." The one-eyed pilot kept complaining, his frustration only growing sharper. "At this rate, we'll end up paying funeral expenses instead of sailors' wages. Damn it, what we really need right now is a capable knight." And right at that moment, someone approached the group. It was Turan. He walked up and stopped directly in front of the gathered sailors, getting straight to the point without wasting words. "Excuse me, are you heading toward the Enril desert?" The one-eyed man looked him up and down before answering in a blunt voice, "We leave tomorrow, but our ship isn't some cruise liner. We don't even have room to spare for extra cargo right now. If we take one more person on board, that means leaving behind a barrel of booze, and that goes against my principles." After listening to that reply, Turan stayed calm and simply reached out, placing his hand over a nearby cup. When the people around him noticed the quiet movement of his hand, the tavern owner stared in confusion and asked, "What exactly are you trying to do?" But before anyone present could fully understand what Turan was showing them, the cup was suddenly covered and sealed in an overwhelming, unnatural way, as though an invisible force had wrapped around it completely and locked it in place. The instant the tavern owner saw that impossible display, his face stiffened and fear slowly crept into his expression. At the same time, one of the nearby men quickly pushed himself to his feet and spoke with immediate respect. "What is a great knight doing in such a humble place? Please speak comfortably." Turan looked straight at them and replied without hesitation, "I'm the one asking to be hired here." The one-eyed man's attitude changed almost immediately, his rough tone becoming noticeably more polite than before. "Then, what brings Sir Knight to a place like this?" Turan answered him directly. "I want you to let me board a ship heading for the Enril desert. I'm not asking to ride as a passenger, but as someone you can employ. If pirates or merfolk attack, I'll help drive them off. You can treat that as my payment for passage." After hearing that offer, the one-eyed man let out a sigh and explained their situation honestly. "It seems you already overheard us, but our ship is extremely poor. Forget about paying you a proper salary. We don't even have a room worthy of a knight's status." Turan did not look bothered in the slightest and answered plainly, "I don't care about the pay or the conditions. My only purpose is to reach the Enril desert anyway." The one-eyed man paused for a brief moment. Then a grin spread across his face. "Really? Then it's settled. Join us at once." Soon after, the scene changed again, and Turan was welcomed aboard their ship as one of the crew. But then, without any warning at all, the view shifted away once more, moving to a completely different place. A place that had already been swallowed by chaos. Several houses were burning fiercely, with flames climbing high into the sky as a brutal dark elf attack tore through the area. The people there were desperately trying to fight back, struggling with everything they had, but it was obvious they were being pushed to their very limits. One young master in particular could barely manage to fight properly at all, completely overwhelmed by the fear, smoke, and confusion unfolding all around him. And at that exact moment, a dark elf rushed straight toward Assis, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Just when it looked like there was no way to stop the incoming attack, a streak of golden lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. In a single blink, Every monster in the surrounding area was struck down, collapsing before they even had a chance to react. Then, from within the fading glow of that golden lightning, Mesa made her entrance, and the moment everyone saw her, only then did the young man finally release the breath he had been holding, the tension draining from his face as relief washed over him. He lowered his head respectfully and said, "Thank you, my lady." Mesa met his gratitude with calm, steady eyes and answered in a firm voice,
"Rejoin the unit." The instant her order reached him, he responded without the slightest delay. "Yes, ma'am." Then he rushed forward again, throwing himself right back into the battlefield. Mesa remained where she stood, perfectly composed and unmoving, her very presence carrying the pressure of command. And just then,
a man came up behind her, concern clear in his voice as he asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" The man was Vice Captain Cadram Arabion. Mesa simply gave a quiet shake of her head, showing that she had not been injured, and after seeing that, Cadram continued in a grave tone, "Don't push yourself too hard. You are worth far more than the lives of a knight or two." But Mesa did not seem worried about her own safety in the slightest. Her answer came with steady confidence. "I'm fine. This is nothing. More importantly, how is the battle going?" Cadram gave her a direct report. "Not bad. If things continue like this, we should be able to reclaim this area soon. The only issue is that we still haven't located the tunnels." The moment Mesa heard that, her reply carried a sharper edge, almost like a quiet challenge, as she began walking past him. "Tell me once you find them. I'll go there myself." As he watched her move away without the slightest hesitation, her uncle could no longer keep the frustration off his face. His brows drew together, and under his breath he muttered, "My brother raised that child far too recklessly. If she keeps going like this, she'll end up just like her mother and younger brother." The scene then returned to the ship, where Turan stood alone and quiet in one place, his eyes fixed on the vast sea spreading endlessly out before him. The wind rolled across the deck, brushing past his face and clothes. While he stared into that wide stretch of blue, his thoughts slowly sank inward. Even if I do reach the land of House Zahar, I still have no idea how I'm supposed to uncover any real clues, especially when I don't even know what kind of position my father held. If I walk into Zahar without preparing properly, there's no telling what kind of danger I might run into. The only things I can depend on right now are a few heirlooms and a portrait showing my mother's face. How long would it even take to find information about my mother with only those clues? That question settled heavily in Turan's mind, and right as he fell deeper into thought, someone reached out from behind and lightly tapped him on the shoulder. It was the one-eyed man again. In a casual, easygoing tone, he said, "Sir Knight, if you keep staring that hard, you're going to burn a hole straight through the seabed. What's got you thinking so seriously?" Turan finally came back to himself and replied calmly, "I was just thinking about how vast the ocean is." The one-eyed man gave a small nod, a faint smile tugging at his mouth as he answered, "It is vast, that's for sure." "Very vast," he went on, speaking as naturally as if they were only chatting during a quiet moment on deck. "I've heard landfolk can get sick just from looking at all this endless water. Are you holding up all right against seasickness? Oh, and while we're on the subject, I heard you've even been learning seafaring from our bosun. A noble Sir Knight, studying everything from tying ropes to handling sails. He looked pretty thrilled that you were picking it all up so quickly." Turan listened to him and answered plainly, "I only thought it would be useful knowledge to have, and to be honest, it's more interesting than I expected." Just then, another crew member suddenly raised his voice and shouted across the deck, "It's mealtime!" As soon as those words rang out, the one-eyed man clapped his hands together and said, "All right, let's eat before we get back to work. Everyone, to the dining hall." Not long after that, the crew gathered together and began sharing their meal. Turan took his place among them, watching and listening as the sailors settled in around the food, and an old man came over, speaking in a rough but friendly way. "It's not as good as the food you get on land, but at least they didn't forget the pickled cabbage. Without this stuff, we would have all died from gum disease a long time ago." Turan looked at him with clear curiosity and asked, "Gum disease?" The old man nodded and began explaining. "Yeah, it's an illness where your gums start bleeding, and if it gets bad enough, it can kill you. But when you eat sour food, you can recover from it. Fruit rots too fast out here on the sea, so pickled cabbage is the best thing we've got. Tastes awful, though. Ha!" Turan listened with genuine interest in his eyes and said, "That's fascinating. How did you come to know something like that?" The old man gave a casual shrug, as if it was just ordinary sailor wisdom, and replied, "Well, I'm sure somebody figured it out somewhere along the way. And after that, the knowledge spread from ship to ship. I heard that before people discovered this, they even used to eat merfolk raw. Turon reacted with quiet surprise at that, though he did not immediately say much in response, and right at that moment a crew member stationed high above suddenly shouted an urgent report. "A ship! 2 o'clock ahead! Medium-sized vessel!" The words cut through the meal like an alarm, and someone instantly asked in shock, "What? Is it pirates?" The lookout narrowed his eyes, staring hard into the distance as he tried to make out the details before finally answering, "I don't know. There's no house crest flying on it." As soon as everyone heard that, the old man nearby muttered with a dark, uneasy expression, "I've got a bad feeling about this. They're probably pirates. The weather is too nice. There's no rain at all, and everything has been going way too smoothly." The captain did not waste even a second. His voice cut sharply through the rising tension as he gave the order. "First, prepare for battle, at once." The entire crew immediately burst into motion, rushing toward their weapons and hurrying to their assigned positions across the ship. The old man then turned anxiously toward the one-eyed captain and asked,
"What should we do, Captain? Should we try to shake them off? They're a little faster than we are. If they keep chasing us for long enough, they might catch up." Then he quickly added, "If the wind favors us,
"We might be able to reach a nearby island before they close the distance." Instead of giving an immediate answer, the captain turned his gaze toward Turan and asked, "Is this situation all right for you?" Turan answered with calm, steady confidence, "As long as there are no knights or nobles among them, there's no problem." After hearing that reply, the captain's expression hardened with resolve, and he finally issued his decision. "Very well. Turn the ship. We're engaging them." The crew erupted with sudden energy, shouting and cheering Turan's name. Their fear began turning into fierce determination, and their voices rose as they cried out to strike the enemy down. At the same time, the view shifted over to the opposing vessel, where the pirates were already armed, waiting, and clearly prepared for a fight. As Turan watched them from a distance, he quietly asked, "Would they really spare us if we surrendered?" The captain gave a bitter laugh and answered, "Does cutting off our legs and throwing us into the sea count as sparing us?" Turan gave a small nod as if that confirmed exactly what he expected. "Just as I thought." With that, he stepped forward without the slightest hesitation and made his way onto the pirate ship. The pirates were thrown into confusion by his sudden appearance on their deck, their faces twisting with surprise as they started shouting all at once, "Who the hell is that? Kill him!" But before even a single one of them could properly react, countless shards of ice surged forward, ripping through the space between them like a deadly frozen storm. And in the next instant, chaos erupted across the pirate ship, as one pirate after another was struck down. Watching them fall around him, Turan spoke in a cold, tightly controlled voice. "If they're that kind of people, then there's no reason to hold back." At that moment, the look on his face changed completely, sharpening into something merciless and impossible to read. A terrifying surge of energy began pouring out from his body, pressing down over the deck and the surrounding air as he unleashed the full weight of his power. By the time many of the pirates had already been killed, the ones still alive turned their eyes toward Turan, their faces twisted with anger, but beneath that rage, fear was clearly beginning to spread among them. Feeling that fear start to infect the group, one man stepped forward and roared at the top of his lungs, "Don't be afraid, you idiots. If we don't kill him, we're the ones who are going to die." Those words burned away the pirates' hesitation almost instantly. Driven by desperation, panic, and the instinct to survive, they all rushed forward at the same time, weapons raised as they charged straight at Turan together. And standing before that wave of attackers, Turan, however, did not so much as flinch. He stood calmly in place, watching the pirates rush toward him with a cold, steady gaze, as if their screams, raised weapons, and murderous intent were nothing more than noise brushing past him. Right then, a thin strand of ice appeared in the air before him, stretching forward faster than the charging pirates could close in. In the next instant, that icy thread twisted, thickened, and hardened, forming into a sharp sword directly in Turan's grasp, and without wasting even the smallest moment, Turan swung the ice blade in one smooth, decisive arc. That single strike was enough to slice down several pirates at once, sending them collapsing to the deck before they could even understand how they had been cut. The sight of their comrades falling only made the others more frantic. From somewhere behind the group, a furious voice roared, "Don't stop! Finish him here!" driven forward by that command. Several more pirates tightened their grips on their weapons and charged in again, trying to crush Turan through sheer numbers and another wave of attacks. But just like the men before them, they were cut down almost instantly, unable to land even one proper blow before their bodies hit the deck. Then another pirate came lunging in with a spear, putting all his strength behind a straight thrust aimed directly at Turan. Turan responded immediately, meeting the attack with precise timing and stopping the spear as if the motion had been effortless. Then, in one fluid motion, Turan turned that very spear back on the man who had attacked him and killed him on the spot. The pirate's assault ended before he could even pull his weapon away. Even so, pirates were still crowding around Turan from every direction, filling the deck with blades, shouting, and frantic movement. Facing all of them at once was not something he could simply dismiss, realizing that Turan unleashed a powerful attack straight ahead. The force burst through the pirates in front of him, tearing through multiple enemies with a single overwhelming blow, and as their bodies collapsed onto the deck, strange ice crystals began growing from them, pushing out through their flesh and spreading rapidly across their bodies. Then, without warning, in the middle of all that confusion, one pirate managed to slip around behind Turan and seize him tightly from the back. Trying to pin him in place, the man raised a knife and aimed it toward Turan's neck. But just as he was about to drive the blade down, ice crystals began forming from the pirate's own body as well, crawling over him against his will and slowly stealing away his movement. Even while fighting against the freezing spread, the pirate shouted desperately to the others, "I've got him! Hurry!"
"Kill him now!" At that frantic cry, two more pirates rushed in from the front, clutching their weapons as they prepared to strike. Turan was still being restrained from behind,
but he slowly shifted his gaze toward the man holding him. His eyes were filled with a cold, terrifying anger, heavy enough to make the air around him feel suffocating. The pirate kept trying to hold Turan down, even as the ice continued spreading farther over his body. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, "The knife won't go in." But that man had absolutely no idea what was about to happen to him next. In that exact instant, Turan moved. In a flash too fast to follow, he killed the pirate, restraining him from behind, and the two pirates charging from the front at the same time. It all ended so quickly that none of them had even a moment to react. His movements were sharp, precise, and almost impossible for the eye to track. As the fight continued, Turan kept cutting down pirate after pirate without slowing down, and blood splashed across his body, staining him from head to toe. Somehow that blood only made his figure look even colder, darker, and more terrifying than before. A chilling calm remained on his face, and the pressure pouring out from him made him seem almost impossible to approach, as if the entire deck had become his territory. Before long, every last pirate had been killed. Not a single enemy was left standing on the deck. From Turan's body, an overwhelming killing intent spread outward, so dense and heavy that anyone nearby would have felt uneasy just being close to him. Just then, the sailors from the other ship began throwing ropes across the gap, preparing to board the pirate vessel and cross over onto its blood-stained deck. When they finally climbed over and saw the aftermath with their own eyes, one of them could not stop himself from blurting out, "You really cleaned house here." Soon after, the captain stepped onto the deck with his crew, slowly taking in the bodies and the ruined scene around him. Looking at Turan, he spoke in a tone that was half joking and half genuinely amazed. "Do you work as a janitor on the side? If you tidy things up this perfectly, my sailors won't have anything left to do. This is incredible. Long live the knight." Once the captain said that, the rest of the crew began shouting the same praise over and over, their voices full of excitement and admiration. Then the captain glanced down at the fallen pirates and added, "You bastards. Serves you right." After that, one of the crew members stepped forward and addressed Turan with respect. "Sir Knight, why don't you see the ship's doctor first?" Turan answered in a calm voice, showing no sign of pain or concern. "Don't worry, I'm not injured at all. All of this is just pirate blood." A few moments later, several crew members approached him with a report, ready to explain what they had discovered while searching the pirate ship. One of them spoke up and said, "Sir Turan, I thoroughly searched every inch of those bastards' ship." After that, the conversation shifted away from the deck and moved into the captain's cabin, where the captain began laying out the situation in greater detail. Well, that ship was originally a merchant vessel that disappeared from Abacha a few years ago. After that, the captain continued, explaining everything in a clear, matter-of-fact voice. It seems the pirates seized it, repainted the entire thing, and started using it for their crimes. Typical work from those shameless scumbags. So what do you plan to do, since you handled the entire fight by yourself? The ownership rights belong fully to you, Turan. Congratulations, you're now the owner of this ship. Even after hearing something that huge, Turan did not show much excitement. He did not look especially thrilled or overwhelmed by suddenly possessing such a large and valuable vessel. Instead, he simply looked at the captain and asked in a direct, almost indifferent tone, "And what am I supposed to do with it?" Hearing that, the captain began calmly laying out the possible choices. Well, you've got a few options. You could take it back to Abacha, track down the original owner, and ask for a reward after making a polite bow, of course. But between all the paperwork and dealing with officials, a month or two would vanish before you even noticed. Or you could continue on to the Emerald Desert and sell it there. But he paused for a moment, then continued by offering what he believed was the most practical solution. In my opinion, the best move is to sell it at the North Sea Archipelago. It's already on our route. That place is always short on ships. And of course, goods fetch the highest price when they're sold to the people who need them most. However, to move a ship of this size, I'd have to use my own sailors. Turin listened carefully, considering the reality of the situation before replying in a practical, even tone. Either way, it's not as if I can sail that ship by myself, right? If I use your men, then I'll have to pay the proper price. When the captain heard that, he let out a pleased laugh, clearly satisfied by how reasonable Turon's answer was. "Ha, as expected, you're a sensible man. In that case," he added with a small smile, "if you could set aside part of the profits as a service fee for the crew, just enough to cover their labor," Turon, still speaking in a calm and formal way, made his offer directly. "Can I leave everything to you, including the sale, for a 20% cut?" The captain's smile widened the moment he heard the number. Without hesitating, he answered, "How could I refuse? Since I know plenty of people there, I'll make sure we get a great price." Right after the captain said that, a crew member suddenly came running in, shouting at the top of his voice, "Captain, there's a mermaid here! A mermaid!" The captain was completely taken aback by those words. His expression changed immediately as he exclaimed, "What now? Even mermaids are attacking us?" The man quickly shook his head and corrected him. "No, that's not it. The pirates captured a mermaid and were keeping it prisoner down in the ship's hold." Both the captain and Turon were clearly surprised by that unexpected news. Without wasting any time, they immediately headed outside, determined to see the captive mermaid for themselves. And at that moment, the ship still hadn't fully settled after the battle. All across the deck, sailors were hurrying from one place to another, scrubbing away blood, clearing broken debris, and cleaning up every ugly trace the fight had left behind. While the crew busied themselves with the cleanup, an old sailor stepped forward and guided the captain toward the lower deck. As they moved deeper through the ship, the captain glanced sideways at him and asked if that precious little thing they had discovered was really down below. The old crewman nodded and said it was, though he admitted he hadn't gone in to see it with his own eyes yet. He had only just received the report. The captain gave him a short word of approval, then turned toward Turon with a curious smile beginning to spread across his face. He asked Sir Turon if he wanted to come along and have a look at this so-called precious little thing. Turon agreed without hesitation and followed him farther into the ship. But as their footsteps carried them down through the passageway, he asked a far more practical question. He wanted to know whether mermaids were usually worth a high price. The captain answered in a knowing voice, saying that if the captive happened to be a beautiful female, then the wealthy nobles on the mainland, the sort of people with far too much money and not enough sense, would absolutely lose their minds over it. Anything mystical was enough to draw their attention, and something like a mermaid would fascinate them even more. Before long, they reached the doorway that led down into the ship's hold. Since the door was already open, Turon stepped through first and looked inside. But the sight waiting in front of them was nothing like what any of them had been expecting. Sitting there inside the hold was not some beautiful mermaid at all, but a small, childlike figure, a young merman. The captain stared at him for a moment in silence, and then his shoulders seemed to sink as he let out a disappointed sigh. He muttered that it was a shame, because the captive was male. That meant he wouldn't sell for much at all, since those rich mainland nobles had almost no interest in purchasing a merman. Of course, the captain added, things might be different if the boy turned out to be some legendary royal who could transform into a fish. The instant those words reached the captive's ears, the merman snapped back with wounded pride and anger burning through his voice. He demanded to know how they dared refer to him as merely a male, then declared that he was Armant, the 47th Prince of North Estadale, and that filthy land-dwellers like them should show him the respect he deserved. After hearing that bold declaration, Turon turned toward the captain and asked if the brat was seriously claiming to be royalty. The captain looked Armant over for a moment, studying his posture and attitude, before saying that judging by how he carried himself, it certainly seemed possible. Then his eyes narrowed a little as he added that the boy might also just be bluffing. The captain admitted that he had been thinking about keeping the merman alive and selling him instead of killing him. Then he looked back at the captive and asked whether he could actually turn into a fish, Prince Armant. At that question, Arment immediately answered that he couldn't do it right now. The captain frowned and asked why that was. Already irritated by their doubt, Arment shouted his explanation back at him. He said there was no way he could transform while he was tied up and kept away from the water. According to him, he could only do it while he was in the sea and in perfect condition. Hearing that excuse, the captain leaned slightly closer to Turan and lowered his voice, speaking with obvious suspicion, as he said the merman was probably just trying to trick them into giving him an opening to escape. At that moment, Turan started walking forward, and with each step, the air around him seemed to grow colder and heavier. He asked what they intended to do with the captive, then reminded the captain that people said merfolk ate humans. The captain nodded and confirmed that was true. Turan answered without even a flicker of hesitation that in that case he would kill him, especially since the captain had already said the boy wasn't worth much money anyway. Turan added that it would certainly be nice if Arment's story turned out to be true. But if they believed him, threw him back into the sea, and he simply swam away, then every one of them would be left standing there like fools. As those chilling words left his mouth, a dark, crushing, killing intent began pouring out of Turan once again. The air inside the hold grew thick and suffocating, as if the whole space had tightened around them, while he slowly stretched his hand toward Arment. The moment Arment saw that hand coming closer, panic finally broke through his pride, and he shouted for Turan to stop. He still tried to sound arrogant, snapping back with a trembling "How dare you?" But Turan's hand continued moving toward him without the slightest pause. Arment's voice began to crack. Fear spread across his face, wiping away his earlier confidence, and he hurriedly tried to explain himself, insisting that he had never even considered doing something like running away. But when his eyes met Turan's directly, the look staring back at him made his blood turn cold. There was no warmth in those eyes at all. They held no hesitation, no pity, and no trace of uncertainty, as if taking a life was something Turan could do without being shaken in the slightest. In that instant, true terror swallowed Arment completely. Forced into desperation, Arment suddenly shouted that if they spared his life, he would give them treasure. That single word came spilling out like his final lifeline. Treasure. Turan paused ever so slightly the moment he heard it. Treasure. Arment immediately noticed that tiny reaction and seized on it, nodding as quickly as he could before continuing. Yes, treasure, he insisted again. A treasure left behind by the Freyan gods, the very gods that humans worshipped. After that, the scene eventually shifted to the port, where everyone disembarked from the ship and stepped back onto land, leaving the vessel behind as the noisy bustle of the harbor swallowed them up. Sailors who had come ashore gathered in small groups along the port, talking loudly among themselves now that the worst part of the journey and battle had finally passed. Some of them discussed where they should go drinking, while others started making plans for how to spend the rest of the night after surviving such a long, exhausting trip. In the middle of all that noise and movement, the captain approached Turan and asked if he had made his decision. Turan answered in a calm, steady voice, saying that he had, and fortunately the place Arment mentioned did not seem to be very far from the port. He planned to go there and return by tonight. Later, as darkness settled over the coast, Turan set out across the water beneath the dim night sky in a small boat, bringing Arment along with him. Arment, still bound in chains, looked both annoyed and confused as he complained about the restraints. He asked whether Turan truly believed he would run away, then proudly insisted that he was a prince and that he always kept his promises. Turan gave him no answer at all. That silence made Arment visibly uneasy. After a brief pause, he spoke again, this time with a more serious tone in his voice. He told Turan that he truly meant what he said, and if there really was treasure at the location, then Turan would let him go. Right? Turan answered simply, yes. Not long after that, Arment began guiding him toward the correct spot on the water. Even then, Arment remained cautious and warned Turan not to blame him if he reached the place and ended up disappointed. After all, it was a treasure of the Freyan gods, so by human standards it should be something incredible. But there were still parts of it that he seemed unsure how to explain. Turan calmly cut him off and told him he understood, so he should just lead the way. Under the dark sky, the two of them remained in the small boat, drifting over the quiet water. Then, without wasting any more time, Turan dove straight into the water and began descending into the sea in search of the treasure. As his body sank deeper beneath the surface, the world around him became darker, quieter, and far more mysterious, while the faint light from above slowly faded away little by little. After he descended even farther, something strange finally appeared before him in the depths. Scattered across the seafloor were ancient-looking statues and broken fragments, shaped almost like snake-like creatures. But even as Turan looked at them closely, it was difficult to tell exactly what they were. The shattered pieces looked like remnants from something impossibly old, as though they had once been part of a forgotten structure or some long-lost relic buried beneath the sea. For now, though, their true identity remained hidden in the darkness around him.